teams here at the North Europe playoffs will continue forward onto the next. We are running amazingly a little bit behind on schedule now because of that final map, considering how dominant the first two were. So we are going to throw it to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Sprout taking on Dynamo. It's going to be Sprout taking on Dynamo.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back in, everyone. And after that blockbuster best of 3, we've got 3 more on the broadcast to bring you. Currently, we're going to take a look at Sprout versus Dynamo Eclot. And this one, it should be an exciting one.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, everyone, of course, has their eyes on Sprout, as so far we have really seen them really come up in borderline the tier 1 scene as well. But then we have Eclot, who have been performing pretty well thus far in CCT, have definitely got a track record coming into this series, and they hope to advance even further than they've already achieved.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I think if we take a look at the lineups, if we could begin with Sprout, because I think there's a lot of talking points here, and obviously they're one of the invited teams that has come on over. I think, look, you've got Refresh transitioning into an IGL. There was a lot of question marks around that when that first came in. I think it's a cool move. It's a nice development for his career, and also it just kind of highlights that we kind of see it in Fnatic as well, that these players can transition into these roles and and they're very technically gifted. So I think that it's a very good decision for Refresh to take up the mantle. I think that he's got very good pieces here, such as Launch, Zyphon, Stare. This firepower is incredible from those core set of riflers. And Slacks, on his day, can be a very good AWP. And I say on his day because he has his moments of inconsistency. And for me, when I take a look at this roster, that's the one weak point that I see. And that's what I worry about when I take a look at this Sprout 5. But I think the roster's really cool. What I think is interesting as well is obviously they're communicating in English. When timeouts are taken and when Refresh is communicating with Berry, that's more often in Danish. And then Refresh will then translate everything to his team, which could probably make it a little bit clustered in these moments. It's the high pressure situations that I want to see how Sprout translate that communication in. That's where I'm looking to see how they effectively organize themselves.
Yeah, that's not a very easy thing to have on board, but I'm sure that over time, those are things you do get used to. But it might just cost you a little bit of time. You know, if you need to take your time out and a part of the time you have is gone to translation, it could be not too ideal. But overall, I think especially Longs and Stare have been really up on the ball when it comes for this roster. Their firepower, I think they are perhaps a little bit more consistent when it comes then in comparison to Slacks. And yeah, well, Refresh is not necessarily your fragging IGL, like taking Cadian, for example, who we can see pop off. But Refresh definitely still has been delivering well for this roster as far as then the in-game leading sides of things go.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Stair is a player that is performing exceptionally well. He's on the rise, and if he pops off, this team can win any single map. Honestly,
Yeah.
unbelievable the amount of impact this guy can have, and so young as well. And that's the exciting thing about this roster is they're all incredibly young players. So give them a little bit of time to develop. They can really come into their own. Taking a look at Dynamo Eclot, they're a team that came through the North Europe group stage. And for me, it's striking these two things here. You've got Detour, who is incredible, has been playing really well. He's the star rifler for Eclot. He gets set up for success the majority of the time. I also think Valencia is a very dependable anchor player, especially on Vertigo, which I don't think we're going to see in the Veto coming up. But looking back at the players just for the moment, Capson is a very interesting talking point for this young man in particular, because I think he's a very good AWPer, and I'm pretty sure I read on Dynamo Eclot's Twitter they've actually transfer listed him. So for me, and for what's going to be interesting is to kind of see with Capson is, does this kind of news really shake him, or is he still going to perform as well as he has been doing? Because I think in this AWP head-to-head, honestly, Capson comes out on top against Slags.
Yeah, I definitely think so too. But that's such an interesting point, considering you have all these things weighing in, and often people forget how much this game can be impacted when it comes to the mental side of things. If you're having if you have all these thoughts in the back of your mind, they are going to be weighing in, whether you like it or not. Some players are just simply better at filtering it out and keeping it at the background, whereas some, it could have a larger impact, and especially, I don't think Caspian is even that old, and he still has so much left for him to learn. Already, this team has been having, it definitely is a good sort of like jumping point for him to then continue off into perhaps a different team. But now when it comes down to the Veto, you were already talking about Vertigo most likely not being in there. We actually have the same Veto as the first best of 3. We have Overpass,
Nice.
Mirage, and Asian as a potential decider. Last time around, we were thinking it was going to be a 2-0. Well, never say never. Last time around, we ended on a 16-14 on Asian. Perhaps could still be the same affair, but I think overall, when it comes to the amount of experience that Sprout has and the teams that have been playing recently, I think this could still favour Sprout.
Yeah, look, I think it's a similar case to literally the first best of 3. I think Sprout a very good overpass team, Dynamo Eclot a very good Mirage team, and then that decider could be a very close affair back and forth. This one isn't as clear-cut, in my opinion. I thought that... it is more clear-cut. I think Sprout will win this in a 2-0 manner. I don't think it will go to Ancient, but I'm hoping that Dynamo Eclot can come out and surprise us, because Dynamo Eclot, they are the grinders in the scene. They've been playing so many maps. You take a look at HLTV, you look in the past 3 months, the amount of experience these guys have been getting as a unit has been unbelievable. And they're very impressive to take a look at. They remind me of SCADA when they were coming up through the ranks in amongst the pandemic, when they were playing like 100 maps every 3 months. It was just ridiculous. These guys are the same vein of thinking, entering every single tournament they can, wanting to continuously improve. And you've got Sprout, who we haven't seen for quite a while. Maybe they might be a little bit rusty. Have to wait and see as we kick things off with the pistol.
And funnily enough, actually, their overpass win percentage is nearly the same. It's around like 60-65% for both squads. So who knows what Dynamo could do? They could surprise, especially with them starting, of course, on that CT site. We saw how one-sided it was last time around. Over here on overpass. Ooh, already. Bit of a peek coming through out of Detour. Taking a chunk of information for the rest of the team, but falls back, which I think is the best strategy. You don't want to be losing your life early on. Take the information and run with it.
Yeah, Capson's playing a much more passive line, comparatively to Valencia, who's just kind of completely all on his own by long. And, well, he's gone. Stare with the opener. Capson looking to step in. I like this. He's closing the gap amongst himself and Sprout. Looking to potentially peek on over. And these rotations, they've come in incredibly quick for Eclot, just as Sprout were about to execute A.
You can see the utility fly over. Detour will have to fall back a tad bit, especially on the back of that flashbang. But once he is unblinded, he will land a couple of shots. But his teammate has fallen. He now will fall himself as well. And suddenly Sprout has come alive, cleaning up the site one by one, just a kill at a time. And only NBQ left all by himself. Not sure what he can do. Doesn't have a kit, so he needs to get some kills fast, and it will be Longs here that will find the last blow here for Sprout. So that's a pistol round in the back. Great start here already on T site. So that means the rifles can instantly come out, and most likely a conversion too.
Yeah, it was really nice pathing as well, being taken by Sprout. They smoke off one area of the map, they completely isolate Truck, and then they weave their way around the back of the bomb site. Only one player can really swing at a time for Eclot. And the Glocks at close range do so much more work than that of the USPs. The pistol secured. Forced back in. Capson with a shot on the scout, but it doesn't quite land.
Slowly but surely. Sprout taking it slow, which I like. Not going into aggressive, making sure you're not going to get overwhelmed by potential stack or a push that could come out. Because they don't know. The Dynamo, of course, did decide to force up into this. So both squads being patient. And Sprout just clearing out the map piece by piece. Taking connector control. They do need to make some sound as the door was still closed. But I don't think any of the CTs is even close enough to hear that.
No, you got Detour getting close to this smoke with the MP9. Could do some damage up close and personal. Sprout with 45 seconds. That bomb is making its way round towards A. So that's going to be the final commitment, which means these Toilets players need to hold on. Sprout, they need to clear every single angle.
Refreshing now. Up on a close angle, they certainly have a feeling where MB has been repositioned into. Decides to peek, not expecting them to already be so close, and that will become the end of you. Re-smokes doesn't look like the CTs can do anything, and especially with that being a force, they will back off. Make sure to get out of that safely.
Yeah, there was potential there. If Valencia had any other gun that wasn't a Deagle, if he was the one with the MP9, he could have mown down Sprout that were lining up the smokes. Unfortunately, it just doesn't quite fall that way for Dynamo Eclot. A Sprout with 40 seconds left completely reset their attention. And Eclot, it's the information game. You completely walk into Sprout lining up the utility and they get completely caught off guard. And with 5 players staying alive, it's going to be quite a heavy bonus round coming in from Sprout. But they'll be given a little bit of respite because I don't think you're going to force into this if you're Dynamo Eclot. You keep the MP9, you keep the Deagle on Kevlar, and you just see what you can do.
Looks like we do still have, of course, the MP9. The rest just there's an extra Deagle at least coming out, and they have a few smokes, but not that much to work with. So Sprout most likely will still go on contested, but if you can have those Deagles with an MP9 up on a close range, oof, well, 2 of them already taken out. I like the idea though. Go for an information play over towards long this time around. But then I hope, who knows, you can catch a player off guard. Only this time around it was expected was being held. And K1, he's sitting patient for an exit frag, waiting at the sandbag. I'm not sure if he's going to be getting anything, because most likely they will check him or avoid him the least.
Oh, he hasn't got a kit, so he can't ninja.
That is, and also not smoke. He already used that.
Would have been fun. He's even being held by Lorks. Oh, nice shot. From Fitter, but that's about it. Try and farm up some cash, maybe? No, not quite. Slacks. Oh, doesn't even go down to the bomb. That's lucky.
1 HP.
Damn. Alright, but yeah, just to clean up, all things considered, expected for Sprout. Now they can face these rifles that Eclot are going to bring to the table. Take a look at the buy. Slack's immediately on the AWP as well, not playing or waiting around.
This will be the first test though. Dynamo having full buy and AWP on board as well upon Caspian. And I'm curious to see where he's going to be heading. Boosting himself up over towards long. Not contested as of right now, but there are a couple of players towards that playground area that could give him a nice showing. Just need to make sure that he's not going to get flushed down. In fact, he will fall back, as there is some presence over towards the middle, and his teammate has spotted that. So the information is gathered over. So instead, they will double stack towards that bathroom area to at least keep a hold of that.
Yeah, normally you see this set up a little bit deeper. Capson could hold the front line. And that's a really good Molotov. Valencio, tickled by the fire, has to fall back just a little bit. Forces a smoke out of him as well. AWP hasn't untrained from its position. But now a flashbang from Sprout out towards long. Stair is taking good ground here. But with this control in towards short water as well. For Dynamo Eclot, it feels like they might need to make a play. But with 30 seconds left, how is Sprout going to approach this? Well, the bomb resetting back in towards A. It's going to be another one of these late round executes.
Very, very late. Scary late, considering that there is still 2 players so incredibly close, and Caspian is still ready for it. Eventually, a trade will come through, but look at the time. Only 10 seconds left, and still 3 players that are so incredibly close. Yeah, well, it's just kill after kill. Simply, Sprout executed that way too late. Oh, almost their last player lost as well. Dynamo, they bounced back. An absolute punishment that needed to come through, and they succeed.
Yeah, that flashbang got thrown out at 14 seconds left, and, well, Sprout, they try to be clever with it, but it doesn't quite work out. And it's really nice discipline as well from Dynamo Eclot. They learned from the mistake in the second round. They didn't force the issue. They conceded the map control, and they were so comfortable and reliant on their setups. They thought it was going to be enough, and it was. Perfect time for them to secure a round back in. But that was just Galil's on Mac 10s for Sprout alongside 1 AWP. AK's come out and Refresh finds the first kill.
Dynamo do a good job of applying some early pressure, keeping Sprout at bay, and then causing them to at least take the first couple of pieces of the map in a more slow manner. So that means often more utility will be forced out. And a lot of time already put to waste. And look at this. Push comes through, but Slacks is ready for it. Finds a relatively easy kill. But at the same time, the AWP on the flip side will deliver to Smoke in place. So he could just focus on the long angle instead. But already Sprout has changed plan on the way towards the B-bomb side. And this time a lot more earlier, a lot more cleaner. And a great, solid opportunity here.
Just all this utility being thrown in as well. You've got a flash to set up your teammate to make sure that he's safe. You've got another Molotov being thrown in just to further keep Dynamo Eclot back. Whilst Valencia has moved over to the other side of CT, it feels incredibly difficult for him to work an angle, especially with these little head glitches being adopted by Sprout. They're not peeking. They're not allowing Dynamo Eclot a single opportunity for a kill back in. Or this retake to take shape. And that was really nicely worked. I also like the timing of that execute on towards B. It came in as soon as Slacks found aggressive contact out towards long. Literally, as soon as this comes in, they're already going.
Yeah, that's the smartest thing. Just make sure you can apply that pressure. But honestly, it's on the back of all the utility of Sprout. They are doing a good job of keeping the CTs at bay. But let's see, this time around, it is a sort of a half buy, I would say, on the side of Dynamo, because they have that ARP, an M4, but with the pistols and an MP9 alongside of it, and no utility whatsoever left. Now, there was a boost coming through here, Sprite. I like that. We've seen a couple of boosts earlier on already, back when it was Gamer Legion playing. That was, of course, on CT side, but the T side boost can definitely be quite nice to look over towards middle. See if you can spot anyone. But only this time around. Didn't really gather that much information, so back to B we go.
One flashbang thrown when they're so close in. Launch with the entries. Absolutely perfect. There is another player here. Over towards short. Molotov out of the sight. Capson can't quite hit his AWP shot, and Launx knows all too well than to stick around for much longer. Be a quick, easy conversion for Sprout. It's just Route 1 CS at the moment. They pick a bomb site they want to go to. They all execute in as a unit. And as we mentioned previously, that utility, it is just perfect to try and aid them in. Every time it's so well placed, and even presence of mind, Molotov off short to keep this MP9 at bay. Detour, best he can really hope for is a consolation kill or two.
Looking for something, does tag up long. He is running because you don't want to be dying. In the corner, will stay alive. And all 5 of them as well. That is a massive W on the side of Sprout. The economy can just continue to stack up. Oh man, and that is just some bullets to the face in such a nasty way. I mean, the utility in itself was lining up beautifully, but alongside it were some very crisp and clean entries. The communication seems to be important. One player clears out one part of the site, you have some backup. You don't have to be worrying about different angles at the same time. Everyone's just doing their bit, doing the work that they need to be doing, and it is delivering.
Oh,
the punishment. He was looking for it, but it gets denied, and Sprout again win the duel.
Siphon Jug was over his utility as well. Isn't allowed the AWP, probably because of the amount of ground that Slacks has gained up towards long. And we're talking about T-side overpass. I was saying about how it's essential to get as many rounds as you can. Well, 5 is a very good start. Capson, though, will trade in towards connector. Lots of utility being deployed early for Dynamo Eclot. I'm just taking a look down the bottom left side of the screen. They've only got 1 smoke left. And look at where it is. Capson's all the way over towards Monster. So whilst A can be quite reinforced, the utility, well, these flashbangs have to be on point from this CT side.
Comes through. Doesn't really do that much for the T side of things. And there is still a couple of angles to be checking. And the timings, I was worried for a second it could maybe not be quite as on point. And eventually K1, here we go. Double kill comes through. And he is able to hang on. That's a 3rd one in the books for him as well. Great job of trying to isolate the fight and still standing your ground even though you are smoked. They had a lot of confidence going into that round, knowing that they needed it so desperately, hoping that if you can make way straight from the smoke, you could pull off some amazing kills. And that was exactly what was happening, dancing around all the cover on the side. And that's a second one now on the board, but plenty of money still for Sprout to work with. 5th round already could potentially become even more. And it will be so painful if – Dynamo is going to be winning this round in isolation. That means the money, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million, 9 million, 10 million, 11 million, 12 million, 13 million, 14 million, 15 million, 16 million, 17 million, 18 million, 19 million, 20 million, 21 million, 22 million, 23 million, 24 million, 25 million, 26 million, 27 million, 28 million, 29 million, 30 million, 31 million, 32 million, 33 million, 34 million, 35 million, 36 million, 37 million, 38 million, 39 million, 40 million, 41 million, 42 million, 43 million, 44 million, 45 million, 46 million, 47 million, 48 million, 49 million, 50 million, 51 million, 52 million, 53 million, 54 million, 55 million, 56 million, 57 million, 58 million, 59 million, 60 that they are hoping to build up, it will be denied.
Yeah, that was really nice work. Immaculate 4K as well on the bomb site, but that all comes off the fact that they're allowed to rotate up because of Captain's positioning. Finding that kill on towards Connector, then forcing the issue with the AWP of all things, locking down one extremity of the map, just means those rotations come in so thick and fast. Really nice work from this CT side. Just as we're praising Sprout, they come right back and answer with a multi. But it needs to be on a more consistent basis. Another timeout being called for Sprout. Want to make sure this one doesn't slip away, since they've already got the advantage. But Capson keeps on delivering, wins out that all battle against Slacks.
Looking to get back into middle slowly and surely. And at that time, Dynamo has given up a little bit. You can also see the player over towards long falling back, feeling some trouble water incoming. So they want to have double setup potentially in case things do get tricky. But for now, Sprout will play it slow, actually throw in a couple of fake utility over towards the B-bomb side, keeps those CTs there, and only 2 yet present over towards his A-bomb site. Oh no. Caspian's going in for a bit of a peek, and there's a smoke behind him. So if he does die, there is absolutely no trade potential. Could become so dangerous, and he does now go down.
This fight over towards Monster. Look at Detour. So ahead of the smoke. Launch is removed. 25 seconds left. It looks like Sprout wants to go for another one of these A plays based off the contact that Stair got initially. With the jump spot out towards Dice, it means that that player in towards Truck gets baited in. MBQQ hasn't even had to move a muscle. So even if Refresh swings in, he's not ready for that Truck player. The bait and switch is absolutely perfect. And it just leaves Zyphon thinking about dying, really, to maybe get some money. But instead, doesn't want to die now. Very difficult for him to hold on. And with 1 point of health, he manages to keep the AK.
Oh, scary, scary. And the initial play looked so good, but then eventually, oh man, it just all slipped away. The CTs were ready for it this time around. And that means Sprout, finally their economy is broken, only now thriving on the back of that AK that is in the hands of Siphon. They have a couple of pieces of utility, but it won't be very ideal to work with. But who knows? If they actually manage to snatch away a kill or two, and then another rifle transferred over, Sprout could deal some damage. But it won't come easy.
Not this angle, but Valencio's falling back. Still gets the kill anyway. Lorks able to escape with the AK. Double nades, get caught in amongst the banisters. Should be just quite a nice little cleanup for Eclot. However, Sprout have made their way out towards short. Even going for another one of these boosts. If Lonks finds a head here, this could be quite dangerous. Noise now being made. Sprout just going to pop on towards B, see what they can find.
Being patient, but of course the timer is ticking. 30 seconds left, so an execute will need to come in fast. Now this smoke, perhaps there could do a dance around it, and exactly he will, but the M4, it's down below. It's very hard for him to try and grab up, and eventually they will all line straight in front of one another. Very difficult to still make use of that. Was a nice opportunity, nice try, but the round will still go the way of Dynamo. 4-5, they're closing in, surely. But one more round to even out things completely. And by now, Sprout, of course, have the money back on the board to buy up. Slacks up on an AWP again, who we haven't seen too much of just yet. Some couple of earlier frags upon the orb that were not too difficult, considering of then the economy that was still not too optimal for Dynamo. This is going to be the real first test.
Immediate short controls now come in. Oh, and long. It's there with a good opener. Oh, and that forces Spider into a fight he doesn't expect at all. Launks with a second. Now looking to try and keep these rotations at bay. That's a perfect find on towards Dycha, and he can keep on going. Caps has rotated towards long, and he does find one kill. That's not the bomb, but it does throw this into a difficult situation because if Stare, I'm going to say falls, would have been a 2 versus 2, but there's so much room now for Sprout to work with. Bomb can just be punched in and MBQQ on a very difficult 1 versus 3.
Yeah, he's just sitting patient. Because at this stage, the money, it is there on some of the players, but best to just keep a hold of it. Go for an exit instead. Now he is lurking around a bit. See if there's anything that he can find, but all of them are already pretty far gone. Only the long player perhaps he could still snatch away, but already escaped into bathroom.
Yeah, nice round. And that one was, again, just incredibly simple. Sprout, they've just found the opener. Lonks has already taken so much ground out towards short. The Dynamo Eclot are not expecting him to be in such an advanced position. And then the second translation on towards Detour was essential because it just means that Dynamo Eclot can't rotate all of their forces up towards A, where that initial contact came in. They had to have some presence over towards B because Lonks was just picking them off like flies. And that's just the individual mechanics of Sprout reigning supreme over Eclot.
Look at this. Early push comes through. Just holding it off for now. And Dynamo also, they themselves fall back. Too much of a risk, I think, on the CT side of things. As they are very much hoping to see if they can catch another round. Oh, the Molotov is actually not going. I was expecting that to be happening, but perhaps it's not even necessary because the kills come through time and time again, all 1 by 1 as well. Slex has the bomb, but that's pretty much all he has. He has an open hand, needs to make sure he escapes, because at this stage, it is so tough. Sprout, another round, another opportunity, not fulfilled at all, and even the orb now taken away. This round, it was so chaotic because, like, Sprout initially, they had a good idea, they were being patient, and then once they ended up going out, the hold once again over towards the B bomb side. Those has been so strong. The only time they've really outplayed them was when there was so much utility in play, but this time around, didn't really use that much.
Oh, that was a 5-7, just churning them up as well. That was a double kill coming in, which is just absurd. And the fact that the Molotov wasn't thrown down means that, a tucked play could come in towards barrels to bail out Eclot, even if that pistol would have fallen. But really nice work being done. That boost over towards Party gets found out, but it's not a kill conversion. So Lonks will trade over to that sniper. Oh no, in fact, he drops his rifle over. So he's just on a deagle, which makes a little bit more sense. Okay, because he can do that.
Perhaps it is the game of the pistols, similar like the previous round. I mean, there are 2 players that are only on pistols, so if he could actually manage to find that upgrade, they're looking for it slowly but surely, making sure to not overextend. But there we go, it is now in his hands, a free AK, and it's only refresh upon a pistol now. So this round could very much be possible, but the important thing here is 1, time, and then secondly, the lack of utility that could still cost them. Now He is taken out. Detour doesn't spot anyone else, so that means the pressure is back on towards the bathroom. And the time as well. 20 seconds. Once again, they're not going to be entering very fast. But it needs to come through if they still want to win it.
Yeah, Molly smoke being dropped in. It all relies on how much room Detour can enable Capson to peek on in. Because they have to know he's there. And well, he does incredibly well. So much damage on towards Refresh. There's no time for this bomb to even go down. So again, it's a stolen round completely away. It looked like Sprout had the opportunity there to win it out entirely, but by pumping the brakes and by allowing Detour to potentially move his position, they were fully expecting him not to be in towards long, or maybe even on this flank. But no, he sits here the entire round, completely wins it out for his side.
Yeah, and the timings as well. They had a player wrap around in the bathroom, but a little bit too late. So it ended up being more or less a trade frag instead of an entry upon that player. Detour could still roam around freely and keep a hold of that initial A side push. Now, Dynamo have once again a lot of firepower going their way. Finally, a bit of an answer back in the form of Stare. But it is still a 2-for-1 very early on, so that means so much has already been lost, a lot of control gained, and they hope to take it back. Good spray, but Valencia is not dead yet.
So impressive fun. He just ran through the Molotov and got 2 kills. Very good openings. Stare now about to take point over towards B. Nade's thrown in towards Monster. Oh, could have allowed Stare an opportunity. Instead, it's MBQQ to strike. And Detour not yet revealing himself. Slacks actually hits the shot. And they know that the second player was here. Smoke on the bomb site to allow a little bit of wiggle room. And allow for that plant, that crucial gunfight. If it fell favour towards Sprout, it could have allowed more opportunity. But Capson holding the line enables this retake. Dynamo Eclot, well, let's hope the lead.
Yeah, they will certainly grab that one for free. Still not a bad T-set, I would say, out of Sprout. 6 rounds is already good enough for the second half. But I feel that they should be having more. A lot of these rounds have either very good starts or just some sloppy mistakes that I am not expected to be seeing out of the side of Sprout. So yeah, Dynamo, they can easily punish and continue where they've left off. So now for the second to last round, a half buy comes in with a couple of upgraded pistols, some utility. Could still be enough for Sprout. We have seen a couple of pistol kills already work their magic here in this first half. But it's going to come down onto the individuals landing a couple of nutty shots. But it's interesting. They have a double setup over towards long, even another additional player in bathroom. So they're ready for this mid push.
Good nade. But then, yeah, there's that extra player you were talking about. Completely catches off Zyphon. Valencia is low. He could be caught off guard by the player pushing around the corner at Party. There he goes. The 2 versus 3, and there is Kevlar behind these 2 players. Can now juggle utility over as well towards Slacks. And with 50 seconds left, we know that Sprout, they don't mind fighting under pressure. Slacks finds another. 2 versus 2, and they can go anywhere. I'm looking at K-Fighter. Look at how far he's pushed forward. And Stare is increasingly aware that this could be a possibility, but they aren't ready for him anyway. Nice find. 30 seconds left. Bomb has been picked up, but so too is Stare's head. What a round.
Oh my god. They are just continuously setting the pace time and time again. Sprout don't make it close when it comes down to just a couple of pistols. But eventually, Dynamo, they will have the last breath. Especially, K1 is doing a lot here for the team. 12 and 8 as of right now. The rest, it's not too shabby. Gaspin on the op. Only 5 deaths. Very impressive. How he's been able to hang on, get that much control, a lot of information. And he is pushed very far forward this time around, and only one player there for Sprout. So most likely they can hang on to that control and leave those 3 players over towards B.
Really nice little util set to bring Xiphon down low as well. What he's trying to do is trying to bait them straight into the crosshair. Valencio finds Stare for free. Aggressive push, and now look at this. Slack's not going to be ready for Detour on this close angle. Thinks better of it, falls away, but that just allows and invites this rifler to creep in ever so close. And instead of finding one, he could potentially find a few more all the way in the back line. Sprout, they have no idea.
Straight from behind, and that's the bomb, and that's the round. In just a couple of seconds, Dynamo are looking to punish and to conquer. 9 rounds here on their own CT site. Sprout had a good early start, I would say, but eventually things tended to slip away, and it felt like the cohesion, it was a bit off.
I think you look at this and you go, okay, 6 rounds on the T side, that's pretty good. But then when you consider it was from a 5-1 start,
yeah,
you add context to it, it doesn't feel as great. But Sprout should still be happy with how many rounds they managed on the attack. And now over on the favoured defense, it's up to Dynamo Eclot, who've had a very nice recovery to keep the momentum going. It's going to be a very fast play. Or so you'd think, but instead they slow things down. They're lining up the utility. Stare, fall blinded, gets caught off guard, and so too does Slacks.
Back and forth. Ooh, that was a nice tap coming out of Xiphon, but he will be traded with a follow-up as well. There was still a lifeline for Sprout, but I think a 4 versus 1 is a very difficult position for him to be in all by himself. And his head will be taken off to double digits now for Dynamo. Money in the bank, and Sprout are in troubled water.
Yeah, trouble in water here. Look at this, 2 quick kills immediately. And yeah, talking about also, something I want to bring up is refresh. Doesn't really provide the kills. Well, you're completely correct. I mean, look at it, 3 to 9 at the moment. Already feels rough indeed. They have forced into this one, Sprout. Pistols alongside a single scout of Slacks. But he's actually on B as well. The Lawrence has been given a lot on his plate. Has to deal with the entirety of Fountain along just by himself. Also Connector.
Just so much here to work with. And the question is, Sprout, how are you going to be responding? So far, they're starting to stack up over towards B. Definitely a right guess, because right now, they are looking to get into there. Not committing yet, just looking for openings, seeing how Sprout can respond. They will respond with a smoke, delayed for now. But that's an opening, and that's exactly what Dynamo wanted. They almost pretty much got it for free.
Yeah, I mean, this should be the Dynamo Eclot round. 40 seconds left. They're doing their best Sprout impression, rotating up to the A-bomb site late. It's up to Lawrence, really, and how much he can find on this Deagle. You imagine he gets hard cleared here. You see the Dyer's already come around the corner, elevated, hunting, searching, securing the kill. With Slacks being caught off guard as well. These are impeccable entries. And that's the round done.
Yeah, they just need to back off. You can't really afford any losses. Anything you can transfer over to the next round could help you out. But they are looking... Oh, perhaps they could go for a hunt. Their own money is very low for themselves as well. But I think at this point, Dynamo, they are roaring in confidence. And it shows. Just peeking. Everything... Pushing, it doesn't even matter. So much control gained time and time again. And Sprout are yet to find an answer.
Yeah, it's not going to come any quicker either. Because this round it's just going to be the save pistols and an eco. Next round's where all the investment will come in for Sprout. So, they'll be staring down the barrel of 12 rounds. It'll be double the scoreline that they've been managing to achieve. And on your map pick, that doesn't feel great. Dynamo Eclot performing incredibly well. And things will only get worse for Sprout as they head on over to Mirage, because that is a very potent map for this Czech Republic side.
This is scary. Sprout, who we're sort of predicting perhaps to win 2-0, they are still yet to really get an answer going into this map. Now there is a boost coming out, which I like. But so far, well, the best that they could find is one player who's making a bit of noise towards Monster. So they are sitting patient. But eventually you have to give it up. They hear that Molotov over towards middle as well. So they are feeling the heat. Now gonna commit to this. Leave only a single player there, with short control nonetheless. And then hoping that this gamble stack can work out in their favour.
And that bomb is so far removed that if Eclot get overwhelmed here, I'm looking at this boost. They're not looking at long. Stare now pivots towards it. Obviously, you can hear these bullets ricocheting around the walls. Nice find. Can he follow up? Not quite. That bomb is still making its way through. But Detour does clear his angle again. Another boost coming up.
Oh, well, it's good for another kill. But this is the thing. The bomb already on its way towards B, and they have left a player to lurk behind. This could be the play. That's Caspin with one. He does get traded. But that is Steer all by himself, and he is low health. So he will save that AK instead. It was a nice effort, nice try. But the round, Dynamo will have it again. And is doubling the scoreline here of Sprout. 12-6.
I'll tell you what, though, it was really nice damage. And I like the idea to get Stair reboosted on that position. But Valencia's lurk completely finds the B bomb site open. And, well, Dynamo Eclot evacuate without too many casualties, without too much of a worry that round was ever going to fall in Sprout's favour. But, I mean, now there's money behind them. Look at all of the economy here for this CT side. AWP gets dropped over immediately. Just means that Slacks can keep his investment and can keep reinvesting at AWP if he doesn't decide. I guess not decide, but if he does lose it. A4s again across the board. Yeah, we're going to see a lot more of them, I feel like.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, when it comes down to spraying smokes, especially now, the long-range angles, you want to get yourself used to it as quickly as you can. Because we will see more and more as the time goes on. Now, let's see. Dynamo playing a bit more of a default positioning here, spreading out across the map, having connector again. And that has been left uncontested a lot of rounds already here on the Sprout side of things. They are just hoping that with their initial pushes and their initial holds on their sites, they can work their magic. But if you're not really going to be going for some map control, they miss the timing here. Perhaps eventually one comes through, but they're not expecting one to be so close. But he still flicks, lands this quick scope and the headshot. Very lucky to be alive here. Even lands a leg upon Caspin. Slacks is popping off. But it can't just be him.
Perfect. Short boost about to come in, okay. With the Galil, of all things. But it works. Siphon will fall. But that's information to Sprout. They know that two players are over towards short. That bomb's been picked up, and well, Dynamo Eclot, it looks like they're going to hedge their bets and try and come in here. This time attacking from Monster. Galil leading the charge. Refresh burning alive, and somehow gets eliminated, staring towards water. You got the follow-up player as well on towards Launch. That bomb, it will be denied as well. So no extra money. A good round from Sprout and a perfect resurgence on the AWP from Slacks.
This was so needed, and I thought for a second that trade should be coming in because he missed the timing, he didn't spot that player. When you are that quick on the scope, oh my god. Yeah, and then simply outnumbering them, making it very difficult for Dynamo to get that bomb down. Also, therefore, the money is looking very, very rough. A couple of flashbangs here and there, and 1 AK, but that is all they will have. So this is the opportunity for Sprout to bounce back, and they desperately need it. If this round is going to be going the flip side, looks very scary. But so far, so good. Valencia does find a trade kill. Perhaps a rifle there to be picked up if they're quick. But Sprout is already looking for answers. Definitely keeping an eye on the connector area.
Sprout just needs to be careful. Because Valencia is one of those players that if you give him an opportunity, he will completely seize it. Very valuable member of this roster for Dynamo Eclot. And they're currently resetting. They were thinking about B short. They're now working, slivering their way through these toilets. Smoke's lined up. It's going to be a pop as soon as the team get a little bit closer. Capson to lead with the Tech 9.
Flashes go over and a nade on top of things. Ooh, missed shot by Slacks, but still they are outnumbering Dynamo and the pressure's on for them. Finally, the last shot will come through. My goodness. Oh, this was a beautiful shutdown coming out of Sprout. Simply, you can see them being so overwhelmed, trying to set foot onto the side. Also, this is borderline making me nauseous, but shout out to the Observer doing crazy cinematic shots there. But yeah, no, this hold and then eventually the spray comes through. There's so much diversion and distraction happening. You are constantly hyperfixated on one angle and then another player strikes from another. The timings, the cohesion seems to be a lot more on point as of now, but there's still 4 rounds to make up for in order to tie things up.
Yeah, for sure, but that's the rifle round. And it looked very convincing as well. Siphon Launch just trying to move as a unit. Launch is a little bit isolated here, but it doesn't matter. Heavy damage onto Fider. And now he's just going to keep on swinging. Doesn't expect a second player there. And now Slacks needs to be a little bit careful because there's players coming out of connector. MBQQ will find another. And that's going to send rotations scrambling. That's exactly what Dynamo Eclot want, because in actual fact, their final destination looks to be this B bomb site, and only Xiphon is occupying it.
They're being very slow. The bomb's also making its way over towards the B bomb site. And they're keeping Detour as a lurker behind, but as of right now, Sprout playing it slow and just waiting for the push to come through. But for 25 seconds, if they can get the first couple of kills, they're going to be swinging. Oh, that's the perfect timing. Refresh has honestly here just won the round, perhaps, for Sprout. There is so little time, no kills coming through, and that's a 4K for Refresh. Nicely done for him, and Sprout just continue another round up on the board. Very nicely played, playing it to the book with the timing there, knowing that when the flashbang comes through, they are looking to entry, and if you catch the timing, you can be straight right in front of it.
Yes, that insta swing. It's really nice. You got these little positions that they're actually tight crossfires that Sprout are playing, little bait and switch positions. You've got Logs and Slacks taking point over towards Fountain, and you got that setup between Refresh and actually Logs again. So really nicely done. a little bit of a Vega squadron strategy coming out for Dynamo Eclot, trying to make their move in towards Connector with the Tech 9s, but currently not working out. All the kills coming in the feed in favour of Sprout, and although Dynamo Eclot have got all this control up long, that bomb, it's all the way in spawn.
Nice.
Okay. Did you see that first kill? That's absurd.
Well, that's a nice clean one as well for Sprout on the books. So money continues to stack up, and that means that actually the pressure is on more on Dynamo when it comes to this battle now. They have a bit of loss bonus in the round to come after this, but Sprout is certainly having some momentum on board. And if you have the money to back you up, to have a bit of a buffer, could definitely give you nice confidence going into the latter stages here of this first map. 12-10. Dynamo also took a bit of a time out there to think over things, which I think is smart because they want to make sure that they stay, of course, in the lead.
Interesting decision as well that Slacks doesn't ask for an AWP drop off stair. There's going to be all the rifles in play on both sides of the server. No AWP either for Capson, can't quite afford it. Refresh going for a little bit of a flash play. And now Longs are getting aggressive, but this time more over towards Long than Party. Great nade onto MBQQ as Stair takes control of Connector.
Flush comes through, but Stair needs to back off instead. Too big of a risk to hang around that area for too long. And instead, Dynamo, they have a player in Connector, into middle, into short. But they do have plenty of time still to work with, and instead regrouping up towards the B-bomb side. They have the bomb picked up as well, leaving MBQQ to deal with the lurk. And I think as soon as that monster smoke will fade, Siphon is readying himself, playing anti-flash for now. But the timing is going to be everything. The Molotov will fly. He's being patient, just waiting for more sound. What a Molotov. It will delay the short players. It's going to have to be coming out
stopped.
I do like this positioning though. Perhaps if there is a flashbang of someone? Well, it's not going to come out. White swing instead it is, but yeah, if you're going to be peeking dry, it's going to be punished. All 5 of Dynamo remain alive. Sprout are crumbling. They had such a good comeback, but now there are 2 players down, and especially Stare here. He's at top con, not aware that a player is straight behind him in bottom con. Completely missing the timing right there. And so much for Dynamo to work with. He's now going to try and get a flank going. But
weird.
This is... Oh, well, perhaps not. They're going to be walking straight into him. And he actually is able to get a kill. Perhaps even more. The bomb makes his way out of there. Molotov instead on top of it. But there is a very big delay. Only 25 seconds left. And the bomb is still yet to go out now.
There's a flank in heaven this entire time. And it's been spotted. Xiphon. But as he turns around, MBQQ will strike. Now that bomb can be planted. But where on earth has Stare got to this entire time? He was in T-spawn. Now he's in heaven. And he needs a 1 versus 2 to keep Sprout's dreams alive in this round.
Switches to the AK. Looking for that headshot potential. And the Molotov will go in short, and that is actually where both of the players are looking for a shot. And Caspin, he will find the last blow. Great round though by Dynamo. Sprout just completely out of position. I was trying to respect the potential flank to come in, but as soon as that Molotov hit, he was like, well, I guess I gotta wrap around another way. And he went all the way for long. Instead of going for connector, I think Sprout was hesitant, not even sure if they were gonna commit to B or not. Looked like they were scared.
It was one of those weird scenarios where Stare hits a time-in, Fighters hit a time-in as well. And then so you're both teams are waiting for your lurks to come through. And as a result, Fighter gets the information, hey guys, look, A's completely clear, let's rotate. Stare's holding, gets one but doesn't drop the bomb, and then falls. And then because that flank over towards A has got that information anyway, he can then go over towards heaven. Sprout piece it together, but there's just too many angles which they need to clear in such a short space of time. They're down a man advantage anyway. And yeah, that's a crazy round. All in the middle. But Dynamo Eclot come out on top. And they deserve it. Plays some very good CS. Slacks in with the peak with the scout. And it does, 21 points of health. Not great. Especially with Stare falling in connector. That's a great find by MBQQ.
They still have this long setup though here. But Dynamo actually haven't been long a whole lot this entire time. Mid is what often seems to be the problem. Connector as well. And they're hesitant. They're a bit scared, but the timing actually, this time around, it does work in their favor. And BQQ was straight behind it. So they find one back. But now, how will Sprout answer? They're going to completely abandon B? Or what are they going to be doing? Xiphon decides to hold on to his utility for now, especially considering that he is going to be alone, and they're not sure yet if it is going to be A or B.
Oh, I was going to say, it's a well-timed smoke, but Valencia's just gone completely through it. Disrespects the utility because he sees how far it was thrown. Refresh is tucking in with the MP9. Could be baited in. His cross is being held right now. And in fact, he's just going to go forward. Straight into his demise. And that allows Valencia the wiggle room he needs to find Xiphon. That overstep could be absolutely critical because Valencia has found another. It's just Lorks. They've got no money. And that's such a shame. Because if Refresh just tucks in there, Xiphon's position is to hold that crossing towards water. Bait in the SMG. But by that overstep and with that smoke on the bomb site, it allows Valencio all of the room to work with, and he gets 3 entry kills.
They are looking to punish. They are looking to conquer on the map pick that is Sprout. And who would have thought a map that Sprout is generally very comfortable on. But they're getting overwhelmed by Dynamo. Both on their CT side and T side, they are delivering and outplaying Sprout just completely. And this is the thing, it was so rough already early on. Sprout had a couple of T side rounds, and sure, it was only 6, and it definitely isn't, you know, too out of the ordinary. But a lot of their rounds were so earlier on in this match. All the momentum seems to be a bit come and go. The money is shattered as well now for Sprout. They can only afford 2 rifles alongside some upgraded pistols and a scout. Everything seems to be pointing at Dynamo for now.
Yeah, this is very difficult. And Lawrence has got aggressive more often than not, so Dynamo Eclot are even aware of this possibility. Flashbang goes through. Fighter not going to be blinded by it. He can continue pushing, even going to flash again for himself. Lawrence is somehow still alive. He's got the support. Slacks will trade. But this is only going to favour the T side. They make their way up towards long now. There's no contestment over here. And the lurk of Valencio, the threat that he's been providing, can just keep these players anchored on in. Oh. Snacks nearly fall in there too is everything. He needs to just stay alive for his team.
Now there is a flank perhaps coming. We have Stair at the top
Look
of
at
Connector.
Valencia. He's gone. He's on the bomb site.
This round is such a mess because they have that information out that causes that player in Connector to completely fall back. And Dynamo might be a bit indecisive. Did they want to go for this one? Now they might as well. Valencia grabs the kill upon Stair, and only 2 players left alive on the side of Sprout. Slacks comes in, rotating and Refresh just with a pistol in hand. He's going to go in first, take the bait, but eventually there is nothing they can do. 16-11 it will be, and Dynamo come up top here in this first map of this best of 3.
Really impressed with Valencia's lurking. And just Dynamo Eclot as a unit. These mid-rounds were played to perfection. They were finding all of these gaps in Sprout's defense, and they just kept pressing on them. It was very difficult for Sprout to respond. It looked like they had a clear game plan coming into it, but the reactions from Dynamo Eclot were superb. And that puts them in really good steading heading in for the rest of the series, because now we're going to head to their map pick of Mirage. And honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if they win that one as well.
No, so far they are looking solid. Their win rate is technically a bit higher. They've also just played it almost double the amount of times recently in comparison to Sprout. Of course, Sprout has been playing, I would say, perhaps more tougher opponents overall. But I think the most recent experience that Sprout especially has been getting were in the domestic scene in ESL Meisterschaft. So not too sure. More recently, now they need to get back into the flow, a bit rusty as you were already predicting. And that's exactly the case. Now going into Mirage, it's not their map pick. They might as well, they do have that CT side advantage perhaps. But that will have to be the lifeline. If not, Sprout will get eliminated. But before we find that out, we will go to a very short break up first. And after that, we will see you in just a little bit.
up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time, but can't get it in any way? On our website, you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the User Giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Hello.
All right. Oh, sorry.
It's all right. Look, we're both here. We're both excited to be here, right?
Woo!
Look, Dynamo Eclot, Sprout, Eclot. They took the map
Yes.
pick of Sprout on Overpass, and now, well, we're going to see if they can translate that over to Mirage. Can they do it into, or will this CT side of Sprout start off a potential for a third? Bill, let's just wait and see.
I'm excited though. Dynamo has bought up a lot of utility here going into this round and a very fast pace they go in with. Oh, that was clean. A very beautiful execute out of Valencia. He's looking for more. He grabs a second as if it is a nothing. And they've lined up all the utility that can get that bomb down, and already Sprout is so far away. Looks like they don't even want to go for this.
Yeah, Valencia is unreal. Really nice entries coming in. It's just the drive-by for that first go out towards the B apartments, and then just follows up with perfect execution over towards bench. That's a very comfortable pistol being taken by Dynamo Eclot. Very strong on their T sides, and that's a perfect showcase of it. And they're coming out here with intent. If they start this as they mean to go on, it could be a very rough day in the office for Sprout.
Yeah, already a good start. At least they managed to save over some Kevlar, a kit, and a smoke. But, yeah, not the best start possible. Especially knowing Dynamo have planted a bomb. They have so much money now to work with. So it's going to be a big force. And they're looking to force up here themselves as well on the back of what they managed to save. It definitely is a bit risky. Because if it doesn't quite go their way, Dynamo could easily have 3-4 rounds up on the board.
Well, it's going to be a commitment. That Molotov misses. Doesn't quite go under. Then flushes out all of the narrow positions up top. But Eclot have to be aware. Good flashbang, but MBQQ still adjusts his crosshair. Suddenly, all of these players are falling by the wayside. Bomb site overwhelmed. And Sprout completely dismantled on A.
Yeah, and once again, with that investment, best to just back off. But it means it's another investment. Oh, not fulfilled. He is able to actually get an exit upon detour. So that is one. But he needs to make sure that he's not going to be losing his life. Might still be happening because Caspian is very close. Looking to get some cash going with the Mech 10. But, oh, no. Just looking to sit tight. But that's the second round now up on the board for Dynamo. They can just keep it going. Most likely the next round, I don't think the contestment will become much bigger.
Yeah, no, solid round again from that T side. It's just the flashbangs. That's the instrument to their success. And also they're all just swinging as a unit. They've been practicing dry running those pathings on point. Comes right into action there. Everyone's caught off guard for Sprout. And you're right, as mentioned, it's just going to be that FAMAX. Well, he's been spotted. Detour does a lot of damage. Follows up with a combination of utility to flush Sprout away. They'll reset in towards A, which means middle is completely gained by this T side.
Look at this though, Sprout completely decides to stack up, but they actually managed to get away with a kill. And then M4 recovered. And that means an extra bit of firepower. Instantly change of plan. They're going to send a couple of players over back towards B. So before Dynamo had the chance to really conquer any part of the map, apart from mid, they are now left with a player down.
I think Capson just Molotov Detour in towards ladder. But that's not ideal. But what could be ideal for Dynamo Eclot is the fact that even though Sprout prematurely rotated expecting to be hit, Dynamo Eclot have reset and they're going to split A. They've even got Dysel holding down, positioning towards ladder, looking in towards jungle at the moment. But the pressure is all on Zyphon, who doesn't have armor, by the way, trying to just hold on with this Galil on his own.
He's just waiting for the bomb to be planted, because it is still yet to be. But now MBQQ and Gaspin find kill after kill, making it very, very difficult for Sprout to hang on. The earlier round was nice, but a great recovery coming out of Dynamo, so that only single slip-up that happened, that's all that they will get. And Sprout back to the drawing board, back to, well, most likely just having, well, they are actually able to get that buy going. Some players lower on utility, but still on board. They have that up, managed to have just enough. And Dynamo, they don't have one of their own just yet, going for all that bonus money here. Still with a Mech 10 on ball. Very fast-paced once again. This time in underpass. Top of mid is being contested. And the kills actually start to rain in favour of Sprout. Good hold over towards the A-bomb side, over towards middle. And just Gaspin all by himself, and he is the one with that Mech 10.
Ooh. Refresh doesn't want to give away his Galil. Try and bait in the AWP instead. Stairs already stepped in. Oh, nice wide angle with the spray. Doesn't quite line up, so Capson gives it a go, but not quite. A bit more of a bonus from Dynamo Eclot. They have Mach 10s. They still had Galils because they've been keeping it quite clean up until this point. So one rifle round technically passed for Sprout, but now's a true test. You've got an AWP out for Capson. You've got the full AKs and complete belts of utility for this Dynamo Eclot side. The Sprout look to make it consecutive rounds in a row.
Let's see. Early round, Dynamo playing people default. Actually more heavy towards A, but immediately abandoning that. Especially as there was some early nades being thrown in. Oh, Valencia. Oh, luckily he gets away with the timing on the back of the Molotov, but it could have gotten nasty if he was truly caught with a Molotov in his hand. Lucky to be alive, but it also causes a reaction to come out of Dynamo. Middle control for now. Looking to smoke off parts of that jungle territory and top of middle as well. So they have a lot of range here to work with. But the question is, how will they continue starting from here? Because earlier, things have gotten a little less uncontested. And they have so many players up close. They're going to be actually taking the risk, trying to come straight through. But the crossfire is set up. Not expecting a second player to be there, and suddenly Valencio, he has some information, but now he gets smoked off. He needs to back up. But I also think it might already be too late.
Yeah, that's a really nice setup structurally from Sprout. They leave short open, instead they play double just towards top connector. The biggest weakness would be if they went mid to B. Stair's actually even going to catch out Valencio, so Capsule might not be able to save on to his sniper. Does manage to provide a safe passageway. But yeah, they had 4 players over towards B. It was towards A. It was a little bit more of a stack coming in, but they wanted to retake mid. If they could retake mid, they'd flash over connector and 2 players would swing wide. I guess that's the exploitation of that entire setup. Dynamo Eclot not aware that they're playing with a little bit more of a lean, which we did see on Overpass as well. So often Sprout would start with 3 or 4 players heavy, dedicated towards one bomb site, and then reset. So something to be mindful of going forward. Not in this one, because it's just going to be an AWP and Tech 9s for Dynamo Eclot.
Don't underestimate the pistols, though. And Casper on an AWP. Definitely saw him shine on the previous map already. Only for now, he is looking to get into top mid a bit late. Detail certainly is aware that players could be close. No, and his AWP is taken away. Very unfortunate affair here for Dynamo, and looking to push in as well. Oh, the timing. Refresh misses his shot. And straight from behind, he doesn't check the angle. Who knows, a Tech 9. It does deliver on one player, sadly not a conversion. So, Dynamo got a bit of damage going. But probably not exactly what they were hoping for to get a chief with it off, because that's taken out. It's transferred over at least up upon Valencio. But everyone is just separated from one another. Individual fights time and time again. So, this round will most likely be thrown away. And Valencio, he's looking to save perhaps here in the spawn area. But it's also a question whether if he actually truly can, if he's about to be hunted. So for Sprout, just sitting tight, not letting things slip away, because you have that advantage. Don't want to give any unnecessary kills.
It's interesting watching Stair play this B bomb site over the last couple of rounds, because he's been treating the van position like Pit on Inferno. Just burrowed into the corners, not moving a muscle. And to be fair, he doesn't have to, because there's not been much contention for Dynamo Eclot at all over towards B, aside from the pistol. So by his positioning, that then inherently enables more of these stacks to come in for Sprout. And it means they can delegate more of their resources towards middle and that lean over towards A. It's going to be exciting to see going forward whether that setup's going to change or whether it will change once he's received that pressure towards B.
The scoreline now is all tied up, and the pressure is on Dynamo. Really need another round now up on the board. Sprout, I mean, the bridge has been gapped, but at this time, we all know Dynamo has had some incredible rounds on the previous map that I have no doubt that they could easily get back into things. But, oh, this is interesting. The shadows don't reveal anything as of right now. Zyphon might not be ready if MBQQ is going to be jumping down. But neither does MBQQ know, of course, the positioning of Refresh. And having Zyphon so close there to help him out as well. But I like this. Very heavy focus on towards A. It's almost as if they predict where Dynamo is going to be heading. Now they're lining up a couple of pieces of utility in the meantime. Just making sure they're not going to try and enter the site with 20 seconds or so left. Let's just do now go over. And there we go. Position not checked. That's exactly what they were hoping for. That's the opening there in play. And now counter utility to the lane.
Vitor. Oh. Zyphon's holding for him on a swivel towards ramp. That was the one gap that Eclot could have exploited. Now Valencia out towards Palace, does find refresh, and they know that Zyphon was occupying ramp as well. A little bit of room. Flashbang forward. They need to get onto this bomb site. The bomb, it can start to make its way through, but they need to clear Zyphon, who's been flashed back in towards this position. Valencia with one. But it all throws it onto Capson, and he can't reveal that he's been here this entire time. Just looking to hold on to the AWP. Now needs to look into the corner so the gun barrel isn't exposed. What a round from Zyphon. And really nice for him to be flashed back into that position as well.
It was just so nicely played out. Everything towards ramp. The executes seem clean. And Sprout, once again, come up top. The money not there. Dynamo is unable to build any of it up. But, oh, well, this is an interesting buy. Caspen with an AWP. And then the rest upon a couple of upgraded pistols. So that means, depending on where this round goes, but it might become, it might end up in a weird spot the next round. They're just hoping that Caspen can perhaps deliver. But previous time they did this, Caspen lost his AWP first things first. And now already Valencia took a large chunk of damage. Everyone's sitting in ramp though, creeping up, actually making a lot of space. And Sprout are not even aware that players have already crossed into Sandwich.
Yeah, Slacks could be caught off guard here, especially with this boost coming in. Capson actually went out the AWP head-to-head, and MBQQ re-pinning forward. Refreshers repositioned down towards underpass, but now his position is compromised with the shadow. That's another good find. Now, MBQQ with the M4 swings out, gets rid of Lawks. Huge kills coming in for Dynamo Eclot, and Capson is doing everything. It's all up to Stare. 1 versus 5, and he's even being hunted by another AWP.
Hoping for a timing. Not quite going to be there. Oh, just on 1 HP. He does manage to escape for now. Has an AWP in his hand. Not sure if they want to go for a T-side double AWP. Stare at least finds Detour, so that's more damage dealt. But he is looking for opportunities. Valencia goes for an AK instead. K1 doesn't find one, but at least has an M4, so a large upgrade, considering how, of course, this round started out to begin with. What a round. Just going and gun blazing, so much control taken, and not expecting that to come out. Most likely expecting a bit more of an actual eco coming out, so that AWP, not predicted at all. All that impact Dynamo is having. So they bounce back 4-4. And let's see if they can now convert.
It's actually huge that Capson got that first bit of contact as well, because that completely still guises the fact that Eclot had creeped so far forward on the bomb site the entire time. Nice little detail. It comes up in favour for Eclot. Again, it's this contact play. This time Slacks is holding, and Detour will be removed. And there is a player locking in Palace. Valencio's in ladder, which is pretty cool, all things considered. But what can he really do with this position? Zyphon under Palace, about to be Molotov out of position. Now needs to react. He's being spammed all the way through, so low, but he's still alive. He's still here.
Oh, I am not sure how he's even alive after that one. K1 spotted his face. He will now swing, but already 2 kills in return on the side of Sprout. So much damage already dealt him. K1 is just completely isolated. Nothing he can do. Panicking with a Molotov in his hand, hoping to then separate some fights, but it's all gonna be denied. Sprout doing a wonderful job there. And I mean, initially, this was the thing. They had such good impact already, so much information on players being in Palace and coming out of ramp. They knew exactly what was coming. Just being patient. You can afford a loss or two. But eventually, the important thing is to come up top. So, first tactical pass coming through on the side of Dynamo. They can afford another buy, but as far as utility goes, things are a bit limited. Also, MBQQ on a Galil. But it is a buy nonetheless, and they want to make it count.
Double ult for Sprout as well. So this is now going to change the dynamic of where they're going to be going. Because Launx is normally the short player for this roster, so he'll either occupy B apps or he'll just go over towards short anyway. If you're Dynamo Eclot, you know that there's quite a few players that have always been towards this A bomb site, so you might not be ready for this secondary AWP. That's exactly what's happening. Launx and Stare, they're going to push the issue here, and MBQQ will actually trade, but Launx finds Valencia all the way at the back of the map and hits another one.
At least middle is ground of Dynamo. Ooh. Well, that's a nice boost up. Might not expect it. But he needs to be trusting in his teammates, because if those over towards connector end up falling, that means he needs to strike.
Silent drop off that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm very surprised how he managed to do that, but it is definitely possible. And now with also another kill coming through, Casper finds one. Oh no! What is happening? Oh, not again! Well, Caspin is all by himself right now. The pressure is back on. Dynamo had such a good shot here. And now he's trying to hang on. He swings. That was an opportunity, but it's a leg shot instead. And he is now creeping into ramp. Needs to reload. 5 bullets. Of course, we all know. But this is not an easy task. There's no smoke though, so there is still a shot here for them to work with. He needs to be hitting him though, and Refresh just swings with a USP in hand. Sprout, my goodness, they make the impossible possible again, and they come up top again.
Launch with the quad. It all starts off here. Then he finds the follow-up onto MBQQ, but how on earth does he hit this collab? Do we get to see this? I hope so. That's Capson doing work. No, okay. They just kind of line up for him because he's been in B the entire time. All right. Central rounds. Dynamo Eclot reduced just to a mishmash of weaponry. Looking to go quick out towards mid. It could be a fast mid to B, potentially on the cards. Refresh, mollied out of his position, and now needs to concede the control.
The smoke will delay things, so Casper, who was trying to make his magic happen over towards A with an 8K, will be denied, and instead will be forced to pick up the bomb, regroup with the rest of the squad. That's most likely how you can make... Oh, it happened! Oh, if only that was a single tap needed. He could have perhaps gotten 2 there. But now there was trade potential. And now another kill found by Stare as well. Everyone keeps falling one by one. Casper with an AK in his hand perhaps could do it, but crossfires again set up, and Sprout will convert. 7 rounds up on the board right now. Things just start to look more solid and solid as time progresses. Of course, they are desperate for this map because even though this is not their own map pick, a lot of stakes are up here. Of course, a spot in the quarterfinals. And they want to continue. They're a map down. But this could be the potential winning grounds. If they end up this map and we land ourselves over towards Ancient, we could have ourselves a very interesting game, and already again the pace has been set. Opening kills go the way of Sprout.
Yeah, this feels very difficult for Dynamo Eclot to try and force their way back in. Oh, that's even worse. Capson hits the incendiary head on. There's literally is $600 for a kill. Detour dancing around the smoke, back turns with Refresh, reconsiders. Spray, in fact, it's going to be Slacks to bail him out. Look at that. He somehow survives on 20 points of health. Now Valencio peeking in towards ramp. Can he find anything? Well, Slacks is so close to his position. Oh, he didn't even spot him through the box. dear. Just Valencia 1 versus 4. Feels improbable, especially because Sprout, or they've all got the bomb. And now they're even hunting him on the flank. Yeah, this one is definitely going to be a Sprout round.
Most likely the best thing Valencia could do is try to see if he could save an AK. He's actually looking for damage dealt by the look of things. Or just to die. Make sure that he at least has cash in the bag moving forward. But I think now that he hasn't spotted anything, he is just hoping to fall back even further. And Sprout, I mean, they technically have the money for it to go and hunt, but... Well, oh, no. Sad.
Yeah, that's so unlucky. Like, he's stuck in the smoke anyway, but... Yeah, unfortunate. Longs has been incredible in the AWP, to be fair to him. He's been hitting every single shot required. Another pause coming through. Taking a look at the money. If you're Dynamo Eclot, like, the consideration is you need rounds on the board, but at the same time, the investment will not be pretty. You've got 4-stage loss. So you can probably invest again. You can get more pistols out, but it still feels very unfortunate. You look to your player like Detour, who is the X factor for this side alongside Valencio. And he's not had the best of starts here.
Yeah. Just again, couple of upgraded pistols alongside that AK. Not the best investment, as you were saying already. They will have to do it. I'm just interesting to see what they're going to be doing, because on these types of rounds we haven't seen too much exciting coming out, just more of a default play, hoping that Sprout can make a mistake, but often that's not quite gonna be the case. Valencia, hello, boosting himself up, hitting the tap, and that is already siphoned out. Now there's not necessarily a player close to pick up that rifle, but an opening will have to be instead. Dynamo going with very heavy aggression in towards the A-bomb site. The Molotov missing a tad bit. So there was perhaps an opportunity for Slacks to still try and peek, but buying some time for the rest of the team to come in close and then retake it 4 against 4.
This gets a little bit difficult because the bomb's planted for Eclot in towards Connector. Is the gun barrel going to be spotted on top of the smoke? No, but Fider's just playing into it. Lonks runs straight into his death, and now just dancing in and amongst the smokes is Fider on for potentially a 3K. And Slacks needs to run away, but he'll be caught out in the back lines. In fact, it's that Tech 9 to strike again, and what a round secured. These pistols look better than the rifles at times.
It is insane. This kill as well. Look at this. Oh man, yeah, and this is the thing, don't go in straight through a smoke. If you're gonna do that dry, you give all the advantages to those pistols, especially Tech 9s up close. They are gonna be extremely deadly. So another lifeline, another opportunity for Dynamo. 5th round now up on the board, and once again Sprout going aggressive. They did that the previous round, so Dynamo completely not expecting it at all to happen again, but perhaps they can recover. That's a nice strike back. Casper on the ult takes one back.
Again, you got these 3 players leaning towards A, but as soon as I say that, Refresh and Slacks reconvene in jungle with Refresh rotating over. Look at this pushing towards Palace. Xiphon could catch these players. They're not expecting him. And he's playing the trigger discipline. Sees the bomb, calls in his team, and drops it. Now he can just hide, potentially, but he gets caught off guard. Valencio in the back lines, but he's allowed Slacks to rotate over in the meantime. Nice fight. MBQQ on towards Refresh. Now it's thrown into this 2 versus 2. And the pre-aim looked really good, and the grenades actually finished the job in the meanwhile. So Stare now needs to come up clutch.
Bomb has been planted, but Stair is still so far away. Doesn't have a kit, doesn't have utility. Well, now he has at least a kit picked up and a nade and a Molotov. Timing will be everything here. No one actively looking towards his positioning as of yet. But already so much time has been wasted, and instead we'll pick up an AWP and go and save that.
It's the right call. But what a recovery. Given the state of affairs you were in, that push coming in towards Palace, I think it was Zyphon that was just controlling that. When his teammates had rotated, that's when he struck. He dropped the bomb as well to buy a couple more seconds of time. Just didn't expect the rest of the gang of Dynamo Eclot to be in such close proximity. But these little plays from Sprout, the aggressive nature of it, just trying to set the pace of the play, it has been working. But if you're giving over these one-on-one gunfights, well, it looks like Dynamo Eclot, they've got your number. They're coming out on top, especially with this hero moment from MBQQ. That nade is everything.
Oh, it's so beautiful to watch. So, this is the great thing. A conversion on the side of Dynamo. That means absolutely no money, really, on the side of Sprout. At least they can have some investments. They have an MP9 and AWP, but AWP is almost burning alive. So much damage already dealt. The pace has been set and K1 just continues.
That's 2 openers. And that leaves you with, a couple of MP9s and a D. Not ideal. Dynamo Eclot, they need to clear their corners. And they will with this incendiary perfect. Nastair has to waste his smoke. They know where he is. They could just leave him there.
Just going back out. Made a bit of noise over towards B. Having that smoke, of course, in play. And then making sure you could perhaps split Valencio as well. Grabs a kill over towards his B bomb side. He could have a great lurk. Will be traded. But the amount of time and space wasted. Sprout are in a very tough spot to really get things going. Refreshes all by himself. Over towards the connector area. He's looking, creeping around the corner, but everyone is positioned already, know exactly where he is. And that is a 7 to 8 half here on Mirage. Very, very close. And even though the initial opening of Sprout looked great, Dynamo have had a great comeback here as well. And there are still shots here for them to close it in a 2-mapper.
Yeah, I like the way that Dynamo Eclot play these mid-rounds. We saw an example of it on Overpass, and we see it again in this round perfectly. They give contact over towards B, they force the utility out, and then they contact walk back in with a split. They don't reset, and you can see that Sprout were gambling more towards A. As soon as the contact came in, they were like, okay, let's just hedge our bets. Let's head towards the bomb site. It was completely the wrong call, and it's just really well played. And now, you've got a quicker play coming in from Sprout. It's going to be a replica from what we saw from Dynamo Eclot. However, this time, they've got the info.
Fast-paced again. Once more on B bomb site, but Dynamo looks to be stronger. 3 kills already, 1 in return. That means it is very big trouble here on the line. Sprout, their scoreline is equalized as Dynamo conquer in this pistol.
Night and day from what we saw in that first half. Smokes dropped in immediately. It funnels Sprout into a position where they have to go past 3 USPs at once. And they're just not ready for the amount of arsenal that Dynamo Eclot are backing towards this bomb site. It works out perfectly. They've tied up the game, looking to retake the lead, something that they haven't had since the very start of this game. The Sprout, they're just on Glocks.
Now this is the thing, if you go out for a bit of an aggressive push, chances are there's going to be a Molotov or a nade thrown your way. Now Dynamo actually doesn't have that much here as far as utility goes to work with. Decided to buy up into the M4s, and this is very interesting because earlier we've seen so many regular M4s, And all of Dynamo are still playing with the A1S. So far, doesn't seem to be a trouble at all. Just continue to conquer against the blocks. And there we go. Nate will finish it off. 9th round up on the board. But the next one, that is really where things will get interesting, because Sprout will have the money. Won't have a counter side off, but they at least will have full on AKs and utility on board to try and deal with this force of Dynamo Eclot.
Yeah, let's see it, because it needs to kind of come in sooner rather than later, in my opinion. Because Dynamo Eclot are a very momentum-based team, so if you give them a few rounds in quick succession, and it's in a very clean manner, they'll thrive on that environment. But the contact play out mid works out in favour of Sprout. Stare taking all of the control, and Zyphon finds MBQQ. That's a really big find. Detour using that light in towards middle will allow an opportunity for them to strike back.
Smoke is fading. Detour looking. Gets himself in underpass instead. So there's some information gained. And oh, if he decides to push, oh, this could get interesting. If he actually catches the time, it could be so crazy. They're looking behind.
No.
But oh no, he's looking away right now. This could be everything. No, but a missed shot. No! Detour, the play. It could have been theirs, but now still a 3-on-4 with a missed opportunity. Straight into the B-bomb site. Sprout goes with a lot of utility raining.
Oh, Fider's rotated in time. They've dealt with the apartment threat, but Fider keeps on going. Another kill back in. And now there's a lurk. Valencio, he's working his way forward on towards short, but where Fider has stopped fighting, that presents opportunity for Sprout to reconsider their options. 17 seconds. They're going to walk into B. They need to get past this CT, but they've gone completely quiet. And as a result, oh, Fider walks straight into them. That is real 5D chess.
Oh, he thought that the bomb had rotated off, which I can understand considering the numbers. You know, maybe it was a split in the bomb being on middle, and then the players from middle decided to build to A. I can understand where he's coming from, but it's just so painful to watch, knowing that he has actually a good opportunity considering the amount of time that was still left. So that means Dynamo for this up-and-coming round have very limited amount of weaponry to work with. A couple of pistols and an MP9. Now, is that MP9 in a very nice and cheeky spot over towards the apartment? But Sprout like to play it slow.
Good Molotov thrown in. MBQQ now has to just duck in. Just under the balcony. A really good opportunity for Sprout to take the control back in this game. Logs doesn't get caught off guard. Zyphon's been brought down low. In fact, he gets finished off, and Valencio with another deagle shot. These pistols, we know how potent they can be all series, and well, they're looking to do it again.
So here's the footsteps. The information certainly has been gained. A flashbang comes through to help him out. But sadly, with just a deagle in hand, it is very tough. Ooh, hello, Detour. That's a nice one, Deke. But once again, Trade is up on the board. But perhaps Caspin is in a good spot. The timing has been missed. But, oh no, he's looking away. Oh, that's the opportunity. That is the first kill. No rifle there, but he will switch to the deagle instead. And he's in a 1-versus-1 now against Refresh. Back at the side, he does swing. He connects the spray. And Sprout hang on. But at just an inch.
Yeah, well, what cost, right? That's incredible work coming off of these deagles. Putting that into a 1-versus-1, keeping the economy a little bit more honest for Sprout. And some of these shots were incredible. The fact that you got another example of timing in this game. How many are we going to see this entire series? Refresh holds his nerve. 1 versus 1 secured. But now the reinvestment for Dynamo Eclot can come back out. Full blind on both ends, and Detour will still come out on top. Oh no.
Well, oh, the drop comes through. That wasn't even that much necessary in order to deal with that. Just 2 very clean kills. Now, there is one on in return. Oh, well, make it 2. Things are even suddenly. But the bomb has been planted, and they are getting themselves ready for after plant here. Falling back into ramp and into, I think that's firebox. So very forward towards jungle as well. So much control. And Dynamo are completely unsure if they can go for this. There is no kit. Only a smoke and a flash. And the money is in a rough spot.
The economy on a nice edge for both of these teams. MBQQ just about gets out. But Launx, he's looking to push the issue. Great find. Any rifle that can be denied. Dynamo Eclot is a win for Sprout. Because, I mean, you can't really invest back in. If you're this CT side, you can get a couple of pistols, but that's about it. The HP was just so low. Really critical kill.
So let's see what Dynamo can do. They have those 2 M4s, the rest on some pistols, but we have seen time and time again that those pistols, they can deliver. Often, they've gotten away with, what, 2, 3, maybe even 4 kills. Now a 1-for-1 trade over in towards the middle ground. Refresh at least finds Detour. But look at the space, Sprout. They are just creeping by. And Long's there. Perhaps at least another trade. Oh, the shoulder. It has been spotted. And there we go. A quick tap with the pistol. Valencia has a free AK. Once again, we've landed ourselves in a very doable situation. But the time will be of the essence. There's no kit. They need to get the kills in very fast. And Slex gets in from behind. Caspin eventually connects with a Deagle. Oh, that Molotov. It will be extinguished. And he knows exactly where that Molotov came from. He looks towards Short. He grabs the kill. And this round, it is time for Dynamo to get onto double digits.
How on earth do they keep doing this? Dynamo Eclot making miracles with very minimal investment. And now we're talking about it. I thought this was a mistake. Dynamo just falling with one of the 2 rifles in the camp, especially with finding one. We've just been like, okay, well, surely that's everything. No, Valencio with the pistol, making things happen, and then Capson with the 1 versus 2. It's another round that Sprout would like to quickly forget, because they're now working with a couple of Deagles themselves. It's the Uno reverse on the server. As they look to seize the day in towards middle, Slacks will fall immediately at the hands of Detour.
And he had an AWP in his hands as well. That is such a big investment gone. It will be picked up in the hands of Stair. But that's not the best start. That's not what you were hoping for. And this is the ground for Dynamo to really get back into things. Ooh, well, the AWP will strike. So that's a kill straight back. But still, a lot of time already wasted. And the only thing that they have been able to get thus far is the top of mid.
Yeah, they're waiting for Dynamo Eclot to force the issue, to go aggressively and push further forward. That is not how they've been playing this entire second half. Apart from a few rounds here or there with the limited weaponry, they know how important this round is, so they're going to rely on their positioning. They're going to stay completely tucked. Capson up high, Xiphon removed.
And the time as well, with 30 seconds on the clock, Dynamo knows they need to make a move soon. Flashes will start to fly. They are so ready. 3 players here, already 1 more out. They catch the cross up on short. That should be the information. And K1, he has been doing so much work over towards the B-bomb side as well. This is the timing. The player over towards market, I think he has the information. They are not checking him, and he grabs both of them. 11 to 11, and Dynamo, they even out the scoreboard.
There's no money for Sprout either. It's just going to have to be pistols, which means that this economy can start to build on the CT side. It's there trying his best with the AWP, but the really reserved setup completely counters Sprout's entire idea of the mid-round. As you completely correct the scoreline, it is tied up. We've got a couple of deagles on the server for Sprout, but that is it. This should be a 12th fall in favour to the CT side. A bomb plant. That would be the best luxury here for Sprout.
Early nade thrown. Of course, knowing that most likely the money on Sprout is not too ideal. So you want to get the advantage, get the long range. That's exactly why K1 is boosted up, having the backup on short as well. And now, taking a bit of a peek. Playing up close instead. Oh, flash comes in. Oh, it actually does spot one, lands a couple of bullets through the wall. But it's not a kill just yet. He's creeping out of the smoke. Not sure if that was the play for Sprout to be going for. That's the first one out. And he is hungry for more.
Either wants the deagle. Fair enough. Just takes it away from Sprout. And now, yeah, they're just going to walk straight into this meat grinder. Very nice combination of kills. With only one casualty. Perfect scenario for Dynamo Eclot. A Sprout, their backs are a little bit against the wall now. Reinvestment can come in. There's not going to be... There might be an AWP for Slacks. I couldn't quite see that. But if there is, he has to try and make it sing. Nope, AK.
The pressure is on though. 4 on AKs, another buy up on the board. But it will have to count. Not Sprout. All the momentum will be gone. Ooh! Oh my goodness, Detour needs to be careful there for a second. Takes a couple of bullets almost to the face. But he is able to stay alive. MBQQ left to deal with short instead. And just uses a couple of pieces of utility to delay. Too big of a risk. Just waiting to see how Sprout will respond.
Nice little setup. Capstan deep in towards ramp. Valencio can be tucked in towards sandbags the entire time. The AWP's on the timer though, as they come up through connector. And the double swing in. Capstan's so tunnel visioned because of his position. But are Sprout going to clear Valencio? Because he has potential to have a multi-kill here, especially chiming in with MBQQ, who's now dealing with the players coming up towards connector, and Valencio will swing. Combination of kills coming back and forth throws this into a 2 versus 2.
Diesel taking a bit of a gamble there, swinging, not connecting a shot, but also not spotting a player. That should be a bit of information. And K1... Oh, well, they have found Stair, 2 versus 1, and all of a sudden the pressure's on for Slacks. This is the round that Sprout need to be winning. And they are so eager for it. Switching to the AK instead. They need to hurry up though. There's not that much time left and they know exactly now where he is. But the time is running low. It's a dark above the box. The timings are favouring Sprout. 12 to 12. And this might just go the distance.
What a round back in. It's the double swing on ramp. It's the drop off from either end. You think that MBQQ and Valencio have done enough to throw this one into a 2 versus 2. But not quite. Slacks at the back of the bomb site, choosing his angles, being so patient, wasting as much time as he can. And in fact, Sprout's going to throw this one into a little bit of a pause. Taking a breather just to talk about how they want to go about this round. They prioritise the utility over the weaponry. Mac 10 Galil. Is this a sign of a change in the pacing for Sprout? You'd imagine not with the AWP, but at this point, you want to try and catch your opponent off guard every which way.
Luckily, Dynamo, they do have the funds to still continue to go for this. But most likely will be their last. Also, K1 on just an MP9. Oh, but look at this. Oh, I love this. Going in for some information, for some clearance, getting that map control. And even though they haven't necessarily cleared out A, they have cleared out middle, though they are creeping back into underboss, so they definitely need to be aware of that. But Dynamo being patient, and I love this, just making sure that they're hanging on. Caspin finds another, and he's looking for more. Great flashbang, that's a leg shot upon refresh as well, and this round might crumble for Sprout.
Look at this. Fire just in the back of the bomb site. MBQQ can take the first contact, and he will do exactly that. Slack's caught a little bit unawares. Mac 10 swings, but that allows the MP9 to strike, and it's all on refresh. It was brought down early by the AWP. Actually gets finished off by the sniper. Dynamo Eclot with the potential to bring this one to 14, because look at the economy. Again on this T side, it is in a really rough spot, and Dynamo Eclot, they are potentially within touching distance of eliminating Sprout.
This is almost a guaranteed 14th round. Definitely is still possible for Sprout, but there is not that much room for them to still work with. Every round needs to count. Deal as much damage as you can, take away as much rifles as possible. And they're going to go in with a fast push, but it's been completely shut down. Detour with 3 kills of his own, and there is most likely only 1 kill for the side of Sprout. Only Detour to fall. That means money still in the bank for Dynamo to work with, even if they were to be losing the next. And this has just started to look better and better for the CCTs.
Yeah, for sure. Oh dear. Sprout could be in danger. Still no economy for an AWP. Slacks is having to continuously work with this rifle. Detour lucky to escape from that, but look at this change of pace. Detour swinging back in. He finds one, but immediately 3 kills, make it 4. Enter the feed for Sprout. There's that change of pace. Immediately comes through middle. And all K1 can do is just try and hold on to his weapon.
This is the answer that Sprout needed. Needed to be happening now, or else most likely would have been over and done with. But this has given them a lifeline. Now, the question is, do they want to go hunt? Because the money, of course, is not too great on the side of Sprout, but they might have an opportunity at hand, as the last remaining player is right there in apartments. All of them are here, hoping to bait out the shot. Molotov in play. Will take him up just a bit. Oh, and he's actually able to get away with 1 more kill. So that's economic damage. And the money, it's a bit so-so. 2 players might have a bit more of a rougher buy inside of Dynamo. But nonetheless, they're going to fight for that map and series point.
Oh, crunch time. That's Dynamo Eclot. I want to try and recover this situation again. It's this push from Detour. Thinks better of it. Crunching towards mid again from Sprout. This time, the CTs are going to tuck in. They don't want to give any opportunity kind of be eliminated. Slacks is now even upgraded to this AWP for himself. We saw that boost being employed towards top mid. Vital just holding in towards ladder just in case Sprout wants to try and extend themselves in towards jungle.
This timing can be everything. Refresh is very, very close by. But I think as soon as the smoke fades, no way! He still just heads that headshot. It is unbelievable. But Sprout might just hang on. But Caspian is trying to deny it. He says no upon refresh for now. Dito comes in from behind and he doesn't hit his shots. Sprout still have an opportunity with a player advantage now. And the timing will be of the essence. There's not that much left for them to work with. And now with the kill. Oh no, it's a follow-up as well. Sprout now suddenly from a player advantage in a player disadvantage.
They've got no utility really for this afterplant either. Eclot, they've got a Molotov and a flash to really work with. Speaking of flashes, one rains out. The Slack's holding this line. Needs to hit his shot, but he turns away. And now as he repositions, is he going to be ready for the boost? He is. And as more information being gathered over towards Sprout. Timer halfway ticked. Eclot can't go for this retake. Have to concede it. And Sprout, they're going to even up the scoreline.
Oh my goodness. 14-14. What is happening? It's down to... honestly, to the wire. The time, the utility, every single penny is worth the time here. Needs to be spent. And Refresh has been doing quite a lot here in this round, getting a large chunk of control. Eventually, yeah, sure, he will get traded. But already, the positionings of Sprout have been impeccable. It's a little sad that eventually the player over towards CT got caught. Because I really do like that though, but it gets checked. But it still paid off. They had information, they delayed, and they made it 14-14. Oh, and the money as well. Dynamo have barely anything, just an orb and an AK, and the rest, yeah, not even a single piece of utility at all.
They're gambling. They've rolled the dice and headed towards B. At worst case, you save 2 rifles and you play for overtime. Best case is that Sprout walk into your stack. They've actually elected to reposition all the way over towards A, or leading the charge. That bomb is out towards ramp at the moment. Spider's taken up a really good spot, but that means one of the rifles is really far apart from the rest of everyone on Eclot. So now it all falls on the shoulders of Capson. He needs to hit these shots.
Is there anything to do with his position? No. No smoke. He can still go on and kill freely. And no, they don't check the positioning of Valencio either. He has an AK in hand, and he is looking for more. He heads a couple of tags, and eventually the AK is transferred over. This looks to be a round 1 by Dynamo, but it's still a 2-on-1.
There's 20 seconds. Cypher needs to get the bomb. And Dynamo Eclot should know that. They killed the player out towards ramp. They can hear him running now, moving in. Dito's just wasting the time, allowing K-Fighter just to reposition. It's another bait, and then CT will strike. 2 rifles. And USPs win out against the full bite of Sprout to put them on series point.
Oh my goodness. I honestly can't believe what is happening. They only had 1 AK, 1 op, no utility, nothing. And they still managed to do it. No smoke over towards CT, and that is what's maybe gonna cost you. Or maybe we will go to an overtime. Dynamo certainly will be fighting for it. All these little moments, these little victories, they're gonna take it and try to conquer it. And Sprout desperately hanging on to a potential lifeline. So I've at least finds 1, but there is an ult in return. MVQQ, another follow-up, and the Mech-10 actually tries to conquer here in jungle. 2 versus 4. And Sprout might do it.
issue you've got is that bomb could be a ways away, but with Launx pushing the issue, it's all left on to Fider. They've got a good idea of where he is. Swings out for one, but Launx will trade. And we've got overtime here. Sprout managed to hold on. And they keep it going.
Oh my goodness. I am just baffled with what just happened. All these rounds are so incredibly close. Back and forth we have seen it go here in the second half. I mean, first half alone, 7-8. Now again, 7-8. And we are not done yet. We are going to overtime.
Oh, Sprout need a breather. So do I. Jesus. What is happening? What a crazy game of Counter-Strike.
Tactical pulse coming through on the side of Sprout. Now that they have really slapped Dynamo in the face by not being able to close it out, I want to see if they can capitalize on this. This needs to be the moment. You know, have a bit of momentum going your way. And you need to capitalize.
Everyone's got everything they could ever want. All the rifles, all the util. Sprout playing for the possibility for that decider. Eclot to try and prevent them that opportunity. Smoke's now coming back in towards Connector. Another control established. It's a fast split, but MBQQ holding the line. The flashbang, it's actually a team one. Daitor bails out his teammate, and suddenly all the kills are falling in favour towards Dynamo Eclot. It's just Stair left. He's in Connector with not a chance in this 1 versus 5.
It is so nice and clean. Dynamo come back with an answer. They say, well, you take it to overtime, we will make sure we win that first round. Make a statement. Shut you down. And of course, it's not done yet. Sprout can easily come back, but this is a great start and a great confidence boost for Dynamo.
Peter again. Slight gap in towards this Connector. Has been punished for being this aggressive before. Instead, does manage to evacuate safely. And there are players that can support Valencio, but he is kind of on his own here out towards A. That bomb's in towards top middle, so you doubt that one of these players will force the issue too far on Ramp and Palace, especially with Stair being the latter, just holding an angle in towards jungle.
Stair is very close. Oh, why he hears that. Oh, what a timing. Beautifully done. But is he expecting another player to be here? That is the question. Diesel does get blinded, but he's now unblind. And before he gets checked, he can strike. He's even repositioning. Oh no, are they checking him? They will. And that's a kill straight back. Sprout with a player advantage. Well, make it no one anymore because it's a 3-on-3 and Dynamo are looking to convert another one. Valencio goes wild with 4 kills that you can imagine. 17 now up on the board for Dynamo. Oh my goodness. Sprout. They were so eager for that round. They had good ideas. Eventually they were trying to get back into the round, but it all gets denied.
It's actually so important MBQQ steps out for this fight because it sells the fact that Valencio's not into the bomb site even further. And then he even repositions back in towards the Connector. That is huge. These little micro decisions really helping out Dynamo Eclot, but Valencio will be caught off guard. And it's a rinse and repeat. It's the same aggression in towards mid that we saw before, but MBQQ will find one more and even deals with the AWP slacks.
Another player advantage, almost 2, but Siphon gets one back, makes it even. Oh, so incredibly low, just 7 HP. But they have sight. They're even flashing into players. Gaspin looking. Oh, what a quick shot coming out of him, and he could get more. He denies that bomb plant. He gets one more player. And suddenly, Stair is all by himself. Dynamo are looking to get all 3 rounds here in this first half of OT. He's creeping in closer. Caspin hears the shots. Now with the bomb being planted. There we go! Straight through the smoke! 18 on the board for Dynamo. What a first half this was. And they only need one more.
A shutout for Dynamo Eclot. Very dominant in the manner in which they're approaching things as well. That all starts off the man deficit. Look at MBQQ just taking a lot of presence in this second kill. Slack's not ready for the up and over. And then these quick shots coming out of Caps, and he's playing incredibly well. 3 kills on the bomb site for him. And 5 kills is all Dynamo Eclot need in a single round. Just to eliminate Sprout here. Looking to progress on further, and it could all end with a simple A execute.
First kill already out. The rest caught behind smokes. Makes it very difficult. Tito even creeps behind one, but Refresh with a double that might hang on for now. Kills go through, the smoke fades, and that is an opportunity for Valencia to strike. 2 on 2 though. And the bomb is in the open.
That's a great flash, because that's information. Refresh on the top of stairs. Capson with the AWP. Does catch a leg, but that means Refresh will swing in. Sprout survive, but they need to do it 2 more times in consecutive manner to force this one to double OT. And that's off the back of these incredible kills coming in from Refresh. Slight gap in the smoke. Oh my goodness me.
Valencia has been doing so well getting these multi-kills as well. Definitely a player that earlier we were saying we should keep our eyes on. So 21 kills. Technically, Feder is on 31, even better. It's strange because Valencia on paper is at the bottom, but the kills he has been having are so impactful. It really shows that Dynamo, every player can do their bit, can have their moments. That's right, or Sprout are also very desperately hanging on. 1 found back, 2 more to find.
Siphon, we know how prolific he can be over towards ramp. Finding these advantages. Valencia looking for feet. Doesn't spot anything right now. With this flash, it's a little bit of a fake out. Because Dynamo Eclot, they are grouping towards B at the moment. 3 players for Sprout towards A. This is the right call.
They're clearing out ramp though at the same time, so Sprout by now should have a lot of information where Dynamo could be. Oh, that's a beautiful flash and a Molotov, completely blind. Can't sit tight, and that is the first player out. Make it 2. Slex goes down as well. And now with all that utility position, and look at this, already ready for a rotation to come through. That's information though. Then no 2 players minimum are going to be coming from market.
Valencia on this boost as well. Capson just continuously taking this fight in towards the window. And the pressure's now on for Sprout. They need to retake this. Valencia gets cleared. And so too does Detour. MBQQ versus Capson. There's just Siphon remaining. Swinging on down in. It's the end of the line. Dynamo Eclot will seal it in 2. And they eliminate one of these invited teams.
Sprout, who we were predicting to be the team coming up top, they're going to be falling short. They had impressive starts a lot of the times in the first halves, but then when it comes down to the mid-game, they let things slip out of control. And Dynamo, what a firepower, what a performance they have shown here today.
That's incredible. Just when you think this team can really just pull it out the bag, especially against a team like Sprout, who are on an upwards trajectory. It looks like they've got really good signs forming, but no. Dynamo Eclot, they've been grinding the scene for quite a while. They've been playing a lot in the CCT stages, and they've really made their mark here. Very impressive scout to take, and it's exciting to see how they will progress going forward in the North Europe playoffs.
Yeah, I am just so speechless. There were so many clutches time and time again in rounds that Dynamo shouldn't be winning. And oh my god. Well, they have done it. They are now going to be playing Gamer Legion up next. That will be, of course, happening later. And there's even more matches to be played today, Brandon.
Yeah, look, we've got the big one coming up next. It's Astralis versus Tricked. It's Device's return in the round of 16. And then a little bit later, to close out the broadcast, we've got OG taking on Havu. But for now, Villas, that's mine and yours time on the broadcast over. We're going to be handing the reins back to Grimmy Renard and Sneaky Beaky, who will talk you through the action for those remaining best of threes. But thank you so much for tuning in. Don't go too far, because in just a few minutes, we've got Device back on the server. We'll see you then.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellgates website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellgates, your world of expensive skins.
to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to CCT North Europe Series 2. And man, what a show we have for you today. We've got some of the best teams in the world coming to our playoffs this time around. But before that, my name is Sneaky Beaky. I'm joined by the wonderful Grimmy Ranar, and I believe Freddie has a couple of things to say in order to set up the storyline for our first series.
I think everyone knows why we are here. Revenge arc and also a comeback story. But firstly, we have a 4-time major winner, 3 of them being back-to-back-to-back, a 2 major MVP rated by ESL as the second best player of the decade. Device hasn't played a competitive match since last year, pretty much to the day. And this is him coming back home, as many people say, looking to reinvigorate this Astralis roster, who I think everyone can agree with have lost their identity over the last year. And now they're looking to go back to basics. They're building from scratch, and they're starting off here facing against their Danish brethren, Tricked, who as well, we're talking about this revenge arc, they boast the AWPer who originally replaced Device, the 19-year-old sniper rifle Lucky. This is seen by many as Lucky's revenge. What will be the outcome today? Device's comeback story held up in glory, or will this be swindled by Lucky's revenge arc being fulfilled?
Now, before we get any further into the storyline, why not look at this current iteration of the Astralis roster? Of course, we've got Glaive and Zipex, 2 further incredibly history players with this Astralis lineup. In fact, Zipex has been on Astralis for 6 years and 10 months right now. Mr. Blame F are also in the mix. Mr. one of the newer players here. He's only been on the roster for 2 months. He's coming up from the academy, filling in whilst Astralis, I guess, try and figure themselves out. Device has now been on the roster for a month, but this is, of course, his first official since being back. And he is also joined by the new coach in Castle, who joined alongside Device when he returned to his home, I suppose. This is where everyone properly knows him from, and this is where he's looking to make a splash yet again. Didn't quite work out on NIP, but let's see if he can do it again in Red.
Yeah, I think this is what everyone sees as coming back home, and he's also coming back to the likes of Glaive and Zipex. You were just saying there, they've been here for 6 years. This is the old core who pretty much made the game. Like, they completely reinvented Counter-Strike as we know of it today, and they're back here to see if they can do the same, joined by the new likes of BlameF, who a lot of people they tend to call him the beta of the team, BaitF, but I think he has so much more impact than people tend to realize, as being a super successful entry fragger, going in as a second or third man and trading out his teammates perfectly before it would have been the likes of Glaive and Config going in at the front, and he was perfect at going in as that second or third man. And then he's also, on the duality of that, very good at being a lurker. And the problem sometimes he faces is that he's a little bit too passive. And a problem that I see a lot at the lower level teams, and honestly, like a lot lower level, maybe even like tier 3, tier 4, are players not necessarily making a mistake, but not doing something to change the round. And Rops is... Vu actually made a great video about this, and he took Rops and BlameF as two examples. Rops as a lurker actually makes an impact when the round gets sour. BlameF sometimes struggles to take hold of that impact. And I think that's sometimes where BlameF gets criticized a lot. And also where he gets criticized is his entry fragging. His eco frags.
Yeah,
he actually has... He is so much more aggressive on those eco frags. And the statistic that someone threw at me, I think it was Nero from HLTV a couple weeks ago, BlameF has a 1.81 eco frags per game. The lowest person behind him is Apex on 1.31. There's a 0.50 eco frags per game that he gets more than the second player behind him. That is monumental. And let's see if that'll be a difference for today. But with that all said and done, let's go head over to Tricked, the other side of this. Some people were saying there's a bit of a kit clash here. Some people were saying this is Lucky's revenge arc. Tom, what do you have to say about it?
I mean, I did enjoy having a glance through the HLTV forums. As I said, Lucky's revenge arc here after being removed from Astralis. Again, Lucky was always bound to be second in line to Device. It was very, very tough boots to fill, and unfortunately, Lucky didn't quite fill it. There was so much pressure on his shoulders, and it did start to get to him. But Lucky, over here on Tricked, has been a very impressive and prominent player, definitely helping Tricked rise back up in the rankings. He's been with this squad for 5 months now, after the original iteration. And yeah, I've been impressed with what I've seen. In fact, they were just in a best-of-5 grand final before this game, which is why we're a little bit late starting. They unfortunately had to forfeit the final map. They got it to a 2-2 scoreline. I was up against the likes of 500, who actually beat Astralis recently, and Tricked were well on their way to winning that one out. They had one more map to go, but time eluded them. But before I elude the rest of these Tricked players, we are, of course, introducing Iceberg, Quez, Prime, Nodios, and Winspy in as the coach. Now, Nodios is also a very new addition here. He's been on this roster for a month, and he's been very impressive. He's IGL'd in the past, but his rifling right now has massively elevated him in my eyes as a player. He was top fragging in the best-of-5 grand finals. He has been pretty consistent throughout the month he's been here, and up until the forfeit that they just had, Tricked were on an 8-win streak. But we have to remember, this 8-win streak was not quite on the same level as the teams at Astralis have been playing as of late. Of course, you've got Fnatic, you've got Ents, who are also in this tournament. Complexity, and then 500, as I mentioned, managed to beat Astralis 16-1 over on Ancient at Elisa Masters. So it'll be interesting to see if Tricked, who were very competitive against 500, will be able to do the same, even with the golden boy of Astralis now in tow. But as I said, that 8-win streak has been against teams like Sashi, Gen 1, eSuper, who aren't bad teams, don't get me wrong, but they're not quite an Astralis caliber, Freddie.
Yeah, no, I think you have perfectly hit the nail on the head there. And I'm going to just draw on that point a little bit more and talk about the regional scene for Tricked, because we were talking about this just for the broadcast, Tom. We have maybe some clear definitions of Danish teams. You have Heroic and Astralis, who are like these tier 1 teams. And then you go down a rank and you have someone like Copenhagen Flames, and then a little bit below that you have Ecstatic. And these are teams that wouldn't be playing in the Power Liga. They wouldn't be playing in these domestic leagues. And then you go even further down, and you have the likes of Tricked, Astralis Talent, Masonic, who still play in those regional leagues. And Tricked aren't even the best team that play in those regional leagues. They've recently, as you said already before, they lost to Astralis Talent on LAN as well. And they lost in the Power League finals, the last one, and I think that was against Masonic, and that was like an absolute bloodbath. They got absolutely swept away. They genuinely got destroyed by the older Masonic roster, so it was the pre-Danish shuffle.
New Ecstatic Core at Masonic, I think?
Yeah, it is. And then they literally got 11 rounds in two maps. Luckily, one of them was Vertigo, which Astralis instabans now. So, they
Yeah.
kind of delves away a little bit apart from that one. But this, I think, the big storyline for me, Tom, is you've got Astralis who should be winning this. Tricked have narrowly made it through to this playoff. They actually got a reverse sweep. They were 0-2, and they've done superb to get here. But the thing is, they've got here, and again, you just got to take the pinch of salt against lower level teams. But for them here, if they win this, like, that would be absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, Tricked are absolutely the underdogs here. They're going up against a team that is still just about clinging on to their tier 1 status. And if Device is even half as good as he was when he left this lineup back in December of 2020, in fact, no, sorry, that's when he left NIP, or at least benched himself there. He's been gone since April. That's a long time ago. April of 2021. That just doesn't seem real, man. Because every time I think of Astralis, I think of the Golden Five, and having to associate Device with any other team, it just feels weird. But oh, hello, we've skipped the vetoes actually, and we're heading straight into Mirage, Nuke, and Overpass. Okay, we were talking about this in the pre-game. Nuke is definitely going to be a pick for Tricked. They quite enjoy the map, and it's one Astralis is struggling on. Mirage, though, I think they're using this to reintroduce Device a little more slowly. It's a map that everyone has, unlimited practice on. And Device, he's going to be first man out on towards this A bomb site. As Astralis, the rest of the squad, they stack their way on up towards the B apartments. Iceberg edges his way forwards. It's Blame F looking like he'll be the first to receive as Quez gets into a bit of a tussle with Device here, but both quickly spurn away as Iceberg taps away. Blame F finds the first frag, and the B bomb site is under threat.
Blame F now in this entry role apparently is going to be testing Lucky, the Orca we were talking about. His Revenge arc is going to have to hold strong, but he's only got that first frag. There is a lot of rotations here very quickly. Prime will be the first one. However, Quez has been knocked down in response. Only 2 players on this bomb site currently for Astralis. As Device, he's coming up short. He's going to be very late, but they might be able to hold on without him. And Prime tries his best, but it will be Zipex, one of those Golden Fives you were referring to as before, holding off the first round for Astralis.
I still can't believe he's been a part of this lineup for 6 years and 10 months. Glaive up next was 6 years and a month, but that is some tenured history here. And that is why these are the names you think of when the Astralis name comes up. That they are just part of the furniture at this point. And it's good to see that after a little bit of rearranging, the Stalwart Device is back in store. And after winning his first round in quite some time, well, Astralis are off to a good start. But of course, it is just a pistol round. We can't put too much weight on this just yet. Blake peeking on in. He's looking for those coveted eco frags, but does go down very early to Quez. His Glaive. He'll have to pick up the pieces with a Mac 10. But yeah, this should be an absolute sealed off round for Astralis here. Only going to be a Mac 10 for Trickton. There's not much they can really do. But whilst this round finishes itself off, Astralis, when it comes to Mirage, 65% CT round win percentage, up to the 32% for T rounds. So they're going to need to have a pretty good start here on T if they want to take this one over the line. I'm a little bit worried if they can't get 6 rounds on T, but they do have the comfort of CT coming up next. And
he's
that's
back
nice.
On it a little bit. Yeah, he's back on it a little bit. But yeah, I agree with you. I think they should be looking to maybe exceed some of those expectations that they had, or some of the things they've precedented before, because I think they are playing against that lower level of team. But we've been talking about Device coming back from NIP. There's someone that we all know in the community, Owner Pixel. I actually heard that NIP was his. I actually heard NIP was his favorite team, and he actually went hunting for the Kato 14 sticker, and he luckily got it. So big props to him for getting that. But now Astralis, they're on the rifles against Tricked, and let's see how this round will play out.
Yeah, Blamer, first man down short. Good damage to Iceberg, but it's not quite the frag, and he will fall back because Astralis, there's no holding them back. Onto the A-bomb site already. Iceberg is so blind for Quest. That's a lovely jump up. Finds the first onto Mister, and huge damage onto Glaive. He hides amongst the smoke, though, as Iceberg finds another frag. Glaive does eventually trade on back, but it's a 4v3 for the CT side right now. Iceberg towards the top of the staircase, shielded off by smoke. But won't have to do the damage as Iceberg steals yet another onto the IGL of Astralis. Blame F has found an open B bomb site, though. And this is a really clean readjustment from Astralis, but can they win out at such a disadvantage?
You could see how aware Lucky and Prime were of BlameF. They were still focusing towards underpass and middle. And now BlameF in a very aggressive position. Tricks, they seem to be slightly aware that something like this has happened. And it will be Prime to go first. He's scouting with the bomb being planted. I don't know if he heard it, but definitely has now because it will be set down and BlameF. I don't like this position. I think it's very easy to lose out a gunfight there, and he will get spotted, but the Molotov will push them back even further. Tricked, all 4 players are retaking from markets.
Yeah, BlameF has readjusted towards the bench now as Zipex starts to spray. Can't catch anybody yet, though. Instead, it's Blame to take the first head. Zipex, that's a gorgeous frag, but Nodios finishes the job with a nade. BlameF continues to dance around. Ammo's running low here, just 3 minutes left. And that's all that BlameF needs. A 2v4, a 1v2 clutch for BlameF. And that is a fantastic third round on the board for Astralis as things start to spice up on the server.
Such a clinical round there at the end. Only 3 bullets left and he taps him. 2 versus 4. I was getting a little bit worried, to be honest, with how far BlameF was away, because he was literally on the other side of the map right at one stage. And like it actually works out perfectly. We were talking about his lurking abilities, and already they've shone in the first gun round, and Astralis have won because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the good faith in the bomb to head on over to the B bomb site as well, whilst there was still so much pandemonium on A, is a great read there by Astralis. And also BlameF. You did call him out for being a little bit too far forward in towards market, but it does turn out for the better as he baits out some shots and is able to Molotov and buy, an extra 10 seconds of time, as every single one of the Trick players was stuck behind the fire. If they used a smoke, then they give themselves up to what should be 3 frags for Blame, because they'll have to push through it. And with so little time left, that round is played perfectly by Astralis, especially the big man of Blame.
Yeah, I think this is a good start for Astralis. Tricked that first gun run. It was going their way. They actually, it seemed clunky for Astralis on that execute there on A, and it seemed like Tricked had set up really nicely to counteract that. And here on the Deagles, Nodius on the back of the bomb site does find one at range, but the problem is his teammates are being knocked down as he's dancing around Empty Pillar. And it's a 4 versus 4. Nodius will finally get executed. And it feels like this should be around, yet again, going the way of Astralis.
The Ego strike back, though, as BlameF has gone down again to just the pistols. And Iceberg, that's quite the nifty frag on the Deagle, picking up an AK of his own. This could make things a bit more complicated, but I think he should probably just try and cling onto that rifle. Maybe if Lucky and Quez can catch something. And Lucky, that's a nice headshot with the USB. Device taps away. As down goes Quez, Glaive seals the deal, and the crisis is averted, but Astralis do lose a couple more players than they probably should have in that post-plant there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Device has only got ecos so far as well. He has actually been farming those when they've come into his crosshair. And now, simultaneously, both orbs are being bought on either side. Lucky and Device, they have both been armed with their weapon of choice. And I'm really interested to see if we're going to start and see an opening duel be taken by Device, because he wasn't necessarily one that would like to take them actively, but he was very good at winning them when they came into his crosshairs. But it actually looks like a very early lean towards the B bomb site here for the Danes.
Oh, but what I'm more excited about, Freddie, is that the Device is now on the big green. Orp in tow. And Lucky also has one in his portfolio. Now, we're not going to see an opening duel between them just yet, as Nodios expends a bit of utility towards the back of the B apartments. Device holding this pixel angle. Will he get a gift of Nodios? No, it's not Christmas just yet. As Astralis, they're playing it slow.
Christmas is coming soon. This is a super slow round from Astralis. They've actually relinquished a lot of middle control. And they have actually used utility early on, but that's been completely negated by Prime just kind of swinging short. Now they are going to optionally give that up, Tricked. And they are just going to be playing very heavily towards the B bomb site. But as they're clearing out their extremities, we will see Prime going back to try and support Quez. And it's going to literally be in the nick of time, because look at this one. The execute is going to come, and Quez will be caught on the jump peak.
Yeah, that's a lovely entry frag from Blame there as Mister chimes in for another Prime. Is yet to be dealt with, though, and that's a huge double, but Mister shuts him down. And with that, Nodios is completely outpositioned. And he will be coming in from T-Spawn, but I don't know if he wants to go for a 1v3 here. Maybe if he finds the first kill, he could be coaxed into trying. And it will be a lone Mister in towards the Palace here. But Mister already 3 frags to his tally in this one. Plenty of trade opportunities, even if he does go down. There should be a 5th on the board in a row for Astralis here, as Trick struggled to really get off the ground. Losing that 2v4 was very damaging to them. And Nodios, okay, smoke dropped. He's not going to go for this. He doesn't have enough time, even with the defuse kit. But yeah, that will be the 5th for Astralis. Another fairly good round from them coming out.
Yeah, I was mentioning in the pregame there, talking about Config and his entries. I personally think that Config is the best entry fragger in Denmark over Dupree, and I thought losing him was more of a deficit than a benefit. And right now, they've got Mister, who isn't even really, I don't think he really is an entry fragger. He just likes to slot in a lot, and he's very malleable in this roster. He just opened up that bomb site perfectly, but he's done it at the back. He hasn't done it leading the charge. He's just held the angles and taken Blame F's role as going 2nd and 3rd in there, playing from Palace, lurking in and around, and that was perfect from him. An interview, as we got a timeout here, I could talk about an interview I did with Glaive over at the Pinnacle Cup Championship. He spoke about how hard Config was to control and how he always wanted to go out first. And this was one of the main problems of the role problems you had between like the likes of Glaive and Config. That firstly has been changed. Device was saying that is no longer an issue, with Zipex and BlameF settling into different roles perfectly. And Mister coming in, my perspective was, oh, it's nice because he isn't going to be as problematic as Config. And if he's able to be not as problematic and have that level of performance, that's not too bad.
No, I mean, I've been super impressed by Mister so far. I think Astralis surprised everyone at Elisa Masters after beating Ents 2-1. And they put up a bit of a fight against Fnatic. Mirage was a bit of a walkover, but a very impressive overpass from them ended in a crushing overtime loss. But yeah, after Astralis lost, 16-1 to 500, they did bounce back quite nicely, even if they did struggle against Complexity. And this is also factoring in the fact that they've had, 3 roster changes in the past 3 months? So they've had no real consistency. But now that Mr. Consistent is back in the lineup, let's hope they can find their footing before the winter break and come back even stronger. I mean, that's their aim. That's why they're here in CCT. This is going to be a stepping stone to the proper road to recovery for Astralis as, well, Zipex recovers himself another entry frag here. And I like the fact everyone on Astralis is sharing the duty.
Again, I think you put the nail on the head there. They just had constant problems with their identity and consistency, and now that necessarily isn't a problem. But this could all be thrown into disarray where, as you were saying, this is maybe not as an important game for them, but if they lose this, or if, to be honest, they don't win the tournament, that could be quite a big problem and talking point. But now Nodios is actually going to throw the Molotov at the perfect time. Doesn't split them up as the smoke will extinguish it. Gets that first and still does stay alive. But the smoke, the Molotov that lands on him was put perfectly. Still able to accumulate 1 kill while being burnt in those flames and tricked in a 2 versus 3. The bomb hasn't gone down yet, as it did get dropped. It will get picked up there. Prime will be looking to pick up an AK. He does do that, but he's been spotted. Lucky now. I don't know if they've seen him, but they definitely would have heard him now, as it has been burnt in the Molotov. He has now actually just affirmed that fire is warm. And Astralis, they'll go 6-0 up. Very easy so far.
I was going to say, talking of feeling warm, Astralis, despite not having a warm-up game before this, are coming out fiery. Nodios, that is a valiant effort there to defend the B bomb site. Finding that second kill for Zipex was fantastic, but Glaive chiming in as well ensures that everything is cut on down. The retrieve weapons from Tricked, well, they're not carried on over, evidently. But Lucky will be back on the AWP. Now, the first time he had it, he didn't actually find a kill with it. So he'll be looking to rectify this error, and Device will win the opening duel. Lovely shot from Device there as he speeds out of middle. And with that, an early man advantage. I think every single player on Astralis now has found an entry frag, and Tricked on the flip side have almost always been playing 4v5. Glaive bags another, making it a 3v5 scenario, even worse for Tricked. And we have to remember, this is another buy round. They had more success with just their pistols in the previous, and of course the hero rifle on Nodios, than honestly, they have in most of their gun rounds. It's starting to get quite worrying here. We were talking about the tier list of Danish Counter-Strike, and, well, Tricked being down by 2 or 3 is really starting to show here as Blame F shows his face again. Quest goes down, and this is just brutality at this point. Astralis are finding everything.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say, to be honest, because you had there, like, it's really cool, Device with Lucky. Finally, we saw those two come head. That was outside. I think Device had killed Lucky on an eco round, so I'm not going to make too much of a point of that, but it was the AWP opening duel. Device, I was saying how a lot of the times he wasn't necessarily the one in both NIP and Astralis going for the kills, but when they were brought towards him, his success rate compared to his attempt rate was very, very high. I think it's a prime example there. If he's gone for the opening, and this is the first time in 7 rounds he's done so, and he succeeded in that. Lucky straight out of the server, Prime's picked up the AWP, and just everyone's kind of fallen one by one. Felt like Iceberg had a little bit of a timing there on Glaive, because Glaive got caught in no man's land. He was just in the middle, out of nowhere. And if Iceberg had a flashbang with him, Glaive is dead. I think it's the duel here. Yeah, like one flashbang, Glaive's dead. He's been hurt. He's in no man's land. And then it's just the man brute force towards the A bomb site. Tricked, Prime misses a shot, and then everything just falls around them. Really easy 7th round for Astralis. It doesn't feel like they're playing against the gun round. And right now, Lucky's Revenge Arc, this could be fuel. I'm saying this now. This could be fuel for another. We've talked about Trick's reverse sweeps. We've talked about how they've had to reverse sweep in the CCT Northern Europe to actually even get here. They were 0-2 in the main Swiss. Well, they're used to reverse sweeps. This would really capitulate the whole Avenge arc for Lucky, right?
Yeah, but let's look at the overarching picture again. This is Astralis on 1 month of practice as a team. Mist has been playing on this squad for 2 months. On the flip side, Lucky's been playing for 5 months with Trick, and Nodios is that newer addition. But with arguably less practice here on the side of Astralis, and under a completely new management as well, a new coach coming in of Castle, they look impeccably well drilled, and they look hungry as well. It's as you said, if Astralis were to lose this game, that would be a huge upset. Now, the funny thing is, they are the 3rd highest ranked team in this tournament, if I'm not mistaken, because Ents and Gamer Legion are above them, so it wouldn't be perhaps the end of the world if they didn't win it, but they do realistically need to make the finals here up against one of those aforementioned teams. But Glaive, he's looking to do that with another bit of entering here, and I'm liking the well-drilled setups for Astralis so far. Bomb has rotated off, though, and it appears I've spoken too soon. Glaive falls away, conditioning Tricked into thinking that B is potentially on the cards again, but Lucky rotates back over to A. He's seeing through the lies of the Jedi as Quez, up close and personal, smoke in hand, just waits for anything, any sign of Astralis over towards A, and looks like he'll hit the jackpot soon enough.
This has to be around soon for Tricked. Quez has got Iceberg next to him, Lucky as far. Lucky severely struggles on the T side, and he normally does. He makes up for it on the CT side, but right now he's 2-7. He has to strike, and it has to be now. Device will have heard Iceberg dropping off there, and with 30 seconds left, smoke towards top con has actually missed, and Quez will be the first contact onto Mister. Spam through the smoke, there's a lot of damage. Exchange to the AK, gets the other one through the smoke. Doesn't realize there's one more.
Oh my goodness!
Turns around, and Quez 4 kills. In the fire and the flames, smoke in front of him does so well to stay alive and get every single kill. Tricked finally post a first.
That's an astronomical play from Quez there. Astralis, they just leave things a little bit too late, and with that smoke from Quez basically seals the round. The flashbang doesn't fully blind him. It's not quite shallow enough. And with that, he just keeps on spraying. I love the fact that he adjusts himself as well. A very swift 180 flick to find an Astralis player waltzing out of the smoke yet again. Huge kill onto Zipex as well, just jumping around behind the veil. Yeah, Trick, that's exactly what they needed, exactly when they needed it. And they find a second in a row here, though. Start to build up a little bit of momentum. Hopefully that 1 round win has given them some confidence, especially to Quez, who did look like he was struggling up until that round.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone from 3-7 in the blink of an eye, and it was also you've set up such a crucial round to get in, such a scrappy round as well. Just swam through the smoke. They're coming through him. Like, I don't think he even realizes how he got that. But now, Astralis, mid take late will be coming in. There's not much contention. He did have Iceberg towards window, but as he gets smoked off, he just relinquishes that position. You've got Nodios alongside Prime, who have actually taken the extremity of the B bomb site with that AWP. And now Prime's going to rotate back over towards A. And this does seem Astralis will be looking to do better than last round over at this bomb site.
Yeah, they've got a nice split here. They've got a decent amount of presence. And as Glaive edges forward, Lucky does have the Palace position, though. The CTs have swapped places with the opposition side, and Glaive will be the first to go down as such. Blame F, though. Nice trade in device. He spotted a bit of Kevlar, spots the elbow, but it's not going to quite be extended enough for him to find the guaranteed frag, and he knows this. He bides his time, but unfortunately, Lucky's been allowed to escape. And Quez can also cause some mischief here as he's coming back up the ramp. This seems to be turf, but the spin from Blame F cuts him down as Device catches another. And Prime and Nodios, they're completely cut out of the round. That's an amazing play from Astralis there.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't even say it's amazing for Astralis. It's just an absolute blunder from Quez. Tricked had that so nicely set up. You had Lucky towards Palace with Quez push deep. A lovely 2-1 position in a really weird off angle. Lucky gets one and just doesn't have to die. He just can't die there. And he gets picked off by Device eventually. Quez, he only just has to get one there. Realistically, you get one, you're in a 3 versus 3, and you've just thrown Astralis into pandemonium. Nodios, lovely you get one on the exit there. And I think Prime will probably get one as well over on Mister, I would assume. But it's like, that was a round where... Oh! What? Okay. Zipex. Lovely little one tap there, and that's the AWP out. The Trick have just lost their AWP unnecessarily.
Yeah, he was really nervous about middle, just completely focusing on it. And instead of readjusting his crosshairs before walking up the stairs, he walked straight up into a surprise from Zipex. A lovely headshot. Ooh, that is clean. But that's not so clean for the economy of Tricked It. A massive blunder as Lucky is forced to fully reinvest. In Quez, well, he's used up the rest of his bank balance along with Iceberg. We're missing a couple of helmets, couple of defuse kits, couple of pieces of util. As Device does miss an opening opportunity. At least that's information gained, and Blame F. Looking towards middle here, catches the toes of Iceberg, and down he goes. That ship has sank. It's Quez. Oh, it's happened again. That's a gorgeous frag from Glaive. A readjustment with just 4 HP left on the bar. As Astralis set themselves up for a potential 9th round here, a 5v3. And man, Tricked, I don't know what needs to change, but they really need to start winning some of these duels as well.
I mean, you've got the 2 main players of Prime and Lucky with a combination of 7 kills after 10 rounds of played. That, I think, is just... That is just fundamentally... Okay, 8 kills now. Wow, Prime killed Flamer from the lurk. But it's like, that is fundamentally the main problem, I feel like, right there. You've just got Astralis on the bare bones of it winning every single duel. And it's shown by, like, Device has only died twice. And, you know, they're going to lose some players on the hunt here. But with Astralis having... Actually, surprisingly enough, not that much money in the bank account as you would have assumed after they've won so many. Oh, Lucky can't die here. He needs to make sure he doesn't die.
Yeah, that was a really clean shot onto the player dropping into underpass there, and a bit of a blunder that they don't actually trade that frag out. As you said, there's not a massive economy on the T side. Of course, they can afford a full reinvestment. They've got the bomb down. They've got a nice round streak going. But if Tricked were to win this next round, Astralis wouldn't have an unlimited bank balance. They can probably survive for 2 more, but that is also a big if. Tricked do not look like currently they're going to be able to win the next round because they're just a bit sloppy. Again, they're not winning their duels out. And this is another thing that is so crazy about Counter-Strike. The gap between Tier 1 and the lower echelons of Tier 2 is dramatic. Because Lucky, playing on Tier 1, he looks kind of rusty here.
I'd say it was almost the opposite.
Yeah? You say there's not that much of a gap?
No, yeah, you've had... We'll talk about after the round, but yeah, so like we'll talk about this after the round because the round right now is full underway with Device getting an opening pick once again, this time on Nodius over towards the B bomb site, and Tricked have actually just left that completely open. They're looking to duel more towards middle with a player towards short 2 connector Glaive, the fact he is able to get one there is absolutely outrageous. And Lucky's going to get tested, flashed off the angle, does miss that first shot, throws a smoke in front of him, and will try and hold off until the rest of his teammate comes to play. And Iceberg, the IGL, might be taking matters into his own hand by just jumping around and killing everyone.
Yeah, big double from Iceberg there. But Blame F on the lurk. He actually has the bomb with him this time. So as he runs over to B, he bags himself another opportunity at a 1 versus 2. Clark goes down towards the short side, and Tricked, they are none the wiser. I don't think they're going to be believing the fact that Blame F has just done this to them. And with a plant for short, he heads back in towards the apartments, waiting patiently for perhaps a rear flank. But again, both retaken from market. Blame F has got no util left. It's going to be a tough one for him, don't get me wrong. As the Molotov clears up the first angle, Tricked is still none the wiser as to where Blame F may be.
He will now start to creep out, sees the first player on the bomb, will take contact onto Prime, gets the kill, but Iceberg just sticks it. He doesn't get the ace, but he gets the round. Blame F will be subdued by his Danish counterpart, and Tricked will take their second. And that, wow, what an entry from Device. Oh my god.
But what's more important in that round is Iceberg gets it done single-handedly. Iceberg finds 4 kills to the tally. Like, that was brutal from him. And Astralis actually called a second tactical timeout here. Now, I reckon they're doing this to quell the momentum of Trick. They don't want to allow them to get any confidence built up, any speed after the win in that previous. But yeah, Iceberg, huge round from him. He's stepping up as well. That's the IGL going absolutely nuts. Jukes out Blame F as well. As I say, pros don't fake. But going back to our earlier discussion, Freddie.
Yeah, can I take the lead on this a little second? So, especially in an interview done by Launders recently by Play, he talked about how, and I think it really just furthers my point of that there is just no difference between tier 1 and tier 2, and a big part of that is they always used to be individual skill was a big difference, and now you look at like tier 1 to tier 4, there's no difference between skill. Everyone's got the same mechanics that they can that the top player in the world has pretty much, and everyone also has so many things they can use to make themselves better, and that necessarily wasn't available to everyone else in the past, and now it is. Like, you look at all these demo review services, all these types of things, and there is just no gap, and Launders actually says he hates it. Launders doesn't like that gap, whereas I actually like it. I think it makes it very exciting.
Well, I do love the unexpected upsets. As Zipix upsets Iceberg in middle after his previous round escapades. Prime is quick to trade things back, though. And so it is even standings early doors, but again, Trick will have to likely play a 2-2 split, which hasn't really favoured them thus far. But Quez does find favour in killing Glaive. Isn't able to find another, though. That's because all of Astralis have headed back to B, and with that, it's potentially a 2v1 here if they push on forward. Mr. spots the head of one. Will be smoked back, though. A nice reply from Tricked with their util. But Blame F, as he tries to lurk again, instantly decapitated as he does make too many footsteps on the journey over.
I think that's the problem when you're someone like Blame F, right? Everyone just knows you're going to be lurking. Like, you have Quez so aware that he's going to be there. And it's seen in a lot of rounds where, like, he'll go make a... they'll be executing and you have, like, Prime just looking at underpass. Like, come out, Blame F, come out. But Device, 1 versus 4, turned into a 1 versus 3, won't clear jail. And, okay, there was a little part of me that actually wanted him to get that. So I was like, imagine if Device comes back and gets a 1 versus 4 against Lucky. But no, that won't be the case in Tricked. They will get their third. 6 rounds on the CD side here. I'm not sure if it'll be enough, but it'll definitely be somewhat of a step in the right direction.
I mean, fundamentally already, Device looks better than Kenny on his comeback. Kenny was playing for, Falcons up against LDLC in his first match. And I was already giddy casting that, and now I've been spoilt with Device as well in the same month span. But yeah, Device already looking more solid both in the team, obviously because of the experience he's had with these guys before, and also just as an AWPer. But Kenny did also get a very cool 1 versus 2 clutch in the final round of the first map, which allowed them to win 16-14.
Awful clutch, wasn't it?
It was so bad, but it was
bad.
really, really fun. And I'm hoping that Device can expand on that and steal away a clutch of his own. Because, well, if anything, it's good for the highlight reel. Always nice to get back in with a spicy play.
I saw that and I was like
4 shots.
I was just like, that is actually what I wouldn't put on the highlight reel. Nowhere near what I put on the highlight reel. That was atrocious 1v2 clutch. But it works, so I guess, sure look. And Trick, they've actually been doing really well at taking the extremities in some elements, and now they're going to have to make sure they rotate back to it quickly, or they could just clean house here with Lucky getting a first multi-frag of the game, I think, so far. 2 kills, looking to potentially get some more, and BlameF is literally on the B. He's literally on the B-bomb site.
I don't really know how BlameF keeps getting so much space on the wrong side of the map. It's worked for them twice, in all fairness. But I say it worked for them twice. It worked for them once properly, and then BlameF
see how aware
got the bomb down. But yeah, Prime is constantly like, Blame, he's going to be flanking us. He's got his stopwatch out, actually. He can probably time BlameF's actual arrival on the flank. As Prime actually wins out that duel with a USP come the end of it versus Device on the Deagle. So yeah, nice stuff there from the young gun. As Astralis have already won the half, don't get me wrong, a monstrous T side, 9 rounds is massive. Bearing in mind when you look at Trick stats on Mirage, I mean, they only win 46% of their T rounds. So it's not looking fantastic as their maximum is 6 here. But otherwise, there is, of course, still an opportunity for Trick to come back into this. It's going to be interesting to see if Astralis are a little disjointed come to the defense. But knowing how well Glaive drills his men, I reckon we're going to see a pretty decent Astralis here. As that's just a wild Mac 10. There's no way BlameF is in Connect already.
We were talking about his Lucky ability. Well, apparently he's an entry fragger now. Lucky, there's just no way he expects that. BlameF will upgrade himself to that AWP, and he's going hunting. He's holding for the rotation. Prime will actually leg BlameF. What an angle that was. But Astralis, they still have the man advantage. And look at where Iceberg and Quez have gone off to. They've pushed towards ramp, and it's like, okay, perfect, we've got the space. But look how disjointed everything is now for Trick. You've got so many players so far away from each other, and that's a, excuse the pun, prime example of what happens when you don't have those trade potentials. You're just going to die towards CT, and Astralis now will claim double digits really quite easily.
I mean, that's a huge blunder from Prime as well. He sees Device before firing off the shot. It's just the smoke ensures that the kill evades him, and with that, Astralis, well, they're smoking Tricked here. That's 10 on the T side of Mirage, which is honestly not a great half for them. As I said, they've got a 32% win rate when it comes to T rounds here, and they have smashed that figure out of the park. Now, I mean, I don't want to linger on our former argument too much, but again, just looking at the impact that Lucky had on Astralis versus the impact that Device is already having, I know it's up against a much weaker team in Tricked. Lucky was playing in the Pro Leagues, he was playing against the heights of Tier 1, but Device is just that much of a better fit, and I do think there is a skill gap there.
Yeah, I think, naturally, like, Device is better than Lucky, like, without a shadow of doubt. But I think it was more the argument I was making was the difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 isn't that big.
Well, yeah, mechanically speaking, I agree.
I think it comes down to tacticalness, and that's when you have, like, Astralis recreating the game. That's how they produce themselves being the better team. They have that, more tactical proficiency. But look at this from Iceberg. Changing it up. I don't think he's been spotted.
Oh, he has.
Just about to get spotted, and I don't think Iceberg knew that he'd been spotted, so he will just continue creeping up, holding for someone that's a little bit deeper, and he will just lose his life. Device, it's like the 3rd or 4th entry frag he's got on this T side. Every time he's got an entry, they've subsequently won the round off it, and Tricked now on the back foot on the last round of the half, might not even get 5.
Wouldn't it be funny if Zonic's Law was introduced against Astralis here, though? If an 11-4 does come on out. It does feel weird not having Zonic as the coach of this lineup anymore.
It does,
of course.
yeah. And it's not even Trace anymore as well. It's
no, Trace is gone as well.
Yeah.
It's Castle.
It's a whole different, like, recreation of this roster.
Yeah, and hopefully he's been able to fortify this squad. As a terrible Castle-based pun comes on through. But Quest comes on through as well. Catches Mr. completely off guard as he's setting up Util. And now, again, they've swapped positions. For some reason, it's two CTs, towards T-Ramp. As Lucky waits patiently in towards CT. Glaive goes down. And that it will be a 3 versus 4. It's going to be a tough round for both sides here. As the bomb site is still owned by Astralis, but Prime just owns BlameF. Now, in a very severe deficit, Zipex does catch one more off guard. But look at the time of Freddy. They're going to have to act now. Otherwise, it's going to be too late. Device, what a 1D. Leaving us now on the 2v2. Is there time for the bomb plant? Yes, there will be. Zipex has grabbed it in the nick of time, but that's a great kill from Quest onto Device.
1 versus 2 now for Zipex. This is Award Astralis, their 11th in this half. Really secured their domination. Nodios coming from Connector and Quez coming from Ramp. Zipex seems aware of Nodios, gets the first kill, 3 bullets, goes above. Both of them run out of bullets, and Quez will switch to his secondary a little bit quicker, and the USP will finish it off. Glock versus USP at the end there, and Quez, who was the hero of many around for Tricks there, I think actually got them there first in the end, didn't he? He will round off the half for Tricks, giving them a 5th, and Astralis, still, they're sitting comfortably. Like, they're not upset by that any means.
Yeah, it's more of a personal thing for Zipex there. I feel like you wind back the years a little, he wins that clutch. But then again, the fact that both of them ran out of ammo was a little comedic. A valiant effort regardless. Yeah, tough job with just 3 bullets left in the magazine, but Quez does very well to keep his nerve in that scenario. And as you said, he's been setting up this Trick side for a lot of success. He won them their first round, and he's had the most impact, other than Bait Iceberg himself, with that big 4-kill clutch round on this entire Trick side as BlameF. Well, he's looking to entry again, very fast up top middle, and Lucky will be waiting for him. But all he awaits is a swift death in his second pistol round. Mister on the Julies catches Iceberg. And Glaive has decided to go for the damn Julies as well, but Zipex will quickly trade out his teammate. Bomb does go down though, good money for the T side.
Yeah, I guess a subtle victory there. And that victory, that subtle, might actually turn into a round 1, as it's still a 2 versus 3, but it's looking possible. Quez gets Mister, but it's quickly traded out by Device, and Nodios, the newest player of this Tricks roster, called upon now. 1 versus 2. The bomb gets tapped, so he knows where 1 is, sees the short player, knows Device is close, and will nail that as well. Nodios, the clutch that keeps Tricked in this. A 2 versus 4 goes the way of the underdogs, and that could be the round that spurs them back into this game, Tom.
Yeah, that's going to be massive for them. An extra round on the tally and an improved economy. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to improve your own economy, why not head on over to our friends at Hellcase, currently hosting a $400 giveaway, free to enter, of course. That will be down below in our stream description. All you need to do is click on that banner, and you'll be taken to, I believe it is a Gleam giveaway. And they're also hosting regular ones on their site itself. With Device, he's got his sight set towards T-Ramp, and I don't know how he lands that shot onto Pride, but good util damage as well onto Nodios and Iceberg. As Tricked, they're in danger. They might have the guns, but Glaive has the gall, and Prime has already fallen down behind that smoke. Quez, good trade though, as Tricked seem to have immediately stabilized.
This is a little bit of a problem for Trick that maybe Astralis didn't have, of when they are falling back, they have the likes of BlameF all the way already on that B bomb site that they could fall back on. So right now, with a minute to on the clock, at least what they've done is they've done it quickly, so they have the time to work with. Still, a 4 versus 4. They are lacking a little bit in the HP compared to Astralis, but they do still have, as you've said, that weapons advantage, and it is basically 2 players, almost 3. Zipex is around Connector towards the A bomb site, and as they're starting to make noise, Zipex lands that first shot. They're running him down with the MAC-10. They seem unaware of Glaive towards Ramp. Yet again, Tricked in a 2 versus 4. They've already won this half. Are they going to do it again?
Well, Lucky, I hope he's feeling like his name as he catches Zipex extending past the smoke into the 2v2 now, and Bomb will not be able to be planted, but instead it might be spurned into this crossfire. Good discipline so far, but if he swings this corner, BlameF is ready. Bomb goes down now, and up against 2 Galils, Astralis, they're in a bit of a rough patch. Scout does no damage, but BlameF certainly does with that Deagle. Now into the 1v1 he goes, but runs out of ammo on the rifle. Forced back down to his sidearm, pushes forward, dancing around with Nodios, as Nodios just needs to delay time here, lands the dig, lands a kill, and that's another clutch there for Nodios. Now that round messier than it ever should have been for Tricked, but props again to, of course, Nodios and Lucky for making that one happen.
Lucky, his revenge arc being slowly fulfilled there. 3 kills in that 2 versus 4. Doesn't anticipate BlameF to be on the dumpster there, but Nodios, as you've just rightfully said, back-to-back clutches and Tricked. That is their last timeout already called. We've seen 6 in total now. 2 from Astralis, 4 from Tricked, just setting the nerves a little bit. And honestly, Tom, I wouldn't be surprised if Astralis buy back into this, because Tricked, they've only had, what, 2 and 1 player? No, 1 player survived back-to-back. The money's not that great. but I think Astralis will be just taking a chill pill potentially, and well, it's starting to get a little bit more lively, eh? It's starting to
spice it up.
Yeah.
As I said, I was questioning whether or not Astralis would be an immediately solid CT side, because it is a little harder to adjust yourselves in positioning there. And as much as they've done a very good job on T side, they looked very well drilled. Of course, they got 10 rounds on the board. They can't afford to let too much slip here. And I want to see our proper gun rounds come out. That's when I'm going to start judging things properly, when we see our first proper gun round. But you said Astralis could have bought up into this one. I don't think they wanted to, because as much as there was just Nodios surviving twice, both times they do get the bomb down, and they farm a little bit of cash up with the SMGs as well. But, oh, hello. We are going to be matchmaking this round. Not entirely sure what the problem is. But Astralis will have a problem if they win the round following. This is a throwaway round, just the pistols here, and a quick tech pause for Tricked. I'm sure we'll get over to you what is going on in their camp in just a moment. Yeah, in the meantime, Tricked are looking pretty confident out the gate on their T. And as much as Astralis did big damage with the 2 scout investment, wasn't quite enough to pull it over the line, as Blame F is thrown into a very tough clutch.
Yeah, I think that was. I think if he had maybe bullets in the Galil, do you think it'd be a little bit more possible? I think that Deagle does make it look quite hard, but we will already be going back underway. Nope. Okay, never mind. Going back to a technical pause, I think there is just a
headset issues
peripheral, peripheral problem, I would assume, on the side of Tricks, because I guess if they're using Bluetooth gear, well, they've just played a best of 5, and now they're playing another best of 3. They've had quite a lot of Counter-Strike already to play today. And we had the disagreement of, I was saying that I think this might actually be negative for them, and I think you were saying it's positive that they've had a warm-up. I think it was because they've just played, like, a lot already today. If this goes to a third mapper, they would have played 6 maps basically back-to-back.
Well, exactly back-to-back, because they literally had to forfeit that final map of a grand finals just to be here, because they were so excited for this Danish derby. I mean, they know the world will be watching, and they want to be the ones to upset Astralis first. They've been given this golden opportunity. I mean, Astralis and Trick, they've got a little bit of history. Of course, we've got the Bubsky saga as well.
Oh, God, yeah. Well, because Trick are notorious, right, for being, I think, throughout the whole, like, years and years.
They've been here since 2013. They've been funneling to Tier 1 since then.
That's what I was going to say. They don't have the money necessary as an organization to hold off against these big organizations. So they train up these good players, and then someone like Astralis goes, hello, we'd like this now.
Yeah, I mean, the golden era for Tricked was, 2019? Beating Virtus Pro at the V4 Future Esports Festival. Oh, I was in absolute tears, man, but Bubsky absolutely deserved that win. And it was sad to see that he wasn't properly assimilated into the Astralis system. I mean, after Device left, it seemed like everything sort of started to melt. And they have had some good results since then, don't get me wrong. I mean, they've made it to playoffs of multiple tournaments, but you've never seen Astralis be the same as, before COVID. COVID really put a spanner in the works for this entire Astralis squad. And obviously Device has had a pretty rough time. I won't cover that too much right now. But it is good to see that he's back with his friends, his teammates he spent, 6 years of his life with? 7? No, in fact, no, because he was playing with them beforehand as well.
Brother in arms. They were playing in TSM, weren't they?
7, 8, 9 years of his life with some of these guys, which is just wild to think about, man.
They've literally recreated their game together on multiple occasions, and now they're up against. I feel like it only makes it right. They're up against Tricked right now in this kind of revenge comeback scenario, and it will be just Tricked forcing their way actually onto the stack. So they got to be careful here they don't overextend, and they have actually already lost a few players. These Deagles, they have to sing and hit every single note correctly. Blame F with that trusty 5-7. They could be singing the beautiful song of F here, and the bomb it's kind of in no man's land. It's on the back of Lucky, and he's in sandwich. That could get dropped by Blame F here.
Oh,
and
that's gorgeous.
2 versus 2. Blame F might be able to upgrade himself to an AK, which it was a Galil, but it's good enough.
It certainly is, especially because Nodios has no idea where his positioning is. Primed to swing the corner. They realise the sandwich is empty, but Blame F, he's going to swing too late as Tricked. Well, as aptly as their name suggests, edge their way. in towards market, and that will be a B plant. But what's good for Astralis is both of these players now have an upgraded rifle, and they have a flashbang, which is more utility than Tricked have in this post plant. They do have better positioning here, but unlike Tricked, they're not both going through market. Instead, both go up through short, and Prime will be the first man to receive. Great kill onto Mister. Blame if in a 1 versus 2. Does he want to go for this, or does he want to save the AK, edging his way forward? I think he's looking to still go for this, but doesn't have a defuse kit, so will have to pull away here.
Yeah, simply no time left. I think from his perspective, it would be nice to save the AK, but it's not monumental that he does. It just means that they will have a little bit more of a secure bank account. Would be nice there maybe to get one more kill, because in the end there wasn't much of an investment from Astralis in this round, and they have come away with 3 kills, and they've really made Trick a little bit scared there potentially. And I would argue that Trick got quite lucky with how they just ran over towards they ran towards that B bomb site, and they knew there was a player CT. That player CT could have rotated towards jungle. Blamev could have swung on a timing and lined them both up. Super lucky there from the T side, but they'll take it. 3 rounds in a row, and they're looking to win this first gun battle, which you were hyping up quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this gun battle decides a lot. First of all, Tricked have won the past 3 rounds with a maximum of 2 players surviving. So Astralis have been keeping them and their economy honest, as you can see by Lucky on a Galil here. I mean, he also wants to have a little bit of money in the back pocket for the AWP later on, and if they win this round, that shouldn't be a problem. But again, Astralis, the first proper rounds here. No more gimmicks, no more pistols, as Iceberg does spot device in towards window. Now, he won't be on the big green right now. Their own economy was not quite strong enough, but Blame F is looking to strong arm his way into a couple of kills towards ramp, as he sits very patiently in sandwich, an annoying position to clear, especially when you're taking this site.
Yeah, it's an annoying position to clear, especially when you've when you've got Mister here with a Molotov and a flashbang that will be supporting. He has been tagged down, and they're not going to clear Blame F. He'll get the first kill, but quickly traded out by Nodios. 4 versus 4. The bomb has actually been dropped. It was that first man, and Iceberg lurking towards middle. Got to be careful he doesn't get caught off by Glaive. In the meantime, the CT will have 2 players towards CT, and they'll be looking to try to disrupt this bomb plant if possible.
Well, Zipex does a little bit of disrupting himself, as Iceberg does eventually go down. Bomb is planted, though. 4 versus 3 on this retake for Astralis. Lucky to be alive on just 8 points of health. As Trick, they're going for a 2-man around the world play.
Oh, wow.
I don't think I've seen this one in a while. As Quez tucks himself in towards jungle, will get smoked off for now. The smoke's tiny bit deep there, as all of Astralis now surge onto the site, and are none the wiser to Lucky's flanks. Zipex goes down, Quez bags another onto Glaive, but the voice trades on back. It's a 2v2, very little time left though, and Nodios is an absolute freebie, no body blocking here from the Vice, and with that, it's a 1v1, and that is a massive round for Trick to win. Again, he
dies
with only a single player surviving, but Astralis, they don't get anyone. As you said, the Vice goes down, and they sort of have enough for a buy, but this is where things start to get quite scary.
Tom, surely not. Like, I was genuinely, when we were 7-0, 8-0 up, I was writing this game off. I was thinking, oh, well, you know, nice little comeback from Device, sweeps Tricked, but now we're 1 round away from each other. Astralis are actually going to buy back into it because they're conscious of Trick's low economy. But that was a 3 versus 4. Lovely played there. You highlighted the 2 players coming around the world.
And Daft Punk would be proud of that one.
Yeah, I got terrified when Quez died to Zipex in middle there, but well, Device, first player to have the AWP out on this half, and he is going to try find one in middle, but it's not even going to be him. Wait, no, he does eventually, but in the meantime, Blamef and Glaive put their fingers in the pie, and it's all down to Lucky and Quez in a 2 versus 5. How is this round just fumbled away from them so quickly?
That is a mega force buy from Astralis there. And Zipex now on a scout. Can we see a Cold Zera-esque play? Not quite. Quez is playing pigeon shooting with the skull of Zipex. And with that into a 2 versus 4. But Glaive, out of nowhere, catches Quez. Lucky now in a 1v3 though, and it's not going to happen. Big kills from the Vice there, as he now has a 2 KD edging into round 21. But Astralis, they recover things very nicely. As you said, they force buy up because they know just how weak Trick's economy are. They've been keeping them incredibly honest, even more so with that final round on the board. They lose the first gun round, win the second, and Trick, I believe they just about have enough to scrape an investment together. But it's not going to be particularly pretty. But no, I've overestimated their economy here. Not even an upgraded pistol other than Prime's P250. So Astralis, they should run away with this round pretty quickly. And Blame F, that nade could be monumental.
Oh, he's just going to force it. He's just going to go and fight them. A flashbang from Mister. They've attempted a run boost, and oh my god, Blame F pushing middle against Ecos?
No, what do you mean, Freddy? That's real.
That's so off-brand for him. That's kind of weird. But I guess his greediness only actually awards him too. And Tricked, it's an interesting decision from them here because they were on double eco, but they had kind of just enough money to buy up with the 1900 loss bonus, and that's exactly what was going to happen. A little part of me maybe thought that Tricked were actually going to save this round as well and small invest for the AWP next round for Lucky, but no, they're going to invest, and they actually are looking quite nice with their utility. A little 3 Molotovs excluded, but apart from that, you've got Nodius on a Galil instead of an AK, and it's not the end of the world. Astralis, they won the round with 2 Deagles, a Scout, an A1S, and a Norb. If they can do that, Tricked can do it with maybe the rifles. And here, honestly, Tom, I think they just scrim somewhere. I think they just go fight. They take Astralis off guard, and they do something that the Goliaths might not be expecting.
Well, you just want a fast play, easy kills, quick to start the round. I mean, it is one way of doing things, especially as that's a slight problem there. If I'm not mistaken, Device has just Molotov both of his teammates.
Well, it was for the insta window smoke that would get extinguished, but the problem is it just never came. Yeah,
but unfortunately it misses. But thankfully he doesn't with the AWP. Prime does go down early doors, and Device will be a little trapped here. But Iceberg has just been felled as well. Massive stuff here in the gun round from Astralis. Nodios being baited out by Blame F. He does love a bit of baiting here, but unfortunately, Nodius goes down. His lead reigns a little too flat, and with that, Lucky and Quez. Oh, and now just Quez. Oh, it's a flawless round for Astralis. I can hardly finish a sentence, and we are done, Freddy, as they extend that lead back to 4. And after an initial struggle and a half, they're looking pretty damn spicy in the Astralis camp.
He gets blocked. So unlucky. Blame F blocks him. I mean, it actually weirdly works out because then Device is over on A. Also, I don't think we've highlighted properly. Device has got 22 kills and 9 deaths.
Yeah,
like, they're winning. Obviously, it's they're winning and they should be doing well. But on his comeback game, he hasn't played on HLTV for literally a year to the day, and he's absolutely owning them. Entry frags are going his way. CT side, he hasn't slowed down. And this is looking like Astralis will be taking a 14th and could potentially be pushing themselves onto quite a nice, comfortable first map win on their map pick of this series in the CCT Northern Europe Series 2 round of 16 playoffs.
Yeah, it might be a bit of a mouthful, but so is this map for Tricked. In fairness, this is the pick of Astralis. I think Nuke is going to be the real test here. That second map of the series is going to be quite finicky for the Astralis side. It's not one they've performed great on recently. I mean, they've played it 10 times. It's their most played map. They only have a 30% win rate, and their T win percentage is 41, which is not fantastic. But Device, not the most fantastic opening shot either, but sees 3 pistols and, unlike Blame F, realises he doesn't need to try and fight it. Does miss a second shot, though. Unlucky with the 1 Deag. Might not be able to win out the auction, but can with a pistol, apparently. 4v4. I don't want to get too excited about this one just yet, though, as Blame F does catch Lucky. And Mister keeps on tapping away, forcing them into the open arms of his teammate. And the 1 Deags, they're just not quite hitting like they did on the head of Device. And with that, Astralis are just playing the clock down as well. He's absolutely farming these eco frags. He's going to find 4. Very, very clean indeed.
No way.
Astralis find 14. And yeah, I mean, that statistic you gave about Blame F at the start of the game, it does continue to reign true. But in fairness to him, he has had some very impactful entry frags and lurks this game, more so than we've seen perhaps in the higher tiers.
Yes, I think it was especially that second, third round where he lurked towards B and they'd lost. It was a 2 versus 4, and he's just gone, can you come B, by the way, because I've got the whole bomb site, and he wins out the round for them. And now Astralis looking to have this as the penultimate round of the game. They're looking to go on to match point. Device, aggressive there towards short, tries to catch out Tricked if they do push early. That will not be the case. and now just slow and very quiet on the Western front. Not that much early aggression, and Tricked just playing so passive, waiting for a push, and that push isn't simply going to come.
Yeah, do you know what though? That 2 versus 4 messed with the heads of Tricked because they just lost one of their better maps up against the side of 500. And with that overpass loss, yeah, they, as much as they came into this game warm, they would also have come into this game frustrated, knowing that they have to forfeit a grand finals that they definitely could have won.
I think Overpass as well is literally one of the best Bulgarian maps ever, so I think that is understandable. But now this look at this mid setup. You've got Device and Mister holding it down. That Molotov is going to force out the low HP player of Prime, and Device, he is just continuously farming his way forward. The problem is though, is that the B bomb site's been opened up, but they're just not close enough Trick to really capitalize upon this. And you can see the rotation from Device is here and ready. Does miss that shot. The low HP player of Queds will just hunt him down. And okay, finally, a bit of success for Trick here. Double digits should be on the cards right now, unless BlameF gets a monumental 1v3 that he doesn't look like he's actually going to even attempt.
No, he's going for the exit frags here. There is a good economy on the CT side, but every single exit frag he's afforded will be massive in hemorrhaging that economy of his opposition. It will be double digits here for Tricks, but Astralis respect the fact that they do have a good lead here and taking a leaf out of outsiders. But regardless of the economy, in a 1v3 like this, you just got to save sometimes. I mean, maybe he could do a simple S play, but no, there is going to be no ninja defuse here. In fact, I say simple S play. If I'm not mistaken, Simple did that against BlameF whilst he was still playing on Complexity back in many pro leagues ago. I'm racking my brain here for my CS history book. But Astralis, well, they're looking to replicate history, I suppose, and just win everything. 2018, 2019 was a wild year.
Yeah, it was like the SK phase, the weird wild west of Counter-Strike. Actually no, sorry, that does not even come close to the wild west of Counter-Strike. If you look at it was the old 2014 days, that was absolutely crazy, but we won't even get into those right now.
I mean, have you seen 2022 though? We don't have a clear best team in the world right now. And I've really enjoyed that.
Yeah, I do enjoy it a lot, and right now, BlameF, well, getting a little bit out of his comfort zone with the aggression there, does just swing short, gets a first, but quickly traded out, and then you have Zipex trying to trade him, and he won't even get anything from it. Oh, wow. Okay, so Tricked have maybe just unlocked something else inside of them right now, because they're just powering through onto this A bomb site. Mister is all by himself, and he's just going to get caught off guard. What a successful round from Trick, just isolating the 1v1s, landing every single first bullet, and Device is all the way on the other map like, hey guys, what's happened?
It's James time, apparently.
Time to win a major?
Well, imagine, I say imagine, 5 majors for Astralis. That would be obscene and quite the comeback story.
Goes to win the major. Because the last, I think Device was actually one of the few players who had played every single major up until Antwerp, I think it was. I think Stockholm was his last major. And now Dupree is the only
player with all 18 majors, I think it is now.
I think, and it's what? Zipex and Glaive, would they be 17?
They're 17 each, I think. Maybe not Glaive, but Zipex definitely.
Zipex definitely with Device for pretty much all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Device just left them for the Antwerp one, where I don't think he was even playing. He didn't even...
No, he wasn't playing for NIP.
Yeah,
NIP did impress in Antwerp, to be fair. They made it to playoffs despite a lot of glaring issues, and of course not having Device with them. But yeah, NIP have fallen off a little bit of a cliff since then. Really disappointing at the major, going 0-3, along with FaZe Clan, which nobody saw coming.
Yeah, that was. I think the NIP one I kind of expected. I think it was a big flash in the pan of the RMRs, but the FaZe Clan was like, ooh, 2 days of Counter-Strike and they're already out. But
I got a silver coin in my pick'ems, man. It was rough.
I didn't even do the pick'ems. I looked at it and I went, you know what? I'm not even going to attempt. But we've been talking a lot about our semantics, and now Trick, they've had a very successful last round. BlameF was able to get shut down. He's the big hitter of this team. He's one of the players alongside Device. You want to be clotheslining early doors in a round, and that was exactly what happened in round number 25. Now though, round number 26. Astralis still have money. They've lost, what, 3? They've 3 in a row for them, and they still... This round would be 3 in a row if they lose it, and they still have money and an AWP on device that got saved over. And Tricks, they understand this. I think they're very aware of that saved AWP. They might not be aware of the full rifles around it, but 12 here would firstly diminish their economy, and Tricks could be potentially still doing this in regulation.
I mean, it's a tough ask, but Tricks have looked a lot better as the game has gone on. If they'd have just been able to pick up a couple more of those CT rounds, which is their better side, then we really could be looking at an even scoreline right now. But off the back of that Blame F 2v4, 1v2 clutch, device will catch Prime in this round. And the pace will be picked up by Tricks here. Iceberg, the lovely frag, and Lucky another device trying to no-scope around the site and does land one onto Quez. It buys a little bit of time, a little bit of hope for Astralis in this one. As Glaive and Mister, they've got the util. They can at least attempt things, but they've already slowed down the pace. And I think, well, Tricks might be picking up a 12th round here. And with that, as you said, Astralis, their economy's not fantastic. Device can still invest into an AWP. Mister and Glaive will still have the rifles. And we've seen what 2 Deagles in tandem with those rifles can do. But will it be enough against a Tricks who, as I said, are looking pretty warm now and are looking to sock it to Astralis on their OMAP pick?
I'm saying that, Tom, Lucky wins them that round because he is able to hold for Zipex, who was dancing around the back of that bomb site. If Zipex was alive, he would have been able to support Device perfectly. And that round, I think, would have got a little bit more dangerous and a lot harder for Astralis, but that's not what happened. Lucky gets that kill, and that was the reason why we were in our ranks. I was like, oh my god, Zipex is going to kill all of them. But no, Lucky is here, holding Lovely, and it's that kill. It's just that kill right there. And then Blame F also dies on the other side of the map, so the rotations are caught off. And Tricked, that's their 5th tactical pause.
I think one of them was a tech pause.
Technical
pause.
Okay.
Misrendered. So yeah, this is a tech pause here.
So this is their 4th and final tactical pause. The last one, I think that's actually I agree.
Last
with what
one was
you're
a
saying.
headset.
There was the last one was a headset. It was that technical pause. But for now, 12-14. This game has got a lot closer, but it still feels like Astralis are on top. It still feels like that Astralis are just going to pull away with this, and it's a matter of time. And I'm not sure if that's going to shift.
I don't know if I can agree with you just yet. I genuinely think we could be seeing an overtime coming through.
I like this. Let's keep it that way. Let's keep it the 2 opposing views because I'm not sold yet. I'm still thinking that Astralis are going to win this one, especially with their consistent foot on the pedal. But Device, he has no AWP, and because of that, he's going to change up his approach in this round alongside Zipex.
I do like this tunnels push, though. Iceberg is ready for it, at least temporarily. Makes a bit of a jumping sound, but as he edges on down, Device is playing anti-flash. Zipex has the angle, but anti-flash is going to be enough for the readjustment. It's a 1-for-1 trade early doors, but still...
Can he get out?
Yeah, he can get out just about with that smoke, I think. Because there's a wall towards connector as well. As long as he doesn't go for anything balmy here, he actually spots both of them walking back towards spawn. This should be information given up. Perhaps they want to send a rotation over to help Glaive. Not had the most stellar game so far, but this has to be a kill for him. Quez edging his way towards the edge of apartments. Is spotted by Glaive. He plays anti-flash. He's jumped out over Glaive's head. And it could be a 2K. The spray down from Glaive is lovely. Not the cleanest, but it gets the job done regardless. Sees the barrel of the AWP as well and carries on standing around that. The thing massive there from Glaive as Device chimes in for a double. And Tricked and now looking like they're in quite a predicament, Freddie.
Of course, it is Glaive and Device there. Secure Astralis match point in this first map. Glaive, I don't know how they've just jumped over him. They haven't cleared him effectively. That flashbang, I think they've just they just somehow
blinded by their own flashbang.
Yeah, I don't know. I assume what happened. And with Device coming through alongside the rest of the rotations, you can see the whole team was over at B there. Lovely reaction from Astralis, and they kept their foot on the pedal. They kept the pressure there, and because of it, they finally will break through. After 3 rounds, they find number 15. And look at this, though, from Iceberg. All by himself, has pushed very far up in apartments, but they're so aware he could be there. And he will get caught off guard, still alive, and will surprisingly get away with actually not too much damage being taken.
Yeah, Zipex is a little bit of a laboured spray there, but that nade is lovely. Iceberg down to 14 now. The real problem for Astralis here is nobody else is pulling a bit of a blame F here. He's lurking. quite prominently over towards Palace. And as there is a slow rotation in towards middle, this Palace push could be huge if they're preoccupied with holding connector. Although nobody else does fall away here as flashbangs rain through. Mr. misses a golden opportunity. And Iceberg, he's just drawing attention, drawing fire as again Apartments is pushed in towards, and Quez will be the first man to step up to Vitaly here.
Is so aware that it might be a B hit here. However, the rotations could get blocked off by Iceberg, and those rotations, they have to come through because Zipex has fallen. Glaive, he held strong last round. Can he do it again? Yes, he can! Drops the bomb, and he survives. Now, BlameF is here, but Lucky, yet again, has done really well with Overwatch from Apartments. He's isolated BlameF and Mr. and Device on a 2 versus 2. The old and the new of Astralis are here to face up against Lucky and Prime, and it's Lucky once again securing them such a significant advantage. And Astralis, I don't think Device does this. Surely not. And no, he's just going to save Tom. Glaive had done so well, but it's Lucky on that Apartments. He's just so good on that AWP there.
I mean, you were talking about Lucky's stats on the AWP often being more proficient on that CT side rather than T, but Lucky has been a kingpin on the offense here. As Device is actually still going for exits. That's a big kill onto Prime. There is not money on this Trick side, with a flashbang rattling on out. Lucky. Oh, he fires off a shot, but Device can finish. Just to span the wall. How is Lucky still alive? That's so unfortunate. That's not wallbangable. Are you serious? That's even Device is surprised.
That's titanium.
So, damn.
I've never been in a scenario when I've had to wallbang it, but Device literally headshots him through the wall there. What a shot from Lucky!
We're going up octaves here. I mean, Glaive does so well to find 2 in that scenario, but the fact that the trade doesn't come back on in, and Mr., it's a slight overextension, and again, they don't have utility, so it's unfortunate. But yeah, that is genuinely a titanium shelf. And with that, the AWP will be saved on over, which is massive for Tricked, because it would have been afforded otherwise, but it's still a heavy, heavy toll on the finances. And with that, another technical pause called in by Tricked here. Gives everybody a moment to breathe, and whilst we're breathing, why not check on our partners over at Hellcase yet again? Not only do they have a giveaway, but we also have a code. That's code CCT if you want a free 70 cents to open cases with, and also a 10% deposit bonus. But ladies and gentlemen, please remember the case opening is still gambling, so do not gamble if you are under the age of 18, and do not gamble with more than you can afford to lose. Now, Tricked, they can't afford to lose round number 29 here. Astralis, it's not a great buy, if I'm being honest with you here. Device has, of course, the save over A-Gate. Blame has an A1S, but Deagle's at best for the rest of the squad here. They've done it before, but I don't know if 3 pistols will be enough for them to really toe the line in this one.
It was the AWP that was the main difference maker last time. It was because I think he got the opening and the ending there when they had that low buy. And they haven't visited the A bomb site in a while. It feels like the majority of the contact's been taken towards B recently.
Oh, the timing on that one.
The thing is, they still can kill him because BlameF, he's 27 and 17. He's having an absolute performance. Iceberg, yes, he will get caught in the back of the head. That's an easy kill. He just gets caught in the side and Tricked. This is a man disadvantage in a round where they've then given the AK into the hands of Mr. there, I'm pretty sure, towards Connector. So you've added another rifle to the tally of Astralis and making this a little bit scary, and they might be walking back towards B, where Quez is just clearing our Apartments slowly by slowly, contacts out. If he does, he'll only find Zipex, and it's just got to make sure he clears that corner where they didn't, and Glaive got the multi-frag 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, Zipex has, again, not been particularly prominent in this map. Had a couple of impactful frags, but especially towards B, he's been relatively laboured in his attempts. A very messy couple of sprays towards the Apartments, which, with him not capitalising on, eventually got that site overwhelmed and was definitely a factor in the losing of the round where Device was left in a 1 versus 2, and also in the round that Device was stuck on site with an AWP. Does land the no-scope, but need a zip to help on out as Glaive. Well, nobody else takes himself to Glaive. Find another Device. That's a big frag. Lucky though, another headshot rains on down. The Prime finally shuts him down. Into the 2v2 we go here, but Quez, he has a top mid lurk of dreams as BlameF now's left in the 1v2, and it's not going to happen. Prime dinks him and then seals the deal to the body. With that, Astralis still lead, but Tricked are 1 away from an overtime.
Are we going to overtime? Are we actually doing it right now? Astralis, you called it. And I'm still not sure if I'm a believer. I don't know. I think I came into this with my mentality of Astralis. They shouldn't even be making this close.
No,
like this should be
Astralis. 31 kills, man.
Yeah, he's actually having such a good game. Like right there, I believed. I thought Device was going to kill all of them, but no, apparently not. And Blame F has significantly slowed down. He was doing, ironically, better on his T side, something that I was saying that he struggles on more, and he's dropped off a little bit on the later stages of this CT side. Started off strong, but hasn't been able to quite continue it. And Tricks, they had the deficit in that round. Yes, it was against the lower buy, but they still looked very scary, especially with Device getting those 2 kills towards Ramp. And it was Prime has actually stepped up a lot. I was talking about Prime and Lucky. These are the 2 trifecta, the X factors of Tricked, and they weren't there on CT side. And now, especially Lucky has stepped up, and Prime is definitely just slowly plodding his way forward, where Quez has maybe picked up where he couldn't drop off.
Now, I anticipated that Astralis would struggle more than normal on a CT side because, again, they've been experiencing a little bit of roster mania lately. And as you said, the Vice mentioned that, well, they've been readjusting their roles, and Zipex clearly struggling more than most as he's about to get rushed on down by 5 people in apartment. Starts to spray, starts to find Quez. Big impact, and Iceberg going down to Blame F as well. Means that Astralis have the man advantage. They've got the time to play with. And some Molotovs rain on down towards short. Blame F is instead on the long angle. Does get baited out. That's a brilliant headshot from Nodion. Obscene stuff, but missed her on the boost up. Baits out the shots. Device gets the frag, and with that, it will be a 3 versus 2 on this retake. But Trick still have ample opportunity, and they still have Lucky who takes down Device.
He gets the first, isn't aware of short, so Glaive will strike Nodius. He's had a 1v2 in this exact same position. Now on the rifles, will not expect Mr. coming from Market and Astralis. They make it difficult, but they do secure Mirage. The first map in this series, their map pick, 16-4. That was very close. And sadly, Tricks are unable to push it into overtime. And Tom, this is the first map. We've still got Nuke to go.
Yeah, not only do we have Nuke to go, we got the 3rd of the series, should it be required, and we've got OG coming up later on as well, which is just a fantastic day of Counter-Strike here on CCT. Very sad that Tricks weren't able to take that to an overtime because they definitely deserved it with the way they were playing. Again, just losing that 2v4 all the way at the start of the CT side for them against Blame F on the back of the B bomb site there. Definitely messed with their minds a little bit and honestly messed with their chances in this game. If they capitalise on that round, 1 more to Vitali, they get a bit of a streak going in the first half, and Astralis might not have won that Mirage. Again, there's only 2 rounds in it here. It really does come down to the wire, and Device, don't get me wrong, he plays fantastically, especially for his first official back, and that might be down to him having a slightly easier time, his teammates taking on some of the harder roles here, but that should have been far more convincing for Astralis, and there are some serious CT side woes that they're going to have to address.
Yeah, especially considering that exactly what you said there. They had such a good start. Tricked, even though they have had 3 maps literally just before this to warm up, they did. It took them a while to get into that matchup, and now as they are warmed up into this series, Nuke, their map pick, also sign that Astralis are very content on, will be the next map in this series. Do not go too far, guys, because we'll be back after the 10-minute break.
up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back again to what has been quite the spicy matchup so far between Astralis and Tricked. It was a 16-14 finish as Astralis dangled terrifyingly close to taking us to an overtime, but Tricked were just pipped at the post in what was a scary final round for them. But, well, speaking of terrifying ordeals, I'm still here with Grimmy Ranar, and we'll be bringing you through all the action on the second map.
Yes, what can I say? I'm a big scary man. But what is even scarier right now for Astralis is the fact that their map pick was, as you said, very, very tantalizingly close. And now going over to Nuke, the last time that this team played it was firstly not with Device. You were playing with Crucible, so there is a very obvious difference there between the two AWPers. But the main reason they won it against Complexity on LAN in an overtime game, so, you know, like it's all looking so good so far. It's because Blamef went 40-20. The player below him was 22-21. That was Zipex, and he had a pretty bad first map as well. So if Blamef is the only reason why they're going to win the game, that's very worrying. But what does fill me with a little bit more hope is how well Device played on that first map, exceeding Blamef, who did do very well. But Device was just a standout figure, and then Tricked they're actually looking to make this a 6-map win streak after winning it just this morning against 500, who actually beat Astralis 16-1 on LAN. So if there's anything to go off on by, they have, I guess, the weird upper hand there. And I'm looking definitely at the players like Prime to have a bit more of a consistent performance. Lucky to get into the game a little bit earlier than he did. And if Quetz can continue like he did, where he was phenomenal, winning a lot of those early rounds single-handedly, then I'm a little bit excited. But Tom, this is a lot of my just talking and rambling. What are your thoughts now?
I genuinely think Tricked had the upper hand here. First of all, AWPing on Nuke is a lot less impactful than it is on a map like Mirage, especially on that T side. You can get a couple of nifty entries towards outside, towards ramp, don't get me wrong, but I think this is definitely going to be better for Tricked because they played pretty much better as a team. It was this Blamef and Device show. Mister had a couple of really good moments, and yes, Glaive did chime in on B, but Zipex was pretty damn quiet, and so was Glaive for most of that game. Unless they turn that around drastically, things aren't going to improve for them. That was a 16-14 victory on their own map pick, and as I said, they've got a 30% win rate on Nuke, despite it being their most played map in the past 3 months. Yes, Device is now here with them. Yes, Mr. has dual Berettas in quite the dastardly position, but Tricked, they just look so much stronger. A 67% win rate after playing this map 30 times in the past 3 months, but Mr. does strike first. Quickly traded by Quez. Glaive goes down again. It's Quez. That is a damning double entry.
Super, super nice from him there. I said if he could keep on that form he was on a Mirage, this could be very nice for Trickton. Well, he's already spoken loudly there, and the retake is going to try and be attempted. But look at Astralis, all separated. One heaven, one main, one lobby. And seemingly they might get picked off one by one because look at them. Their post plants are strong. They're standing still, and they're just going to pick them off. There, Blame F down. The Vice is going to get forced away. Gooshed. And simultaneously, both the players die. Tricked, already doing much better than their than the first map. They've taken pistol rounds, and there's already starting and setting up momentum on the T side of Nuke.
Well, it was the T side in which Trick picked up their momentum in the previous map. They won that pistol and managed to win out 2 1v2 clutches off the back of Nodios. He was carrying Trick through the early rounds in that second half, sorry. And then that's when Lucky started back on things as he bought the AWP out. He got some incredibly impactful kills. Iceberg had a 4K round out of nowhere, winning a 1v2 clutch against Blame F. But yeah, it's getting a little bit finicky, as I said, for the side of Astralis. It would be nice for them to win this 4-spy round. But so far, Trick have outmaneuvered them. Big damage done to Prime. That will certainly impact things in the round. But Zipex, I'm not sure if he's particularly well equipped for a 1v4 down towards Secret with just the 5-7 here.
5-7's goated. 5-7's goated. 5-7 is the best weapon in the game. And he's going to show us right here.
Okay.
The first and all, okay. The automatic rifles do just one-up him a little bit. And, okay, I was hopeful that I'm personally a big believer in the 5-7 has to be nerfed because it's just too good, I swear.
I think the 1-bullet headshot is a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah. And you can just run around with it as well. Like, you can, it's like 100% accuracy at running. It's even more accurate at running. But this is going to be actually a pretty good round, I think, all in all for Trick. They're going to trade out nicely.
Hold on a minute.
Maybe not, because Prime, who was low HP, has been caught off. But however, look at where Quez is. He's in the back lines, and it's going to make it a lot easier now that Nodios has just nailed Mr. out the round. And Glaive, yeah, he's just been burnt there a little bit. Tickled in that flame. It will just give off a small sound cue, and it will be Tricked, claiming 2 in a row, only leaving Glaive to save a Mac 10. And this is a good start on the T side. They've won the first round. They've won the subsequent 4-spy. Not bad.
Yeah, and well, looking at Trick's statistics here, they have a pretty ridiculous T-side as well. 52% T-side round win percentage. And Glaive, as much as he slips a bit of util down there, won't be really impactful in any sense. Does save a Mac 10 on over. Could try and go for some wacky entries here. Maybe a fast ramp push if it's not too predictable. But yeah, Tricks are menacing on both T and CT side. And Astralis are not quite in the same ballpark. Only 41 on T, 54 on CT. They desperately need to start strong here on this defensive side. They can let this round slip away. That's no problem. The first 3 rounds can often be a bit of a gimmick. But if Tricked are allowed to spiral things, if Tricked are allowed to pick up the 10 rounds that Astralis had in their own opening half...
Ooh,
oh my goodness, that's a double whammy from Blame F.
This is looking a little bit dangerous. Those double nades have done so much damage as well. Nodios hasn't died, but he's on 29 HP. These pistols, they're just going to sing. And, well, it is a 3 versus 3. It has been, like, normality is slightly restored here. But there's still a very high chance, Tom, that Astralis can take this, especially with Blame F. Axie Wacy.
I mean, that nade was just marvellous, to say the very least. Blame F is in his, preferred position of somewhere lurking. Glaive, though, it's a bit of an overextension. Obviously, not much help from utility. Zipex could have flashed him in, but as Blame F goes down as well, Zipex might want to consider just saving this Galil. A vent drop comes on in, and yeah, Tricked have absolutely secured this round. No way that Zipex can get down to B here, and as much as he's been mischievous in defusing that bomb undetected in the past, this does not look like one of those circumstances. And it is crazy to see how Astralis is, 32 uninterrupted winning streak on Nuke has, very much become a thing of the past. Astralis definitely don't look like they used to on this power station map indeed.
Yeah, because was it Astralis who, when they had, 24 win streak, was it? And then Ents ENCE got beaten by them in Katowice in the finals on Nuke, and then they went and beat them at Blast in Lisbon and ended their match. But yeah, they had, like, during that era, some ridiculous...
It's a big streak.
Yeah,
like,
it was...
I think plus 30. I think it was over 30.
Was it over 30? Yeah, oh, even more than 24. Yeah, this is
at least 25.
Yeah, like, genuinely one of the most impressive win streaks we've probably seen in modern-day Counter-Strike. And, well, Trick, this is one of their favourite maps. Like, you look at the path, you look at literally just 2 months ago, less, they were winning 10 in a row pretty much, and that was against the likes of Copenhagen Flames and Four. So not bad results. And now, well, this is the gun round. This is where Astralis are looking to prove themselves.
And Device looks to prove himself early, but Lucky instantly shuts him down. A powerful shot from the big green rattles out, and with that, it will be the 5 versus 3 ensuing. Trick, plenty of advantages here, have encompassed all of Astralis onto just the A bomb site, and Iceberg catches wind of Blade's shoulder. With that, the IGL cut on down to 61, surges through the vents as he gambles towards the lower site. It's not going to matter too much. Quez with the bump has free range of movement. It would take a wild push and a frag from Blame F here. In fact, no, hold on a minute. Mister's just gone up the ladder. This potentially complicates things. As Blame F is now tucked into a corner and the ball's been dropped in lobby. Blame F needed a double, though. It's going to be a tough 2v4 for Astralis if they're still willing to go for anything here.
Did he need a double? I'm honestly not too sure if he has. Mister scares me. He's walking out with his knife out. Will switch to the rifle. Doesn't kill Nodio straight away. Will then tap him in the head. He has revealed Trick to his position, and you can see the instant smoke towards Hut and the flash towards door. He's trying to support Glaive to come up that vent. Lucky will not be able to support his 2 teammates just now as he in towards Mini, but look at these post plants from Trick. They're beautiful. You got Prime towards lobby, and Iceberg is going to drop a Molotov onto bomb late from heaven. There is no smoke to extinguish that, and Prime, he will reveal himself at the perfect time. Mister is holding for him, but it does not matter. A lumbered spray from Glaive will award Trick their 4th in the first gun round pretty cleanly, all things considered.
Yeah, Tricks are absolutely sailing through Astralis right now, as it is a complete role reversal of what we saw on the first map. Opening half, dominant performance from Astralis, but again, looking at the T sides, Tricked have sort of looked better on them. Again, we do need to factor into the account that Astralis put 10 T rounds up on Mirage, but that is a lot more of a 50-50 map than Nuke here. The 3rd most CT-sided map in the ball these days. Blame F. I don't know how he's done another entry towards ramp, but he has. Quez goes down. Nobody else. It's a swift trade, though. And this shouldn't really cause too many more problems. I mean, Blame F does have an M4 when S picked up. In fact, I say picked up. Did he invest into that?
Yeah. It seems like he did. He bought down to 600. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, we can talk about that afterwards, because right now they have a 2-man stack towards Secret, Astralis do, and they have Device and Garage, a very heavy presence towards that kind of side of the map. And I was supposed to be careful. The IGL, he's more of the lurker of Tricked. You saw him especially on Mirage a lot, almost filling the shoes of Blame F, and not having the same amount of success. Here, he is going to just maneuver himself towards Garage, where Device will just find his head. Blame F now, this A1S could really be used properly, and that's the first kill. They walk into his crosshair, can't get any more, and you were talking about him having the multi-frag last round. I think maybe there he had to as well, because it's a 2 versus 3. They're not going to be quick. They won't expect Glaive so close, and that's the 5-7, ringing off a headshot. Lucky, we were talking about his revenge arc. This would be some 1v3 to claim.
Well, Lucky can isolate the first duel to Mister, but it's an even more laboured spray than we saw prior. Device now closing in on his position, knows exactly where Lucky is, and I don't think he's long for this world. The flash is good, but Device is faster, and Astralis will finally put their first round onto the board, and with that bomb being stuck, despite it having to be a full 10-second stick, it's no problem to Astralis. Fantastic frag from Glaive there on the 5-7, sneaking up towards the window position, and Blame F even more so, opening the round and finding a critical second kill towards the ramp on the off angle, as Device himself, as much as it's not the hardest frag in the world, had to be a landed shot. Yeah. And with that, a very clean round from Astralis, despite having a very weak buy.
I think we haven't quite highlighted how well Device has done, and I've only just taken a look at the ADR he had. He had 105 ADR on Mirage. As an AWP, that is absolutely redonkulous. 32-15, plus 17, a 1.71 rating. That is outrageous, and FlameF wasn't too far behind in every single one of those statistics. If the rest of his team can step up, this could be closed doors for Tricked, and FlameF has had a good start to this game, 6-5 already, having his presence very firmly in Nuke, and well, right there. Lurk against Lurk, IGL against Star Player, and Tricked will be on a deficit in this second gun round.
I mean, we were talking about Blame F last time that Astralis came onto Nuke. He dropped, 40 kills in a single overtime? He is the man to look out for on this side of Tricked. He is such a heavy lifter. I mean, when Vertigo was still in the map pool, I think Blame F dropped near 50 kills and they lost in double overtime because the rest of the team just weren't up to the task of keeping up with him. Config was having an off day at the time as well. And as much as there is no more Config, Mr. has been filling in quite nicely. That's that final piece of the puzzle. Blame F, though, he is filling land into further T-sided players. Prime goes down, and that's massive. The nade as well. Huge onto Lucky. That's brutal damage from Blame F, and Glade should have a freebie here, but can't quite find the frag.
It's information, though, because he knows that one has gone down, and Lucky's been tagged as well a little bit. Zipex holding the angle. Should be able to get at least the first, and yeah, with Quez just jumping around, Lucky will trade him, and Nodius actually outside has got 2. Lucky just can't die here, and he will. Device will quell him. 1 versus 2 for the 4K, and Nodius is nowhere near. No kit for Device, so he went off the stick it, and Nodius, he's just calling it. He doesn't anticipate Device not have a kit, for instance, and he won't even go for that attempt. Astralis, they do win a second round here, 2 in a row. The bomb goes down for Tricked, and their money, however, isn't looking too great. And this is a prime example here of aggressive lurking from Blame F. Getting up in their face, getting in a weird position on that CT side, being very self-proactive. It's caught Tricked. Yeah, I think it's just caught Tricked a little bit off guard there. And that happened numerous times on Mirage, so I'm not sure what the difference will be here now for Nuke.
Yeah, but Nodius needed to save that rifle over, though. He knows he's going to have to drop come the next round, and there's no point risking a 1v2 that's seemingly unlikely. I believe he actually heard one being tapped as well, and with that, yeah, there's just no point anticipating anything further in that one, especially after the death of Lucky as Device. I'm not sure if he intended to left-click there. Would have had a nice entry, but forced to fall back down the ramp. Lucky sets up position for the retake. And Zipex, he's just going to be chilling in CT spawn for a bit, seeing if he can catch any outside presence. He may have done if he'd stuck around a few moments longer. But this is huge from Lucky. If anyone walks out ramp, he's going to be an absolute thorn in their sides, at least for the meantime. Tricked have slowed the pace again, but just having full ramp control without ever having to reveal themselves is already massive for this T side.
It's one of those things where it's massive, but they got to actually do something off it. And here, they are going to face some outside presence because his Device is rotated from ramp down towards all the way secret. So he's got all this information that is then allowing the rest of Astralis to stay on inner. That Molotov on top of Hut will force Glaive out, a little bit of damage, but the Molotov on door will actually just temporarily halt them. Lucky at ramp is going to try go aggressive, and he will get punished. In the meantime, it is just a slaughterhouse for Astralis until now potentially the trades go in favor of Tricked. Spam through Mini will actually find Iceberg, and Quez with 4 bullets will just take a USP to the head, and Astralis 3 in a row. Lovely done. They've forced Trick on a bit of an eco now, and they'll be looking to even up the scoreline 4-4 here and not allowing Trick to have that momentum.
What a monster round from Zipex there, though. Not only clears out the lurk towards ramp, ensuring that Heaven cannot be flanked upon, he gets a nade kill as well and a further spray down before eventually being removed from his perch in Heaven. Zipex absolutely wins that round for Astralis there. Again, dealing with the flank and keeping himself alive long enough for his teammates to reposition. And with that, Glaive seals the deal. Lovely bit of salt in the wound as he one-taps with a USP. Now, Trick, they pick up the pace a bit here, and Blame F, oh, he loves it. He can finally start doing what he does best and dealing with eco-frags as he actually gets Quez through the wall there. Device. It's a missed orb shot, but Blame F doesn't give a damn. Nodius cannot escape the grasps of the eco-punter. As Blame F does take a bit of damage himself on that one. Falls back in towards A main. I'm going to calm down a bit now. It is, of course, just an eco round.
But it's just, I was having
fun with Blame F. I was having fun.
I'm just smiling to myself. It's like that statistic I just kind of randomly threw out at the beginning. Like, it's actually ridiculous how true it is. It's like, I think so. To reiterate for anyone that wasn't here, so in a game, Flameth's average eco frags is 1.81. That doesn't seem too high until you look at the player that's below him. So he's the highest, period. The player below, this is tier 1. The player below him is Apex, who's got a 1.32, I think, per game. So the absolute difference there is what, like a 0.50 kills and eco kills per round. Flameth, you see how different his mentality is when he plays against the ecos. He's a lot more aggressive, and somehow he doesn't necessarily get counteracted a lot of the times. He's still able to at least get 2 or 3. And I think on Mirage, a lot of the instances we did, to be fair, see him die. However, here he does survive, and they do the round flawlessly. Astralis, the money in their bank is bolstered. The rounds are even, tricked. They have no AWP, so Lucky will not be able to contest Device.
Yeah, Flameth staying alive is big for the economy, and Device catching that early kill is disastrous for Tricked. Flameth as well, continuing to be a nuisance towards outside. Now has Zipex pushing up ramp instead of him. And Nodios, oh, he's so aware of this, but the shadow is showing through the smoke. Iceberg does deal a killing blow on ramp, though, and that will allow him full reign towards Hell. As he continues to surge forward, he's hunting down the potential positioning of Flameth, but he's not going to give up anything just yet. The one thing going for Tricked here is they have a bit of an Astralis sandwich on their hands, but they can't afford to overestimate their position, as Astralis still have this man advantage. But for how much longer as Flameth? How the hell does he win that frag?
That is unbelievable, and I want to break this round down later after this round because Astralis, they've played this perfectly. In every single instance, this has gone so well, and it's just Quez and Lucky now in a 2 versus 3. The bomb is going to get picked up by Lucky there with Quez leading the charge. I was hyping him up on Mirage because he necessarily wasn't the highest rated player, but his impact, I feel like, was absolutely monumental with winning a lot of the rounds single-handedly. And the B bomb site has actually been, at this moment, just let go. Device is going to rotate back in and halt ramp from control. With that AWP, it's going to get smoked off, and they're going to jump into him, but he fires a random shot, and as he does that, Lucky charges through. 2 versus 3 now. The bomb will get planted, and Mister is here, close, opens the door to a single, throws a Molotov to add to the confusion, and it is going to be the 2 players from ramp to really add to that.
Yeah, nice retake there from Astralis come the end of it. Retake before the bomb even goes down. As Device, very unlucky there, but it is a great start from him to find Prime. Flameth as well, doing lurking things towards outside, and then that kill is what completely sealed the round for them. Along with Glaive chiming in as well. Yeah, as you said, the 2 ramp players doing a great job, and as the Molotov adds to the confusion, Astralis steal away a 5th, and that is now 5 in a row for this CT side. Really starting to pick up the pace a bit, but Trick look like they want to do that as well with Tech 9s in tow. And Olaf Meister outside play on the cards as they stack up towards the top of Silo with them. He does minimal damage. Astralis, and Flameth especially, look to do maximum.
Yeah, just looking at that last round there, you see that Glaive actually got boosted up on top of defaults on top of Hut towards Heaven, because they had a lack of rotations with Device going down and being forced down. So really nice reaction there from Astralis overall. Flameth taking space as well. But for now, this round exactly the same. You can see how locked Astralis actually have on mute. They looked quite shaky at the beginning there, and now I'm just looking at their reactions. Everything is flawless. You've got Flameth being so proactive. Funny fact, I actually used to watch his outside demos back in the day. I used to watch him play outside when I used to play outside, when I used to IGL, and I would actually learn off him from when he was in Complexity. And what surprised me, and something I couldn't simply replicate, was his proactiveness and every single round doing something different. And it's been shown here. I think he's literally got 2 kills in every single position so far.
Man, I miss Prime Complexity Flameth. I really do wish that lineup had been more successful than it was, because it deserved it. But then they had the problem of that AWPer going home, everything fell apart, Config literally got to pieces, breaking his hand as Device breaks a couple of bones outside here. Only also a quick trade, though, means we're back into the 4v4 as Device is switching things up with Flameth here. It's interesting. I like it, especially if Flameth can catch a couple of frags from Garage. They're trying to trick Tricked into thinking that there won't be anyone else out here. due to that positioning switch. But regardless of what's going on towards outside, presence has been given up fully by the T's, and Lucky, as he continues to look on the roof, will likely be setting up utility for a bit of an execute here.
Molotov maybe a little bit too early from Zipex. That smoke is good because it just blocks off the momentum from Tricked. In the meantime, what that allows is Mister to push a little bit more secret, get information, allows players to have the understanding that it is going to be the A bomb site that is their target, and Glaive with the spray down drops the bomb, and Zipex to get the other two from Hut. Lovely shot down from Astralis, and that is them with 7 rounds in a row.
Man, it makes me so unbelievably happy to see Glaive and Zipex filling up a kill feed on Nuke like the old days. As much as Device starts that round off, it does get a bit messy, but with Glaive and Zipex working their magic, it's not the cleanest of sprays, but regardless, it's a clean round overall. It's 7 on the board to Astralis, and they look to keep climbing further. If Astralis can get 10 on their CT side here, I think this could be not an open and shut case, but
I don't know with 10. I think maybe if they get 11, I would be closed line. I think that's curtains right there.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we saw them get 10 on the previous, and Trick did a damn good job of coming back, and that was on their less favoured side of the T. Taking a T. Device looks to stir the pot towards outside, but nobody's presenting themselves just yet. Iceberg might walk into his crosshairs, but it's not a said and done deal. Nade is going to hit Iceberg from... Was that his own teammate? No, it wasn't. Ignore me.
It was from
Regardless, though, Lane F does go down.
Yeah, well, he's continuing on this reactionary play of playing outside, going in towards Africa there. It doesn't matter, though, because he does get caught off guard. Iceberg, the IGL, taking matters into his own hand here and just going, you know what? Let's go kill them all. Nodios as well. Lovely pick towards Zepex on ramp. Tricked opening up this round very successfully. And it's now, how cleanly can they do it? And it looks like very cleanly. Tricked. 5 versus 1 right now. Almost hunting for Glaive. Prime going down that vent, gets mollied in the process, and Glaive towards control. Will get spotted out very shortly, I would assume, and all we see is Prime's head. And he does just slip the net. What happens
for a knife here? No, okay. Yeah. Glaive's just hunting. He doesn't want to allow any spiraling of economy. My goodness, the timing is unreal. Can we play some Benny Hill music on this as Prime? He looks right back at the correct moment, but Glaive does cut him through regardless. I think that should be a saved over weapon here for Glaive. Trick to know that they can't afford to waste any more guns on this hunt, because look, Prime was $0 in his back pocket, and as much as they do get a bomb plant, as much as they do win the round, Quest is still a McAlil. Their economy was not strong coming into this one, and they know not to be wasteful. Iceberg can drop one over. That will be a full buy coming in from Trick, but with the absolute oodles of cash on this Astralis side, yeah, they're going to be fine reinvesting, but it's not so that they want to make a reoccurring trend here. They've not won the half yet, and Trick look to ensure that that's not a possibility in the first place.
Lovely round all in all there from Tricked. And a tactical pause. We saw, I think, 6 or 7 on Mirage, almost every single one of them, which I always say, Tom, I think a tactical pause is, it's overpowered. It's so good. You can use it in so many different scenarios. And talking to the likes of God B when I interviewed him, saying how, from a coach's perspective, you can use the enemy's tactical pause against them. If a coach is be able to preempt when the tactical pause are going to come through, you instantly am like, okay, we want to talk about this, bam, bam, bam. And especially for Trick there, it's nice just to go, we've won a round, let's slow down. Let's talk about what we want to be doing. And Device now, he's back on that AWP. The difference between him and Lucky, especially on that first map, was Device's proficiency with the rifle, because they both had very similar AWP kills, but Device's stats were so far and above better.
Yeah, but the problem here is Lucky has been a little slow off the mark. Oh, Prime,
wait, what?
You can't
he got
be doing that. He naded mid-air and then fell down. That's amazing from Zipex. And Glaive dropping down vents. He looks to cause further carnage towards the outside position. As Device, he's got an AWP up close and personal to ramp. This is going to be a tough angle for them to clear. In fact, he's getting even closer. Wants his first shot opportunity for Quez. As Actually spins the corner, down goes Nodios. He's back for more. Looking for seconds. He dives in and Lucky dives down 6 feet under. Now in a 5 versus 2. This is looking immaculate for Astralis. Look at the aggression of Zipex. There's no hiding from them. as they hunt you down, but Iceberg, well, it looked like it could have been quite a rewarding hunt if his teammates hadn't all died within the space of about 4 seconds, but from heaven he may strike, but in a 1v5, it's just not going to be a possibility.
Well, Tom, Device strikes once again. Zipex, I'll give him 2 kills there, you know? I'll give him that first kill. He got the nade on Prime, and he forced Prime to suicide, basically, as he's coming off silo. And that'll be Astralis 8-5. Continuing back in their lead, furthering the scoreline, winning the half outright here. And this game started 4-0 for Tricked on that T side. They lost against Pistols 5-7, an A1S on Blame F, and now they tumbled and ascended into a 3-round deficit.
Yeah, it's been a pretty wild roller coaster of a map in early doors. It's had some high highs for Tricked, but Astralis, well, they've snatched back a few of their own. Device needs to be careful here, because Iceberg, if he spins around, could kill him as the AWP has just scoped on in. Iceberg, is he going to go for the push? Could catch 3 of them here, but no, runs out of time. Very, very cautious and appropriately so. If he goes down, there won't be a buy. And oh, Prime, that is very messy. He tries to dodge the grenade midair, and it results in his death. As Device, well, he's ensuring that nobody's able to dodge his 50 cals as they puncture quite a couple of deep flesh wounds on the advancing ramp players. Now, unfortunately, we've got another quick tech pause here. Hopefully that's wrapped up soon. As Tricked, I'll be honest, 5 rounds on the T side is by no means terrible. It's not the best for Tricked. Normally they do a little bit better. Tricked are actually quite mischievous in the sense that they often win 8 rounds on their T side on Nuke. That has been denied by Astralis, but they could still pick up 7. They've got to buy in this one. The penultimate of the first half. Astralis do as well, of course. And they've got cash for days. They'll be buying until the end of this first half at the very least. Yeah, Trick definitely not out of this one, especially if they can pick 1 or 2 more up on this board.
Yeah, I don't think we've quite highlighted the significance of this early T side. I think I was going to lead onto it. It was just it ended so quickly. You look at the maps, I think when you look at momentum based, you can definitely take Dust 2 into that equation where you can really garner momentum on the T side very early on if you're able to win that pistol and subsequent second round. And that can be really beneficial because it's very hard to get T side rounds. You look at the likes of Ancient, Overpass, Nuke is thrown into that mixture, and they're very similar CT side ratings of being a lot more proficient. You tend to see these 11 and halves be quite common, and it all comes down to if Trick can maybe get 1 more in these last 2 rounds or start off quickly on that second half. And we were saying that they started off the first map very slow, but they came back into it. Seems like Trick to flip the script here a little bit. But I don't think the alarm bells are going off for them just yet. I think currently 5 rounds, and they have had some success, isn't too bad. It's just as scary when Blamef is having such a game as usual. Zipex and Glaive are actually doing some good work towards A, and Device hasn't quite shown his full potential, I feel like, yet. And it is just another peripheral problem with Tricked, and Dodius is having some headset issues, but it looks like, as I've just been informed, we are going right back into it.
Yeah, you were speaking about Device not activating quite as much. And again, that is the nature of an AWP on Nuke. It's quite often outmaneuvered. And as much as Device has had some incredibly impactful kills with the AWP, don't get me wrong, you lack versatility, especially on a map with so many close corners. Maps that your reaction times are really, really tested on. But yeah, holding ramp with an AWP, definitely one of the better positions to be working on. It really just sets you up for one avenue of fragging as an AWP. But Blame F will not have players avenued into his crosshairs this time, as Quez catches Glaive very early doors. As that Molotov goes on down, the B bomb site is completely in control of Tricked. I say that, but as Zipex will now notice there is 4 players on this bomb site. Yeah, he's going to bide his time before he pushes in alone. Does a tiny bit of chip damage towards Quez there, but that is great post-plant util by Tricked, keeping these CTs at bay for a very long stretch of time. But Nodios, that is rough timing. Blame F now comes down to join his team, but the problem is it is a 4-mana ramp retake, Freddy.
This is very dangerous. They're being funneled with that smoke that's on the right side. It does now expire, and Primes will do the same towards Control. Blamef, who might get caught off guard. He does. Prime gets the kill, but it's quickly traded out. 2 versus 2. Lucky just about connects the spray, and Device is trying to hunt down Lucky, but he's being bamboozled with the Glock and all the pistols. Everyone is shooting, and Device, I think he's going to die. He doesn't survive here, and Quez, he survives, and he wins the round for Trix. Lovely there. 4 players coming from ramp is never going to be successful. A very scrappy one, but Trix, they will take that 6th round with open arms.
Yeah, I believe it was Glaive there who desperately needed a kill before Device tries to come in with the Hero 5-7. Great stuff by Lucky, just buying plenty of time. As much as the Glock fragging probably could have come over the line, he buys plenty of time. Trick to win the round, and that's what's important after all. But don't forget, you can also use code CCT with our partners over at Hellcase. 70 cents for free and a 10% deposit bonus when you play with our partners. But Glaive playing with fire will take Quest down early. Device finds a second. Iceberg falls, and into another 5v3 we go here.
They're just going to force their way towards ramp. Zip is here. Will just drop that nade, doesn't do any damage, and falls back. He does have a smoke as well that he can use to prevent them going any further. Blamef holding a very deep angle will not get tested, and Zip, very much like what Trick did to them last round, they're going to throw that smoke to funnel them out. Fully blind. Device is there to cover him. Device with the Deagle. Spam goes away, and he will secure 4 kills in this round. I was just saying when he was 8-7 in the scoreline that we haven't seen his true potential just yet on Nuke, and bam, he shows it there in the last round and a half. A kill outside. Talking about Blamef's proactiveness, Device has been everywhere. I feel like every single round he's in a different position, and every single round he is there to support Astralis with victory.
That is a fantastic round there from Device. I said that he wasn't as versatile with the AWP in his hands, but I stand corrected, at least for that last round. But an opener outside, already a great kill, falls away straight back down to the lower site, and from that lower site positioning, Trick don't expect him to strike twice from the same place. They bested him previously from that position, as Lucky jumped through a smoke in order to deny him another frag towards a B site. The Tricked now look to deny Astralis' presence towards A, but the Molotovs rain on in, and utility, what Astralis are ever so well known for, is not going to do much as Prime Lucky Quest no Dios. That is insane. That is a pistol round finish in about 10 seconds as Astralis get absolutely brutalized by the Julies.
It was pretty much, I will say there, Prime getting that first kill, I don't know who it was on, I'll be honest, but that first kill on the entry, if he hadn't got that, different. Completely different game, I guarantee. I feel like Astralis might have actually won that because they would have had a lot more space to come out. You can see the second player in Hut who had the bomb was stunted, and I said, Tricked, you have to maybe get 5 or 6. They've got the 6, perfect, really good half, and they've won pistol round. They're up against the Eco 9-8. We're back in it, baby.
Yeah, we certainly are. Just the Glocks here for Astralis. Blamef, of course, going for the upgraded pistol. Not the P250 this time, the full-on Desert Eagle, but regardless of what he's bringing to the table here, I don't think it's going to be enough to deal anything pertinent to the Trick side. They got those 3 rifles, even the AUG for extra BM towards outside, holding off that long angle with proficiency. Nobody else looks to do so as well from the top of the silos. And yeah, this should be a pretty damn simple round for Trick. Astralis need to just throw themselves into a meat grinder somewhere. They've got no util to displace these CTs. And they just got to hope that it's not the MP9 that farms them up. Iceberg, good discipline there. Doesn't overextend them. Yeah, it's a slow pace from Astralis, beckoning Trick to push them so they can get at least a numbers advantage. But yeah, there we go. Wow. Free real estate for Iceberg. Takes him a little while to get the frag, but it's good cash in the end.
Quez going to get tested on ramp, is just looking to be honest, do this flawlessly, and that's a very nice deagle shot from Blamef. Prime though, Org? I didn't even notice he had that. Org meta, some people were saying that with the A1S being nerfed, potentially we will see maybe more of a Org being used. And right here, he has got his first. He will back away just about gets away with his life there. Literally 7 HP. Lucky that he has the like of Lucky to help him. And the bomb is going to try and go down towards B. The A1 is being picked up by Zip. He will avoid the MP9 for now, but he will not inevitably. And Iceberg, okay, you know, let's chill out a second. That was against, you know, literal non-armored players. So Iceberg just nice with more the economy. He's getting 1,800 extra because of those MP9 kills. SMG is $600 a piece, and they only lose one player. Overall, not a bad round. They actually are able to pick up the A1S then as well, because Iceberg picked off Zip's dead body. So overall, not a bad round from Tricked and Astralis. They don't really care. They almost got the bomb down. Doesn't really matter. They're on the guns.
I was saying, my reaction's more in the sense that that's a lot of cash cow farming, and also the fact that BlameF is that slow to react. Again, he's just on the Desert Eagle. It's just pistol round for Astralis. It's over and done with now. We're into our first proper gun round, and this is what will make all the difference. This will dictate how at least the start of the second half will go. And Quez is already down to 46. Now, has a smoke to pick on up yet. There's Astralis. Look to pick up a bit of presence towards outside. Glaive will be the first man up to the tally. Doesn't spot anyone, and that's because there's nobody here to receive him. The closest man will be Lucky on a FAMAS of all things. Hold them from effectively CT spawn. As soon as I say that, he does adjust his position. Consequently, so does Prime. Diving down towards Secret. Will be met with none other than Glaive early doors. Got a nice trade setup going here, but something that we've not really talked about, Freddie, is the fact that Mr. has been missing for the entirety of the second match. He's got 3 kills, 9 deaths, and I can't remember any of them.
I actually only just noticed that there on the just on the last round before. I was like, oh god, he's literally got 3 kills. But 30 seconds left. Astralis, they are running down the clock quite a bit. It seems like Ramp will be their point of attack. Quez has been left here, and that's the reason why Prime's been able to go down towards the B bomb site. Quez is boosted. Ooh, he's going aggressive, and Device will catch him out. Device gets 2. Mister, you called upon him. There he is. Jules Prime at range, and a very clean and simply easy round for Astralis. BlameF is lurking as well. Might even catch off some of the players, especially Nodius as he's in towards outside. And that'll be double digits for Astralis. First round the board on this T side.
Yeah, they just played that one super well. Tricked to completely outpositioned, outgunned. And as that timer ticks away, Nodios and Iceberg do look like they will be able to save. Especially Iceberg. That position is a nightmare to even look for. But Blame hasn't quite given up on the hunt just yet. Takes a bit of damage. I've no idea where he takes that damage from. Is that full damage? I think it might well have been. But yeah, after taking a bit of full damage, edges his way back towards Ramp. Saves over that rifle. Finally a 10th on the board for Astralis as they are again first to land double digits. But again, Tricked. This won't be the last we've seen of them. Their economy's a bit of a mess come this round. Lucky and Quez, well, certainly won't be affording an AWP into this one. I think they should probably invest a little around these rifles. At least an MP9 on Prime or something.
Double eco. Well, the reason why I'd only say they wouldn't buy it is because 1900 loss wouldn't normally be enough, but you have Prime on 4K, Lucky on 3.2, Nodius on 3K. They will actually get a buy next round. It's more the worry of someone like Iceberg and Quez will probably be on this SMG unless we could save these 2 rifles. There's a possibility they could get saved again. And oh, this is a cool little play. I've literally leaned left in my seat to look around the smoke. I've realized that doesn't matter. But Iceberg, with this smoke fading and as he hasn't found anything, they will have to do they could. I'd stay here, you know. Bit of a gimmick. I like it. I rate it.
I mean, Glaive, I don't quite know how he's been afforded this much territory because no one's even spotted him yet. And BlameF, that's lovely. Down goes the first 2, finally traded out by the pistol of Lucky. So that rifle has been retrieved and is still going to be a nuisance in this one as Lucky does fully reposition. But Astralis, they do have all of lower sight still, and Glaive, if he feels like it, who push towards Ramp. But Zipex pushes out a Squeaky, and this is still a very winnable round for Tricked here. That was such an unnecessary walkout, especially without trade potential as Device. He's just sitting comfortably at the back of Squeaky here, and Lucky, he chooses to walk around this corner. It could well be an advantage spun very quickly back into Astralis' favour, but Glaive has finally been spotted and cowers against the pistol of Prime there, missing out on a very easily afforded opportunity.
I like the rotation from Prime here to come up towards A and actually support Lucky. They have no information right now, Trick. That's the only problem. They don't really know if they've gone down vent or not, and I think they've heard the sound cues. They haven't. Now they know that they will. They could have got a frag there, but it's all down to Nodius. 1 versus 3 on this bomb site. Time is low. He whiffs the spray, but he will land it. 8 bullets left. The Molotov at his feet. 10 seconds now. The bomb shall be retrieved. 2 versus 2, and the rotations are not close enough to deny this bomb. Lucky leading the charge with A1S, and Glaive will nail him in the head. A1S has been picked up by Lucky, well, sorry, Prime there, but it will be Astralis to get 11th and put an end to that madness, but no investment from Tricks. They make it quite costly.
Yeah, great stuff from Glaive to finish, but as you said, very, very costly round. What they brought into it in the first place. Lucky constantly dealing damage, especially with the lesser weapon rate. It's ingrained in his system at this point, as that Molotov is very clean. This is that headshot. That headshot to Prime is spectacular from Glaive there. Yeah. Absolutely seals the round. As Lucky looks to seal an early frag, fires off a shot, but it won't do damage. Instead, Device damaged up by a Molotov in towards the ramp room. Quez will chuck a smoke to delay, and he pushes towards that position further. And Astralis, they punch up towards lobby as they reevaluate the angle of attack in round number 20.
Big round for Trick. This could be the either beginning of an attempt of a third map or the end of this series. It's only 12-8, but I think it has like a lot more knock-on effects if you get 13, momentum, all that jazz. And now, these outside smokes have been really good at negating, especially Prime and Lucky. The first time I did it just negates Lucky's position. This time, Prime, he hears nothing as well, and that's almost more dangerous than hearing anything. So, like, we have no idea if anyone's down or not. But Tricks, they are just firmly staying here. They've got 2 players on the A. Oh, sorry, no, Iceberg's down. I didn't even notice that. Iceberg is down and holding all of that. He sees nothing, and with 45 seconds left, the execute is looking to be primed over towards this A bomb site, Tom.
Yeah, they throw in a couple of flashes, but don't push immediately off the back of it to try and keep Trick guessing here. And Trick very much are still guessing. And Flame catches the first. Huge double from Nodios. Oh my goodness, Device. How does he get away with that onto Iceberg? Somehow that's a quick scope as Prime is now locked off by smokes. Astralis probably shouldn't have been given as much of a chance in this round as they were, especially off the back of Nodios' 2K, but Zipex, that trade was absolutely crucial. And Device, purely in the nature of staying alive, has netted Astralis a 12th here as Tricked. It just gets so messy. It's hard to really comprehend what just happened on the bomb site there, but I do like the way that Astralis keep Tricked very, very nervous, very tentative about the fact a push is actually coming on in. As those 2 flashbangs, well, they cause a lot of confusion.
Confusion, but it doesn't matter. You can see that Astralis, they actually go for a single flashbang on their execute, and that's the reason why I think it was Quez just died straight away, because he was waiting for that flashbang, kind of tucking and turning, playing anti, and it never comes. Nice from Astralis. They only keep 1 player alive. They do take down 1 with them, which overall is actually fine. Nodius doubles up here, and
it's so messy, man.
Just confusion. And that is, if he gets that kill, the round's won, I feel like, for Tricked. And now, tactical pause, as I was saying, that round for Tricked is the difference between potentially them getting to overpass or them losing out 0 and 2. 12 and 8 right now, Tricked, they're on this lower buy. They're saving for the next, and Astralis will be gifted their 13th. Only opposition is going to be Lucky on that AWP, who hasn't had much to say so far in this map.
Yeah, he's been far more proficient in a lot of rounds on the rifle than he has on the AWP, notably jumping through the window smoke down towards the lower site, whacking Device to pieces. Also on the pistol, buying time. He also had an AK in his back pocket for that one. I would love to see a bit more coming out of Lucky's up, but at the same time, there's no need to invest in it if you're having so much impact on the rifle, because Nuke is one of those maps that you can fairly easily survive without an AWP, much more so than a lot of other maps in the pool. Nice classic Astralis U2 on early doors, though. Flame F. Oh, can he get another Rico frag? Instead, it's Device entry onto Quez.
Yeah, it's looking like actually a pretty good round. Not as scary as some of Tricked.
Oh my goodness.
When Tricked were playing against the lower buys, it sometimes got a little bit scary. And here, even, oh, wow, nice shot actually. That was really good on Lucky. Glaive, nice little readjustment. And it is Mr. Prime, Mr. Matthias, all by himself. 13 rounds Astralis will have. 3 away from closing out Nuke, 3 away from closing out the series, and 3 away from, well, Device having such an unbelievable comeback. I was talking about the difference between him and Lucky, and statistics, CCT put a nice little graphic, and it was actually unreal, the difference. The AWP kills, I think it was only 15 for Device and 11 for Lucky. So theoretically, the AWP kills, not much of a difference. But then you look at the rest of the stats and the rating, the ADR, the KAST, the cast, the difference in that was shown because of Device's proficiency outside of the use of the AWP.
I mean, Device is probably on a plus 20 right now. He had a monster first map, a 31 kill finish, or 32 kill finish if I'm not mistaken, and here he's got 21 in 11 as he continues to farm regardless of the scenario, regardless of the weapon that's thrust into his hands. And now that he's on the T side, he seems to be having even more impact. As Strict, they're just sort of stunting here. They can't play around Astralis' aggression. And it is clear to see that as a slightly newer roster trying to readapt to get back to their old ways, they've had a lot stronger at E-side than CT, as they still haven't quite nailed out those defaulting positions. But Astralis, they look to not quite default towards outside. In fact, they've got quite a bit of presence over here with their util. Bomb is in tow as well. Prime may well be called upon, but Lucky can be the kingpinning.
Gonna have to be.
Yeah, down towards Secret. Are they even going to aggress this now? Lucky could be spun into a peak. He's biding his time. He's trying to be patient here. I have no idea what Astralis are trying to do. Oh, but regardless, that's a stunner of a headshot.
Well, they're just trying to fake out outside presence, and unsuspectingly, Prime just reveals themselves from that smoke, so it all kind of gets neglected a little bit. And Quez, he's going to have 4 or 3 players rounding down towards Ramp. Jiggles, they spot him, and they land a shot to the cranium. Prime is here alongside Iceberg. This is the final frontier for Strix. They have to hold strong, and strong they will be. Mister with the bomb, finally coming alive. Mister! What, 3 kills now into a 1 versus 1 against Nodius. We say he had quite a disappointing performance so far in this map, and this is definitely a time to step up. I was not expecting him to get either of those kills, and he's repositioned perfectly. I don't think Nodius would expect this, Tom.
I mean, he was watching behind at least temporarily, but with this late of a flank coming in, he's definitely not going to expect it. Nodios still looking the wrong way as Mr. edges further forward. It's an ultimate timing here, and Mr. Oh my goodness, with 1 HP! 1 HP at the end of it, he does it regardless. An amazing clutch from the young gun, and that is why he is on this roster. He fills in fantastically into the tougher positions. And occasionally you'll get something like that straight out of him. That is ridiculous repositioning. I'm going to count that as a 1 versus 3 because it's as good as that. And Astralis onto a 14. The 6-round lead is Tricked. They are floundering on their CT side.
Playing above his age right there. Playing above his experience. Mister finally comes alive in this map, and he's going to spur his team onto victory unless Nodius is signed to stay about it. Don't be serious. No. 3 bullets left in this Deagle, and he has to do everything, but sadly, he'll be left on a pedestal, and there's nothing more that can be done in this round. Astralis claim 15, and Device's comeback will be held in glory unless Lucky, whose revenge arc, might have something to say about it. And no, I keep on getting excited and it keeps on being closed down.
Yeah, the scout, if it landed that first kill, maybe has something to say, but Prime is removed, and with that, Astralis survive another onslaught as they hedge on to 15. Now, looking at the economy on both sides, Trick do have money to invest in, but that is just brutal from Glaive to start things off. That is the second impeccable 2K that Nodios has found from the bank of Silo, though. It's just a shame his team aren't quite able to capitalise off of his multi-franking potential. The man's 18 and 15, the only man positive on Tricked right now, and he has had a very impressive game. There's a reason that they brought Nodios on to replace, I believe, Kia. But it's just not been enough, especially up against Astralis. I agree, this could well be it. But Nodios, again, he's going to miss out on that first frag. That's so unfortunate. 1 more bullet required. The A1S nerf has absolutely stuck him there as Quez does fire back on 1 cylinder. Zipex takes damage, but still such an advantage for Astralis here. Trick, they would need to pull off a miracle round.
Lucky's literally in vent. Lucky has to somehow make his way up through vent amidst all this chaos. The other two players retaking from heaven. This would be some ask. And Device, I didn't even notice. He was flanking outside. Lucky's been spotted. Lucky's been eliminated. And FlameF alongside Device will claim 24 frags in Device's comeback. Oh my god, have they made a statement there. 16-8 on Nuke. Trick's favourite map. They have been demolished on, and they will advance to the quarterfinals of the CCT Northern Europe Series 2, Tom.
I mean, what a way to rebirth the, well, best or most consistent player at the very least in the world. That was a fantastic Danish derby. It was great to see and cast Device as, he popped off on all cylinders, whether it was a cylinder of an AWP, the barrel of an A4. He was doing fantastic work across both maps, on both sides, and as much as his team were dragging behind a little bit, with the exception of BlameF on Mirage, on Nuke, that was a wild performance on the CT side, and that is a scoreline reminiscent of the old times for Astralis here, and I hope we get more of that coming on into the future, and I hope we get more of that coming up in just 2 days' time, and we'll be seeing the rest of the quarterfinals coming through. That should be incredibly fun, and I can't wait to see Device continue to carry on onwards.
Yeah, well, talking about the rest of the quarterfinals, we need to see the round of 16 now, and we've still got one more game left to play. And it is honestly, in my opinion, equally a banger. OG Esports ranked 16th in the world up against Havu, 59th in the world, and on this server right now, we have a lot of very big names, and it's kind of a tale of two stories. You've got OG, who still are looking to really cement themselves in Tier 1, and Havu, who have got players, and we were talking about ending Astralis' old Nuke win streak. Well, we've got some of the old ENT players playing on Havu who are kind of stuck in this Tier 2 domain right now. And so that's going to be next on play. And if we just look at the rest of the quarterfinals, we've already got Gamer Legion versus Dynamo Eclot that will be already sorted out for the first quarterfinals. I actually said Gamer Legion, I think they're going to win this tournament. You thought 9 were going to beat Gamer Legion. You put them in your list. And well, close game, close affair, but not to be. Dynamo Eclot, that was a huge upset from Sprout. That Mirage was absolutely chaotic, and a lot of our talent actually predicted Sprout to win. So that's already something there in the spanner in the cogs. And Astralis, I think only 3 of us put them even in our top 3, and it was me and you who put them as 3rd, and I think someone else put them as 2nd. So we didn't have too much hope for them, and I think that might be quite a big what's the word? Quite a big rocket to show. You know what, guys? You doubted us. Device is here to play. And OG, I think I put them... I didn't put them in mine, no. I think I put... actually, I put them as 2nd, yeah.
Yeah, well, OG, the reason why I didn't put Astralis as my top pick is because I think they can well lose to OG, but I did put ENTs in my picks because I think they should have a fairly easy time dispatching Ago. They might be challenged by Endpoint here, but their biggest opposition will definitely be Gamer Legion should they make it to that semi-finals. Can't underestimate Eclot, though. They've been a pretty nifty team as of late, as much as they sometimes struggle to close things out. We've also got Movistar looking to make a comeback here. They've had a very, very rough time of it after losing some players who is on the other side of the bracket. But this does not look like the classic Tier 2 players that we have. This is looking like a Tier 1 tournament. And I'm really, really excited to see what's going to happen next. Heat and ITB, that should be another fantastic game. And of course, OG versus Havu is what we will be bringing you up next. And that is also going to be a banger. But I think that's all we need to say, really, before wrapping up. This has been another fantastic series. Astralis, just biting our nails a little bit from nerves over on Mirage. But yeah, with that second game, they absolutely stomped Trick. Despite a competitive first half, Trick just let their foot off the gas. And that's 2 maps today, or 2 games today, that they have unfortunately lost after forfeiting in a grand final, only to get 2-0 by Astralis.
Yeah. Tom, just look at, I was refreshing HLTV, waiting for the stats to get updated. Device and Blame have had 100 ADR each, both with a 1.6 plus rating, and Device had a plus 28. That is some debut to have back home. The whole thing was he's back home, and god damn he is. If he's able to put that performance up again, I am scared. but I would like to see it happen maybe against a little bit of a higher level of opponent. So I think let's hold our horses right there with that one. But it's good to see Blamev still having a lot of the control that he has in that map. But I think you set it up nicely, Tom. We still have one more game left today in playoffs. OG versus Havu. Ladies and gentlemen, my name has been Freddie Oguri Rana. I have been joined by the wonderful, gorgeous, sexy, Sneaky Beaky or Tom, and we will be joining you for the next series, so do not go too far, and we'll see you guys in about half an hour.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellgates website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellgates, your world of expensive skins.
up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the CCT Northern Europe Series 2 playoffs. We've seen some absolutely incredible games today so far. We've seen an upset, which would most definitely be in the form of Eclot, who, I'll be honest, I had no faith in them being Sprout, and they did. Unfortunately, Tricked weren't able to follow in that same pursuit, and they did fall to Astralis. But there, we saw the absolute incredible comeback of Device. Fair play to him. And now it will be OG versus Havu, the international squad versus the Finns. I think this one is shaped up to be, again, quite one-sided. But after today, I am confident that we could potentially see an upset delivered by us, by the Finns, who are kind of back straight off the back of a LAN win.
Yeah, they've not done too shabbily there. It was a Finnish LAN, but winning any LAN is always a massive achievement. Before that LAN, though, they did come 11th to 12th in Elisa Masters, which, if I'm not mistaken, is dead last. They really didn't put their best foot forward there. They messed up quite badly in the best-of-1 stages, and as much as OG wasn't in attendance, I feel like they are still the higher caliber team coming off the back of the Blast Premier Full Final, which, again, they didn't do particularly well in, but it was up against a much higher caliber of opposition, and they did at least cause a little bit of trouble for some of the top teams out there right now. So OG are the clear favourites coming into this one. Havu, they have the momentum of some pretty decent wins lately. A Vanguard, X-Finest, and Anonymo, not quite the same caliber as NIP, FaZe, and Vitality, but OG did indeed lose 0-2 to the first two and 1-2 versus Vitality, who themselves are going through a bit of a struggle period right now. So looking at the rosters, the side of OG to start things off, I mean, as individuals, these guys are fantastic. They just quite haven't been able to mesh properly to get out of what is probably mediocre considering where they should be in Tier 1.
Yeah, I think I kind of do agree with you. You have, firstly, next to the IGL, he's definitely, I'd say, one of the bigger just personalities on this team. He's IGL'd, especially for the G2 team, he's IGL'd at some of the higher levels over the course of like 3 years. He's played at some of the biggest events of the world, came second at PGL Stockholm. So his caliber is obviously up there with the likes of the best. And then you have someone like Dexter, the old Spirit Orpa, who is absolutely incredible. He consistently puts some really high frags above a lot of the people around him. And then you have a mixture of that with then Flames, who comes from Endpoint. So, you know, I have this little love for him. He was very similar to what Nertz is like now. He's kind of this this Israeli super fragger, and he seems to have maybe dropped off a little bit going into this OG team where he is naturally playing against a higher level of opponents. And then Neofrag and Fiku, two, I'd say, quite inexperienced players. Fiku coming from AGO and Neofrag coming from the Czechia region. Yeah, he came from Sinners, and like he actually used to play for Eclot back in the day. So we've already talked about Eclot. So these players, they have come from maybe a little lower level, but I think especially Neofrag has stepped up to the plate. But still, I think I agree with what you said, is they haven't quite hit that upper echelon they would have wanted.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Flames, and he has had a pretty damn good past 3 months, a 1.13 rating on him and a 1.10 on Dexter. But Dexter has actually fallen off slightly, and I was very, very surprised to see him leave Spirit. I know there was a problem with, international relations, I'll call it, and Dexter being asked to move from his home country. He wasn't comfortable with that. I think OG have a fantastic pickup in Dexter as an AWPer, but he just doesn't quite mesh as well as he did on Spirit. And honestly, if I think he was playing on Spirit instead of Wonderful at the Rio Major, just because of the experience behind him, despite Wonderful having a fantastic performance, he probably could have pushed them into that semi-finals. And of course, the coach is not Castle. The coach is a Rugger, the Danish coach, who's been around for 2 years and 10 months on this OG lineup. He's been through, well, the whole works of it, really. But on the side of OG, that's who we've got. On the side of Havu, on the other side, we have X7 and Ariel, the former major finalist duo. And Zane has also had a couple of successful runs in majors in the past. He's joined by Spargo and Doto, with Zate coming in as their coach. Now, in terms of consistency, I'd say Havu are definitely more consistent than OG, but again, it is easier to be consistent in Tier 2 than it is, of course, at the heights of Counter-Strike. But they've had a pretty damn good past 4 months, which is when all of this lineup has been together. They've seen decent success, especially in the CCT circuits, consistently making it to the second round, the quarterfinals of playoffs, and they're going to be looking to do it again here, up against, admittedly, a harder opponent of OG.
Yeah, I think they have beat X-Finest going into this, which X-Finest are a team that I think people don't realize the caliber that they actually hold. And Havu as well, we were talking about that LAN win. They had it was actually at SPU. I think it was just before the Eliza Masters finals. And they did that against Ent Academy, which might necessarily not seem like the best team, but they actually beat the other regional teams to go through to these finals. So you've beaten the likes of Yano, Honka, all the other best Finnish teams, and Ents Academy just happened to be the team that go through. And Havu did, to be fair, kind of slap them out of the water. And also, Zen, you've mentioned him there, some of his success at the majors. I think a lot of people don't realize how well FunPlus Phoenix did. Like, they were top 20 for a large majority of their iteration of the roster, and Zen was a big part of that. And then you've had the likes of Madden to go to Ents after that. You've had the likes of Farley, who's then kind of delved in and out of AWPing within Denmark, and then Emmy as well, who sadly has had quite a bit of a downward spiral in his career, kind of alongside Stiko. But Havu are a serious force to be reckoned with, and I think they're definitely trying to make their way back up through to that tier 1, and this would be some really good start, because OG, they're literally flying to Abu Dhabi next week. Like, they're going to the Premier World Finals. That's the level they're playing at, and they've been invited because of their world rating. So Havu, this would be some statement if they were able to get their Finnish flag and stamp it in the hearts of OG fans.
Yeah, and I'm honestly here for it. I'd love to see an upset happening today. We've already had Eclot, as you mentioned earlier, but just looking at this Havu lineup again as a whole, they look warm. They look ready to take us here off the back of a 3-win streak throughout 2 different CCT circuits. They're also playing in Central where they beat a Vanguard. But I think if we have a head-to-head for this matchup, I'd be curious to see who production are pitting up for us here today. But what I want to see is a strong AWP duel between Dexter and between Spargo. But the actual head-to-head will be Flames and Zane here. As you can see, pretty damn similar between the pair of them. A 1.13 2.0 rating over the past 3 months, and the impact 1.15 to the 1.12. Flames is definitely the best player on OG right now. He is a kingpin to be looking out for. Zane, he's Mr. Consistent for Havu. That's going to be I think a thorn in the sides of OG here. But overall, I'm looking forward to seeing if OG bring their best face today.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. You have the likes of Flames on your screen who goes to the majors and is able at the RMRs, for instance, to get basically a 1.20 rating. He's playing at that level against the top players in the world and doing successfully. And you've mentioned there as well Spargo versus Dexter. Spargo's actually an AWPer that I am sometimes quite critical of, and I sometimes feel like he doesn't get as much impact as necessarily he could. And that is always something I'm a little bit wary of in this Havu roster. And especially if we're going into a game like this where Dexter is such a prolific AWPer on the other side, this could get quite dangerous for Spargo. But as we've got straight into this, we've missed the veto, and Tom, do you want to quickly run us through that before we get into pistol round?
Yeah, sure. We got Mirage to start things off here. It's a pretty decent map for the side of Havu. 13 times played in the past 3 months with a 69% win rate. On the flip side, it is actually the worst map for OG, played 5 times. They've only managed to win it on a single occasion. I'll be honest, I didn't quite catch the second map there. I think it was Ancient. Ancient is a pretty decent map for OG, 50% win rate over 6, but I'll get back to you in a second. As Havu just burst out onto the A-bomb side, but Fiku, Flames, Dexter, my goodness! It's Lions and Tigers and Bears, oh my, as they cut down everyone on Havu in a matter of about 3 seconds, leaving X7 on the mid lurk in an impossible and nightmarish scenario.
Oh, very quick round from OG, and just saying, nightmarish position. I don't think even comes close to what X7 is going to have to go through here right now. He's got basically everyone looking at him. Dexter, okay, he does get 1 kill, but you can see as soon as he gets that kill, everyone just instantly snaps over towards him. And a little part of me, for a very small second there, believed.
Well, for a very small second, as he's quite swiftly removed of after the opening 2. Heading into the second round now. Wait, does that say Hannah Montana? Hannah Montana on the FAMAS. Big up Neofrag there.
I respect that. Did you see? Yeah, he's got a name. That's awesome. Hannah Montana on the FAMAS. I rate that quite a lot. And yeah, this is Havu's map pick. It's definitely one of their more favored, and it plays in quite nicely because it's not necessarily the best for OG, actually losing to endpoints on it in the CCT Central European Series 2, Flames' old team.
Yeah, it's not a good map for OG. It's something they definitely need to improve upon because, of course, you can't be having a 5-map pool, especially in Tier 1. And I mean, looking back to the crazy days, the G2 days, it was a pretty nifty one for the side of Nexa. There's been a little bit of a fall from grace, but Neofrag will not fall towards top middle as he sprays down everyone, and wow, a USP 1-tap as well to add insult to injury. He's now on for an ace in the second round as X7 slowly creeps his way back towards TV room. This may well be delivered, and there we go. Neofrag gets a lovely ace there, and that's a fantastic second round for OG. They don't let anything slip.
Yeah, that was I think you've put that nicely. Lovely from Neofrag here. The player from Czech Republic already doing very nicely there. That 4th kill. Crispy with the USP. And OG Esports, the international squad, famed in many different esports, will be looking to get quite a good lead here on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, with just the pistols, it's inevitable at this point. It'll be a faster play towards B, though. Maybe they can look to overwhelm us. Nexa, well, he's got a Molotov in hand. Decides against the Molotov, actually. Whacks a nade on down. Does minimal damage towards the man in Zane. Now as they start to pick up the pace again. I'm surprised Nexa hasn't just used his Molotov. I mean, I know his teammate towards short side has one in tow as well. And Neofrag does very well to readjust with the FAMAS in the nick of time there. But yeah, the sprays come through finally from that MP9. And good stuff from OG again.
Molotov did nicely, I think. Was it Neofrag that dropped it, or Dexter? And you were saying the short player. It just isolates them apart, and it splits those first 2 attackers away from the other 3. Lovely as well from the MP9. I think the fact that he dies there is actually nicer more than anything. $600 a piece with that SMG. He'll slot that money into his pocket and could even drop an AWP over to Dexter early on. Yep, he'll do that exactly. They'll swap weapons. This is looking like a good start for OG as they don't have the opposing AWP on Havu.
But before we get into round number 4, don't forget to check out our partners over at Hellcase. Use code CCT for a free 70 cent and a 10% deposit bonus. But please do remember, case opening is still gambling, so gamble responsibly. Don't gamble if you're under the age of 18, and don't bet more than you can afford to lose. As Havu can't really afford to lose round number 4 here. If it does, it will start a little bit of a downward spiral. especially if they lose up against what is a bit of a bonus buy round here for OG. They do have the AWP on Dexter, though, and, well, that's a big bonus for OG in itself, but so far hasn't caught anyone off guard to start having that impact with.
Early group towards the B bomb side for Havu. They will just miss Nexus head, and he's going to actually still kind of stay around. He's hanging around towards Van there, and they haven't seen him yet, but he will get isolated by Zen, and Neofrag will fall in the same manner. Flame's going to try and catch someone off, but no. Very nice, simple execute. Havu just went every single one of their gun jewels.
Yeah, very, very clean indeed. Dexter not even required in this round as he's isolated to the opposing site. With Havu getting a flawless round here, X7 has actually been sent in on the hunt. He is seconds away from catching those two retiring players. They fall back in towards T-spawn. Now Havu can't afford to lose too many players on the hunt here. A limit of 1 should probably be set, as their economy also needs room to grow. Now OG, they have plenty of money in their back pockets with the exception of Nexa, especially with that AWP saved on over, so a buy come the next round will not be a problem. But if Havu are allowed to replicate a flawless round again on them, that's when things become a little worrisome. OG will be looking to at least find a frag with their upgraded weaponry in the next round.
Yeah, well, they'll still have... Yeah, they still pretty much have everything, so I think it's fine. They'll have enough money. And yes, that's a good first round on the board for Havu in their map pick. Full buy from both sides. Fiku on that MP9 still. I think he's had that since round 2. And just me the 5 AK still. No AWP yet on Spargo.
I don't think he really needs it just yet, though. Zane, as I said, Mr. Consistent gets a lovely double entry there. Dexter can't quite catch one behind the smoking top middle. Now X7 has another 4 position in the apartments, and Arthur were looking to capitalise off of a somewhat weak B defence here for OG. Can Nexus off angle cause any problems? Oh, he's dropped off at the worst possible time. Sees about 8 people coming towards him. Of course, it is just the full 5, and as they spurn out of the apartments, they have good presence towards the site, but they haven't been able to push past Truck yet, and Neofrag looks to deny presence, but Spargo and Aerial, a fantastic double opener, leaves Nexa on his own, at least for now. Good for the single, but can't capitalise further, and with that, Havu, another fantastic B hit here.
Bro, I was talking about how prolific Dex can be on that AWP, and so far he hasn't been able to put pen to paper just yet. They'll actually give Spargo the AWP, put it into the hands of the Finnish sniper rifle, and pretty much identical rounds there. Nexa got called upon to basically just kill everyone, and sadly there's only so much he can do, and that will just be to deny the bomb momentarily. Overall, a very nice second round from Havu, and OG, they don't have a buy again, do they?
They could struggle one through, but it would have to be a big force buy.
Drop the AWP.
Yeah, Fiku can drop an AWP to Dexter, but Dexter hasn't had any impact on the big green yet, so it might not be a worthwhile investment. Unless, of course, they're looking to challenge Spargo head on. Yeah, they can just about afford a buy, but I think Fiku could drop 2 rifles here instead. Ensure everyone's got full utility behind them. As Havu, they move with fantastic utility. Catching everybody off guard towards the B-bomb site 2 times in a row. And I mean, are they going to condition OG? Are they really going to attempt a 3rd B-bomb site hit here?
That would be spectacular, because I feel like OG are like, surely we don't go to B again. And Havu, last round what they did nicely is they just put presence towards middle, which they will do with a little bit more aggro this round. I think Spargo isn't anticipating that AWP to be out for the 3rd round in a row. He isn't going to get contact early on. He will just be eliminating Flames. The Israeli superstar is out for the count early on, and good impact from that AWP.
Yeah, he's been sent to the stars with that one. Massive kill from Spargo early doors, as again, B is on the cards. Havu really are working on conditioning OG to fearing this B take. In this 4v4, there is still an abundance of util on both sides, but Nexa could again be caught off guard. X7 completely blinded, as Nexa is indeed caught out by him. Neofrag gets a very laboured spray, and with that, Dane again catches the second on the opener. Bomb goes down, and Havu making a mockery out of OG on the B-bomb site.
Oh, I was going to say, this is now going to be OG so terrified of B every single round, because there's out of 3 rounds now where they've gone B, OG have secured 1 frag. in total, they've got 1 kill. And that was just Nexa getting 1 after everyone had died. This is Havu, really clean entries, and on Mirage showing us why this is one of their better maps, why they have picked it, and why OG maybe aren't as good as we would anticipate here early on. I liked what they did on A here, OG though. They lost the man advantage. Fiku pushes ramp. They get some sort of aggression. They take information away from the Finnish squad, but still they do it flawlessly. A lot of damage, but damage doesn't equal kills.
No, it certainly doesn't. And with another 5 left alive round, Havu's economy spirals in the most positive way possible for them. Might be even round count on the board, but Havu certainly have a determined lead here, winning out all of the necessary gun rounds, as Fiku will be reinvesting as the rest of OG do, well, at least bring some pistols to the tally, excuse me. Yeah, this should be another round for Havu, Freddy, and it's looking convincing as Fiku does go for a change of pace, does go for a bit of aggression. Don't know if he's actually going to be able to catch anything here. Might get the first, does fell Zane. Won't escape though without getting traded. Doto falls or fells Neofrag, and with that another 4v4.
Wait, no, surely not. Not again towards B. They haven't necessarily got that secured man advantage, Havu, like they did last round, but Dotto can just hide towards middle. He can just cut off any rotation, and in the meantime, it will just be the full frontier over towards B. Nexa with a P250 alongside Dexter with this orb are going to be isolated as Doto, that lurk strikes, and here it comes. It's all going to be down to Dexter. The Orpa has to hit shots, and that's not a good start.
No, it's a drastic start, completely whiffing one of the easiest shots he should have had to take, as Nexa with the P250 goes a massive. Upgrades to an AWP himself as Flames on the Desert Eagle rotates on in to join him. Doto, I don't know what he's even able to do here. Has to isolate these duels somehow as Nexa jumps up at the worst possible moment, but somehow does not go down. Doto charges on through, hunting down this orb, but Nexa with a no-scope. What a round from the IGL. That is massive stuff, and OG, they somehow edge their way into a 4. Nexa's P250 leading the charge.
It's the fact that of all rounds, this is the one they win. P250 on balcony, and it's a Serbian Coldzera, no armor, nice little flick no scope there, wonderful from the IGL. The AWP gets saved over, and OG potentially have just said to Havu, okay, look, 4 rounds in a row, we're not going to accept that.
Yeah, Havu stunted at long last, and with that Molotov, Flames might disposition another in Doto. Smoke forcibly expended very early doors as Havu don't quite know what to do with themselves now. They've been scared away from early B presence as the bomb is dropped towards the top of the staircase. But more middle presence is taken in this one. And no opening duel yet to be taken. Molotov in towards window does buy them a bit of space, but Freddy, they're certainly more tentative after losing to Nexa's pistol.
Because it's of all ways to lose. As you just said, you lose to the pistol, a P250. I don't think they quite understand that it was a non-armored P250, which makes it a lot worse. Yeah, they're taking a lot more mid-control here, and they're going to pretty much give it for free. OG are very heavy towards the extremities. You've got Fiku and Dexter pushed towards ramp, and then Nexa and Neofrag in a very similar position they were last round over towards the B bomb site on balcony, and it's Flames to try and tamper with this mid aggression. And I don't think they realize that pretty much everyone is here and they're going to be rocking to their way towards the A bomb site with Zen in Palace.
Yeah, it's a fantastic position here as Flames and Dexter, they strike first. 2 down as X7 finally trades, but that's more like it from the Orpa. Big kill, cracking the cranium of poor old X7. Fiku still yet to go unchecked as Zane does catch another one of Fiku. Finds Dexter from behind, but with 19 seconds left, Neofrag has a perfect position, very quickly spurned away by the Molotov. A grenade follows suit. Big damage onto Nexa, but 10 seconds now. Zane just needs to save. There's not really a chance in hell of him pulling this one off, and that AWP is a far more valuable save than just going down for nothing.
It all comes down there right to Spargo dying to Dexter on the AWP. If Spargo had stayed alive, he would have had the bomb for starters because he dropped it. He would have planted, and it would have been a pretty easy 2v2, I think, for Havu. Lovely crossfire here from OG. You got Flames and Dexter getting 2 kills pretty much immediately. And it's just unfortunate, really, that That is, I think Flames did like 88 damage, but wasn't able to get that third. However, the second. However, OG overall very nice. It got a little bit closer than they would have maybe liked. But they do still secure the round, and it's been a very weird close game so far.
Yeah, Havu have definitely kept things competitive, but let 2 rounds they probably shouldn't lost slip on through the cracks, especially against Nexa there. That was a riotous round, and they've not let one slip since, evidently giving them a renewed confidence. It's interesting to think about how that might affect the rest of the game. You know, BlameF's clutch in that 2v4, eventually 1v2 on the B bomb site, was a massive in spinning the entire first half into Astralis' favour. He set up that 7-round streak, a ridiculous number, and perhaps OG are looking to do the same here. Flames manages to dodge all nade damage as it tucks itself in just under the wood. Yeah, it's a nifty trick, but it's a little bit broken as Zane looks to break Flames through the floor.
Flames just goes jumping around. Well, it's the trusty B-bomb site. Nexa playing towards Van again. They won't clear him, and he will be able to get the first, but X7 falling from the heavens will find the headshot as he's tumbling down. And what is tumbling down is OG's spirit in round number 9, as Havu will secure yet another round. All 4 of them have been towards B.
Yeah, this is another big capitalization onto a weak B defense from Havu. They're just abusing poor old Nexa and Neofrag. And if we exclude Neofrag's 5 kills, his ace in what was the second round of FAMAS up against a couple of upgraded pistols, he's on 2 kills right now. He's not had a good game. And it's really being amplified by the amount of success that Havu are finding on his bomb site. Now, Doto's on a bit of a hunt here, but I don't think he's going to be able to catch anybody. Perhaps I spoke too soon. In fact, Viku catches Doto instead, so a bit of a wasted investment. But the economy is as such on Havu that they will be buying straight back up. And we are gifted with another, at least, sort of gun round, as Nexa and Neo might have to sit this one out.
I think one of the main issues, Tom, there is you were saying that Nexa, like they're just losing his bomb site every single round. And I think they just haven't done anything different. Nexa's, I think, died every round but one towards balcony, car, that area. And it just feels quite easy for Havu to just expect what's happening. And having that strong B execute is so I think underrated. If you have that in your pocket as a T side, to be able to just go and splurge onto a bomb site like that.
Yeah, it's been super effective for Havu so far. And it's not something that a lot of teams do have in their back pocket, because normally a B rush, or at least a B execute that many rounds in a row, will be spurned, thrust to the wayside by the defenders. It's disappointing to see that lack of adaptation, as you said. As Spargo, that is a mischievous frag indeed onto Dexter. Big opening as Havu find another man advantage, another opening frag. And this time, they may well even finish up towards the A site.
Fiku is the only obstacle in their way right now. Alone, M4A4 is going to aggress once again into ramp like he has done so many times. Will he expect the frontier of Havu to be in front of him? I'm not sure. He's currently wandering around. Spargo will miss his shot, and Fiku is overwhelmed by those 2 players. Even though Spargo missed that opening one, he still will find the resulting kill, and Neofrag has picked the AWP off Dexter and will be in CT to try and cause some sort of detriment, but he is just going to fall back and save. Havu will even up the scorelines once again, 5 apiece.
It's been a very back and forth affair, but weird in the sense that the 4th thing has been pretty dominant from both teams, with the exception of Nexa's crazy clutch round.
Yeah.
It's been very dominant rounds. Like Havu, this is going to be their 3rd flawless round win, if I'm not mistaken, which is ridiculous. The fact that OG have such a strong investment, I know they've got 2 pistols behind them, but the rifle gets nothing done. Fiku overextends, there's nobody there to watch his back, and also Dexter goes down early doors to Spargo. It's just like they go absent. They're taking it in turns to just let the other team walk all over them. Oh my goodness me, Spargo, that's disgusting on the exit.
He might die. No, he will.
No, he's fine.
Nice little USP at range. Yeah, I agree with what you've said. I think this has been such a weird, decisive on both sides, and a very quick game as well so far. 10 rounds played, very fast.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like we've been here for 10 rounds already. They're just too good at executing B, I guess, on the side of Havu and Sparko.
What a shot from Nexa, though, to be fair.
Yeah, fair play to Nexa. Very lucky to be alive there. But again, shout out to Spargo for finding all 3 kills in that previous round and not allowing OG to get anything in return. And surely they don't go B again. Okay, they're heading towards middle. Bomb is dropped. Flash out for Doto as we have ourselves another gun round. And we've had a lot of gun rounds despite the wackiness of what's happened in the rounds. Neofrag down to 68 points of health very early again, but Flames finally finds an entry, and Zane will fall to the wayside. Not quite as impactful as I expected him to be, heading into round number 11.
I think talk about impact, someone who has surprised me already is Spargo. I said sometimes I'm a little bit disappointed with his performances, and he's had that last round a key defining 3K, and now he's going to maybe have to step up once again as they do have that disadvantage closed towards middle right now. They have found space towards ladder. They can just leave X7 here and fall back towards a bomb site, and that's exactly what they're going to do, especially with him being in towards ladder. They can go towards B. They're actually going to choose to go to A, and Flame's going to get caught off as he jumps up. Aerial gets dinked, but I don't think it matters too much because you've denied so much information for starters, and you've also put it back into a 4 versus 4. Doto is going to be the first contact on Dexter here, and he's going to be really careful.
Thing is, with that flashbang, again, with the conditioning, it might draw rotations to B. You can see Fiku's thinking about it, but now that Doto's been removed and there's no further presence, Havu continue towards the A site. No, they've actually done it. They've sold the fake. Fiku's so worried about a rear flank here, but does come back in the nick of time to see an aggression up T-Ramp and Neofrag. That's a big kill. The most impact he's had in quite some time, and it's good to see that OG have changed up their positioning as X7 changes up the course of the round, but with just 10 seconds to go, he is forced into a destitute position in CT. Does actually back it off for his troubles, but Nexa could well steal this away.
I will say, I genuinely think Fiku gets real. He doesn't save it. Goes for that cheeky no-scope. Nexa goes, you know what? Only I can do that. And I think I will say that I think Fiku got maybe a little bit lucky there potentially towards CT, because you can see, I think we might see on the replay, he walks away, as you were saying, and then runs back, and Spargo misses his shot, and it then allows him to create this crossfire between Neofrag, and it will be OG once again to take the lead. It's just going back and forth.
Yeah, we are seesawing all over the place in Mirage, as it proves to be a little tighter in the first half than we saw in our previous best of 3. Nexa, though, looks to keep a tight shift towards the apartments. The IGL has decided to become an AWPer as well. Hopefully we won't have to see any James time from it, as he's very up close and personal. Flashbang misses the mark, but Nexa does as well. A disappointing miss goes through the inch gap between Ariel's head and the wall. And with this again, B is so vulnerable. Neofrag again has to defend from the short side, and we've not seen him get a single frag from there so far. Does decide to readjust his position, but Ariel's already snuck all the way out. Neofrag's completely overwhelmed, doesn't know what to do, and what is going on there? Doesn't even fire off a shot as he's spurned from all directions. And Havu is 5 left alive again as the bomb goes down. It's ridiculous, Freddy.
Are OG just incapable of holding B? Like, what's happening? Neofrag just, like, it's felt like he's never even been on that B bomb site before. He's looked so confused as a player back bomb site when he's dying towards car. As in Havu had a player back bomb site. Have Havu won a round that's not towards B?
I don't think so, now that you bring it up.
Yeah, like, every time in recent history they've gone A, they've lost. And it's just kind of like, I guess, what ain't broke, don't fix it. And once again, we're going to have the likes of Dexter and Fiku saved. Fiku's already got 3 deaths in 12 rounds played.
Yeah, it's quite ridiculous. He's always been on the other side of the map, and Dexter has been on a good chunk of rounds too. But speaking of what's broken, the OG economy's not too far off. Next are on 1.6k. Flames and Neofrag aren't doing too much better. I mean, Fiku can drop a rifle over if he wants to. I feel like a half-buy would be a better call, though. As Havu, I don't understand how they're able to win so many flawless rounds. If I'm not mistaken, that's the 4th flawless round for Havu here.
Yeah.
As OG just can't seem to get kills with upgraded weapons.
But now, of course, when they're on the, 3 pistols, 2 saved weapons, they're actually going to win this round because Fiku's just going to walk around and kill them all. And it's just once furthering to tell Havu, don't go towards A. Havu, this is not your bomb site. Go back to B. Fall back. You have time still. It is a 3 versus 5, but I believe don't let yourself go into the depths of the A bomb sites.
Yeah, Fiku's defending those depths quite aptly. But X7 is actually going for a bit of a lurk play here, in towards the underground. If he can catch a player off guard in mid or A, then maybe Havu could be encouraged to push for this round. But again, it's such an awkward back and forth. This time OG are looking flawless despite their pistols, as you mentioned. Hannah Montana in towards window there, waiting patiently with nothing more than a P250. But timing does evade Neofrag. Down he goes to X7. Big kill from the AK as he decides to moonwalk away. But my real problem for Havu right now is Aerial.
Ooh, I was
Not
gonna
being
say
consistent as Flames. Go ahead.
Dude, look at the position Flames is in. He's in towards Palace. He can negate everything that's happening right now. But nope, just going to be Fiku. Fiku is going to get the 3rd of his round. Aerial, I agree, hasn't had the most prolific performance. But it will just come down to Spargu and X7 here in this round. Dexter will fire a shot, tag X7, and will soften up nicely for Nexa. Nexa seems to be so much better with pistols than he is with anything else over towards B. And OG, pretty much down to Fiku. Win the round.
Yeah, great stuff from Fiku there. Balanced aggression, doesn't overextend, and for some reason catches Aerial looking at the wall playing anti-vash on ramp, but there's no one there to trade him. Yeah, bit of a weird one. Regardless, nice run overall for OG, and as you said, Nexa, he has found 4 kills on pistols up against rifled opponents now in what has been some very impactful examples. Now, Neofrag, early doors out towards window, won't catch wind of anybody as Havu stack up for a full A execute here. And this might catch OG by surprise because this is not something that they've tried to bring out yet. They've always at least taken mid-presence first, and as the Putil rains on in, there will be a man hiding Salt Palace, and that's distraction enough for Flames and Fiku to bag one apiece. Gorgeously defended by OG here at the spot. Finally fires on back with Fiku and Flames. That is maniacal.
That is perfect. Fiku with a lovely 3k has just had constant support from Flames there. And I agree with what you're saying. That maybe was a little bit of a pocket card there from Havu. Look, we've gone middle or side on that every single round. We've laid a precedence, but now we're going to throw everything we have at that A bomb site, and it will just get eaten up and spat right back at us. The last round, the half for Havu might be slipping away from their fingers, but what isn't is Hellcase. Make sure to go check them out. Partners for the CCT stream. Banner is down below, but it is still betting, so make sure you are safe when you do that and you can afford the money you are using.
But on the flip side, there's also a free giveaway with our partners worth $400 in skins. All you need to do is click on that link in our stream description. Takes you to a Gleam giveaway as Neofrag doesn't want to give away a frag early doors and subsequently deals with X7. Now, in this 5v4, it's looking pretty promising for OG to steal away a 9th. Maybe I need to bite my tongue, though, as Ariel decides to wake up come round 15. Good headshot, but next are quick to trade. Zane also having a pretty poor performance this game. Goes down swiftly, and Fiku. Wow, okay, removed by Ariel as he picks up a double entry towards mid and con.
Is turning the game on its head. The round rather, the Flames holds the spray, and Dotto saves his teammate. Spargu should not be alive. Is going to try and plant this bomb in front of Nexa, and he'll get away with it. Nexa and Dexter in a very weird 2v2. Spargu just doesn't seem aware that Nexa could be by ticket because he hasn't revealed himself, and Dotto gets the first. 4 bullets left up against the orb, knows his positioning, has been tagged down by the nade, pulls up the Tech 9 pistol, pistol,
clean.
And it's going to be the Tech 9 to find the headshot. Havu, on the back of that double entry from Aerial, will be able to secure 7th on this T side, and a very close affair overall going into this second half.
Yeah, Dotto had also been quiet, but that's a huge and absolutely necessary 1 versus 2 clutch for the young gun. Dotto just runs on in with the Tech 9. That's so clean, that final shot after dancing around,
lovely, isn't it?
mocking the AWPer for such a considerable length of time. But Yeah, that's a big 3K round for Doto off the back of Ariel's double entry. Spargo used as live bait in that instance. It's OG now. Now, to tempt fate towards this A bomb site, one that they performed so strongly on for the reverse. Can they replicate the success as they push on down with an execute? In fact, I say an execute. That's going to be a Alice waterfall, and Ariel deals quite promptly with the first, but Flames it's a nice trade as Spargo keeps on shooting and Zane goes unchecked. Oh. My goodness, that's so fast, Freddy.
That was rapid, and it was lovely that firstly, Spargo just is alive and is there for Zane to just give him a little bit of, it's everyone focusing on Spargo, and he's still able to get 2 while everything is happening, and then Zane is just on the bow, just like, okay, 1, 2, oh, round's over. Lovely, guys, well played, and that's Havu. Back to, once again, Tom, even scores.
Oh, who would have believed it, Freddy? This has been one of the most back-and-forth games I think I've seen in a long time. There's now a bit of a mid-execute looks to potentially come through. No, I'm lying to you. It's fast towards the back of apartments at the very least, as they do dive towards the underpass now on these Glocks. And yeah, I'll be honest, I don't anticipate much to come in this round. Maybe Dexter does something wacky with a P250. We've seen it done before. But Zane has a nice crossfire with Spargo, and it should just be a bit of a peak grinder. Well, it certainly is for Spargo. He holds left click, and that's a lot of free money. Can't complain with that, especially as it boosts his stats.
Speaking about free money, is the bomb going to go down? I don't know. It might be close. Oh, literally milliseconds there. And X7 denies Flames. And, well, Spargo, blame F. You can't tell them apart.
Yeah, big damage dealt there. And denying that bomb plant means that the utility won't be perfect for OG. So there is quite a lot of impact behind that kill from the MP9 there.
Indubitably. And Tom, we're on the rifles. I want to see, do OG go B? I feel like it'd be only right if OG just full execute B, right?
I feel like it would be hilarious, but I don't know if they're prominent enough on their Mirage to pull it off quite in the same way that Havu did so many a time as Dexter.
Flash.
Yeah, just eats a flashbang and is full blinded. Max duration as, yeah, he's just forced to fall away. Nice stuff from Havu to deny presence early doors, and despite the weaker weaponry, they still look pretty damn comfortable in this round as a whole.
I don't think I've ever seen a flashbang land so far in someone's face before. That just literally was in him. And now Ariel, he's just holding down the A bomb site alongside Spargo, and they might gotta get careful because they do have a player both in ramp and also in palace. So they've got to be tentative of Fiku and Flames forcing the issue a little bit. And it looks like after throwing that window smoke, they're going to try fake out some mid presence, but it doesn't matter because Zane is just here to go, look, there's actually no one here, and the bomb will now, with 50 seconds left, going to get stopped by this smoke over at ramp.
Yeah, big bit of useful to the 9. Oh, Spargo, what a shot onto Flames. Fiku very swift to trade, though. So
he trade Ariel
out of the danger zone yet. Yeah, Spargo, though, spots Fiku. And I don't know what Fiku is attempting to do there, but Dexter running through the smoke, a valiant frag indeed. Nexter edges towards jungle, though, and Doto, his barrel's going to be spotted. No way, tell a lie. Nexter doesn't quite clear the corner hard enough. And OG, they're not going to have the bomb site. And that's a big frag from Doto. Neo chimes back on in, and Dexter, out of nowhere, what is going on? Only 8 seconds left. Neofrag has to commit to the plant. X7 could just jump straight on through, doesn't deny the bomb, but will deny the round. Big stuff from X7. As Havu, they find themselves 10 rounds on the CT side.
Chonky 1 versus 2 there. Absolute pandemonium. I'm going to reiterate that statement. What is happening here? I don't think anyone knows because there's just bodies flying everywhere. Doto gets 1, but then tries to get a second. And it's X7 just all of a sudden on top of Ticket with an MP9, killing 2 of them. Lovely from him. And it will be Havu allowing the bomb to go down. Oh, that nade literally did 30-40 damage. And lovely there, Neofrag, or Hannah Montana, as some people have dubbed him, will not be allowed to get the clutch.
I mean, in the words of Miley Cyrus, there is always going to be another mountain, and OG are going to want to make it move.
Why do you know that? That is, I'm impressed that you know that, but also disappointed.
What? It's the climb, bro. As Doto well, ensures that Nexo won't be climbing any higher in the fragging department, at least. But, that nade does a bit of tickle damage as the run boost is less of a boost and more of a flailing through the air. Yeah, good start for Havu here, even as Zane does get a bit of util lumped onto him. But Havu just looks so comfortable right now, especially as they go onto their stronger side of CT.
I feasibly don't understand how it's only like 10-8. How is it this close? It genuinely feels like one side should have won easily. I don't know. I don't know how to put that into words, but it just feels such you said it there at the beginning when it was 5-5 for each team, where both rounds were so dominant when they were won, and that's exactly what it feels like right now. And Doto, he's playing with fire in towards the middle. Will only get one, but spots out information. The bomb has been spotted, and they will give up an M4 into the hands of Fiku, and Neofrag has this hero AK, but they have been spotted once again. X7 is attempting to go towards short, but will get flashed off the angle, and it is just down to Aerial and Zane here. Zane will get good for first. Aerial swinging around will do what his teammate couldn't, and well, that's a lovely little headshot to end it off. Flawless CT side so far for Havu.
Yeah, they're having a great time out here as they spurn a more comfortable lead over the likes of OG. Now, OG will have another gun round coming into this one. Dexter's back on the big green, but we're really not seeing the same impact from Dexter online as we do on LAN. He does thrive in an audience-centered environment. But, yeah, hopefully he's able to thrive a little faster and a little harder here on the first playoffs day of CCT. Oto, though, keeps people at bay with further utility, and part of his utility has been pretty damn spicy, to be fair. Good isolation of Jules, great flashbangs, as we saw Dexter eating white for 5 seconds. Now Zane keeps Flames at bay in Palace, along with the rest of the squad that were potentially looking to barrage with another waterfall.
It's completely just stopped them. You can see maybe the whole game plan has been thrown out the window, and they've diverted back towards just more of a full execute here, with Nexa as well coming to join them, running down the clock a little bit. An early Molotov here from Fiku, or yes, will be going towards Doto's position. He's forced to smoke that out. He has got support from Zane, and the mid control, they have to start moving over towards A now. They have to go and support their 2 players, as the spam through the smoke from both ways will benefit Fiku. And even though Doto has done well to get 2, Fiku will be the man of the hour. 1 through the smoke, 1 through the balcony woods, and it will be a 3v3 post-plant situation for OG now.
Massive stuff from the young Pole there. Puts OG into pole position, at least in this round. Big spam from X7, but it won't be able to capitalize onto the all-important frag. Now Dexter, the collateral, gets X7 in connector. Big opening frag as Dexter, oh my goodness, he's just quick pick Spargo while scoped in. Dexter catches Aerial, and they dismantle Havu's attempt at a retake. No exit frags delivered either, as OG find themselves up onto 9.
Well, look at the kill distribution all across the board right now. Everyone's kills are within, I think, 15 to 10 on the whole server. I just want to fact check myself now that I'm looking back at this. Apart from Zane, everyone is between 10 and 15. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, this has been a massively close game across the board, and everyone has showed up in their own independent circumstances. Dexter looks to ensure those circumstances are a little more favourable for the OG side here, as Aerial does one straight on back. A huge 2K spray down. As Fiku, he's not done yet from the Palace position. Molotov rains on down as well, forcing Aerial further forward, and I think he's just going to commit to it as Nixter committing at a connector. Massive frag onto Zane, who will retain only 8 kills in this round. Aerial, promiscuous as he's been on such low HP, I don't know if he's the right man to defend the bomb here.
I like what he's doing by relinquishing it momentarily, and it almost just makes OG a bit scared because they go, where is he? Dexter's removing one position, which is back towards middle. They still got to be very scared of Palace. The one thing that OG do have on their side is the time. A minute on the clock, and Dexter, he's going to hear Aerial. Oh, this is really huge. Dexter peeks around, does get dinked through the wall, but he will secure the frag. 50 seconds now. X7 is maybe a little bit confused of, okay, they can actually go back towards B. He's clearing out middle to see if Dexter is still there and waiting. a 1 versus 3 for the Finn might be a little bit too tall of an ask, but he will just drop the bomb there into the open, can find the 1v1 on Nexa, who's walking out exposed to Nexa. Oh, he drops down and still gets the kill. Dexter misses the shot, gives him a chance.
Oh my God!
1 versus 3. That is magnificent. No right in winning that. Isolates every single 1v1, and Havu continue on their winning ways.
That's a major finalist for you. It might have been back in the depths of 2019, but man, he still got it. What a round from Ariel as well. In fact, it is both of the major finalists to pull that one over the line after Nexa gets cheeky with an in-connector. Dexter looked like he'd secure that round in its entirety, but X7 says no. He plays the Gandalf card here as, well, OG Esports, they will not pass onto that A-bomb site. And I can't believe Havu get away with that. They get away with murder.
That is ridiculous. I don't think there's really any other way to put it. Like, that shouldn't have happened. And that could be what breaks the camel's back for OG. Still, though, life in this game, as we can see from this rebuy, Dexter with the AWP still looking to be a menace. There is one on the opposition side, and it cool Dota don't want to get too far in front of that interconnector because Dexter's holding few. Really committed to that boost, weren't they?
Yeah, they were firming it.
Oh, of course, as soon as they drop off,
Oh,
he peeks.
no.
That is criminal.
He's just teasing with the barrel as well. Zane is the first person to take damage again. He's really not been having the most fun time as Dexter gets a fun little entry. Finally, his patience is rewarded, but behind the veil of smoke, how longer will Zane reside? He's actually rotated on over to the B-bomb site. This might actually be the perfect call. Spargo in towards the apartments, big frag onto Fiku, but oh, that's so risky, but somehow a flashbang keeps him alive. I saw some dabbing from the man of Dexter over on the short side. X7 now pressure towards Sam, and Flames gets his head ripped to pieces. The Neo frag does in turn deal that back to X7, and the frags are so quick. Nexa gets another. Spargo fires on back. The kill feed is clogged, but somehow Havu come back out on top, and Dexter's left in a nightmare scenario as Spargo strikes first and strikes faster. 13-9 for the boys in green as OG Esports, well, they're likely feeling a little free. I don't think they quite expected this much resistance.
I'm trying to figure out what happened there towards short. I think they might have been team flashed, actually. I think it was a team flash from short because that flashbang came in very late from the CT side. Spargo, what a round. The fact he's been able to stay alive there, first he deters them from the B-bomb side, pushes them towards A, and into the SMGs that do surprisingly a lot of damage. Now, the Deagles from OG are looking to get mopped up. Aggression towards middle. Nexa will spark back with one Deag of his own, but it looks like they are just going to get filtered into the meat grinder here, Tom. And Havu, they are impressing me right now. 14 should be in their hands. And OG, well, they're heading to Abu Dhabi next week for one of the biggest tournaments of the year. And this is not a good start to that.
Yeah, they'll be heading home pretty quickly unless they improve things significantly from what we're watching here. Sparko sealing the deal with another as Zane will deny the teammates, picks up 2 eco frags to further his stats a little bit. Finally finding double digits, but speaking of double digits, OG aren't there yet with their scoreline, and that is going to be a serious problem. Serious enough that they call a tactical timeout and let things cool off. Havu, a 5-round lead, are just 2 away from closing, and as much as we saw in the previous map, Tricked got more than we expected. I don't think OG are playing as good as Trick did then.
I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing right now from Havu. I was not anticipating this from them going into this matchup, and they're doing a lot better already, even if potentially they only win Mirage and they do lose a series. I think I'm impressed by already what they're showing, and I was saying that Havu, they're looking to get back to tier 1. Some of these players have been there, and they want to get back into that mindset. OG Esports, they're looking to cement themselves as a tier 1 team. This is not the way forward. Ariel on this UMP does scare me a little bit, but Spargo, that AWP, should be the main difference maker.
I mean, whilst the action slows for a tiny moment, it is quite interesting seeing how more often the AWPers are reloading. 1 bullet was fired there, and already the AWP reloads as Nexa He reloads it with another opening frag, but Ariel and Zane are there to deny anything more. Dexter almost goes down to the util, as you pointed out, and in this 4v3 again, it just looks impossible for OG to do anything to crack this nightmare defense. Ariel is on a UMP and out-fragging them.
It's ridiculous. He's got 2 kills with the UMP. That's been nerfed. I got nerfed like 4 years ago, Ariel, and it's still making it good.
I'm still a UMP enjoyer. Don't hate on the UMP.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I still love to have that copium of. Do you remember the UMP was basically just like an AK, and like you could just walk around.
Good.
That was dirty. That was broken. But now
more damage than an M4 at one point.
Oh, like yeah, it was. I think it was like the armor penetration was ridiculous.
Was better than an M4.
Yeah, and thankfully that got nerfed after a long time. But what is damaged and a little bit nerfed seems like OG right now, as they're gone from competing with tier 1 to struggling against Havu.
I mean, were OG really ever competing in tier 1?
They were. I mean, like, this is a major team that almost made it to the Legend stage. This is a team that went 2 and 3 in the Challenger stage at Rio, and now they're struggling immensely. Zen peering around their smoke. He's got Ariel and Ramp. This is a lovely setup from the CT side right now. Flash will not land. Oh wait, Zane's a really dodgy missed shot, but thankfully Ariel is there towards Ramp to salvage it. Dexter, a 1 versus 3 turned into a 1 versus 2. Trusty AWP at hand, and he'll use it perfectly, but no. Spargo will shut him down once again, and oh baby, a little bit of BM.
That is lovely from Spargo. It's not the first time he's denied Dexter there. Wins out the fight in jungle, wins out the fight in CT, wins out the fight in middle as well. The Spargo has been a absolute menace to the OG side in this game. As you said, he's not always the man to show up for this Havu side, but he is out-fragging a major, well, a major playoffs, a major semi-finalist if we're going back to Antwerp.
Yeah.
And back in Antwerp, Dexter was fragging his heart out. They almost beat FaZe Clan on the big stage. Yeah. And now he can't even beat Havu.
Disappointing. And well, Havu, they've already won 1 series today against the Vanguard. Inferno was also the second map in that series, and Ariel popped off alongside Spargo. They're looking to do it again. Dotto caught his smoke out. There's 2 players under balcony right now. Ariel will be the only one they know about, so they will not expect that second.
Oh, that's
Dotto
huge.
hiding away. He has got support from teammates who will be coming back towards a bomb site. Bomb shall get denied, and he might even get a second. Yes, he does. He survives. How has he survived for so long and finally will get quelled? But it's a disadvantage for OG, 2 versus 3, and they've also got Fiku on low HP.
That is absolutely massive from Dotto. I can't believe that play worked so well as Spargo works further. Magic, and he's going to seal it there. 16-9 after such a competitive first half. But OG, they've just been brutalized, bullied out of the server. And I am dead impressed with what we've just seen there. Massive from Havu, and if they can keep that up going into the next map, which is not a bad map for them, mind you, OG are in serious trouble.
Yeah, I think I share with you that a little bit of disbelief. We've seen 1 upset today already with Sprout losing to Eclot. These are not bad teams they're losing to, but you have Sprout and you have OG, who are just at the major, now struggling at the first round of the playoffs in the CCT Northern Europe Series 2. But as you have rightfully said, Inferno is the second map in this series. It is the map pick of OG, but as I just mentioned, Havu have already won it today. They've already played a Vanguard. They've already won. Spargo's already played well, and he's looking to replicate what he did earlier on Mirage, now in map 2. Do not go too far, guys, because we'll be back with that second map after the break.
up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back again to CCT North Europe Series 2. We are still in the midst of the round of 16, and, well, we're still in the midst of a little bit of carnage here, as Havu swipe away OG on their own map pick of Mirage in what was, resultingly, a very dominant series here. I expected a lot more fight from the supposed Tier 1 team of OG here.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's gone in a position that I would have never expected it to be. Havu taking map 1, which, okay, isn't too surprising, but it's the way they did it. Super impressive. Spargo was besting Dexter every single opportunity. Someone who I highlighted as sometimes being a little bit disappointing. Bam! Right in my face, showed me what he could do. And now OG on their mapping. Oh, bye, Dexter. Spargo is already here to play. Maybe a little bit over-aggressive there after he gets a little bit confident, and he will actually be knocked down eventually, but already starting it off with a very, very, very fierce one-tap.
I mean, just the fact that we were doing an analysis of their current duels, especially in the NWP, it's rude that he finds a headshot such as that. As that grenade's pretty rude as well. And X7, he doesn't even see Flames. That is disgusting. Happy, is that you? As Zane, jumping above the smoke, sees another. Takes down the planter, and Nexa keeps on spamming. This is egregious at this point. We need something from OG here as Fiku spams away. Can't catch any of the heads, and yeah, Havu were just toying with their prey right now, but the bomb is going to go down. Ooh. Wow.
What were you saying, Tom? I think there's a potentiality as could be a 1v4. Okay, no.
You were saying, darling.
It's just the fact that he gets that Gush on X7 and he does so much damage. The only issue I had was Ariel was really close. I think he was flanking through bottom mid. And, well, sadly enough, for OG fans, they will not be picking up a round just yet on Inferno. They will get the bomb plant, which means now in the second round, they still kind of have an opportunity, and wham, bye-bye Dexter. You can see maybe Spargo's like, you know what, I'll kill everyone. And against Kusha's like, ooh, maybe I won't kill everyone.
Yeah, it was a rocky road, and not a particularly tasty one for OG either. Not the kind with marshmallows as Havu. Well, their streets are paved with gold as they will have to come up against a decent buy from OG here. But overall, they still look stronger, and that util, I reckon, will be pretty harrowing for this D-side to come up against. Dexter, it won't be the NWP, it is the Scout. He's quite nifty with that gun as well. Doesn't have magics to support him in this instance, but as he's cut off by smoke and another flashbang that full blinds him, OG are not going to get anything done on the entry attempts.
Just slowing it right down here. Havu have the majority of the control around the map, and OG just feasibly don't have the utility to fight us off. They have a full belt on Nexa, and that's it. They need to use every single piece of flash, Molotov, and smoke perfectly from Nexa right now. And Havu actually have a stack 4 towards A, leaving only X7 towards B, and looks like he might get tested on the jump peak. Only sees 1, goes back for seconds momentarily, and that did scare me.
Yeah, seconds are often scary, as X7's looking for far more than 2.
Needs to...
Yeah, he does back away. Nick of time, though. They almost nick him as he rounds the corner, but Doto, looking to get trigger happy with the MP9, won't be gifted an opportunity just yet, but there is one single flashbang left on this OG side. When does Nexa expend it? And now is the answer. Fiku, the only one blinded by it, though. A little bit of a misplay, but Flames catches Doto on the entry. And the B-bomb site could well soon capitulate if they don't clear this angle. It's a good thing for Flames. Now, he catches a double, and with that, Havu, they are spurned to a save on their forced by round.
I'm honestly not quite sure how Havu have lost that. Like, you have 30 seconds left. You have information there at B. You've lost all your information towards top banana. You have no utility left on those B players, and you have 3 standing top middle, not moving a muscle. They could have just simply pushed up, like just checked middle, done something, found something as a collective. But no, they leave X7 and Dotto up to dry, and OG, they do a flawless round. Very similar to what Havu were doing over on Mirage. And do we see maybe OG flip the script and just go beat every round?
I mean, that would be some comedic entertainment for us at least, but I don't think that's going to be the play. Having said that, I have no idea. Maybe they want to pull a cruel practical joke on the likes of Havu, who will have a bit of a strained buy here. They've got those 2 rifles coming on through, X7 and Doto. They will be up on the pistols, bits of util flying everywhere. And speaking of util, one of the reasons they lost that last round so badly is because they used all of their util really quickly and then decided to have 3 players over towards the A bomb site, as you said, just sort of standing around top middle, not going for any information despite using up all of their util.
See if this round will be any different now. Havu, already 3 players towards that B-bomb site. A double apartment stack. I do like this. I think it's a very powerful stack. Even though they get blinded, they still get the first and the second. Spargo trades out aerial effectively. Man advantage for Havu. And OG don't have an inkling that they actually have 3 players towards the B-bomb site. So I think for the boys in green, I'd be looking to see if they can do something over towards B now. But luckily, Neofrag will just offer it up for them for free, I would assume.
Oh, Neofrag is looking to get a freebie onto Doto. My goodness, the reaction time. Then he finds a double. The dastardly Deagle does it all as Nexa's left in a 1v4. Now, nobody knows where he is, but X7 has an idea. Lands a shot. Won't be the one tap. But, oh, well, Nexa's going to nade himself and the chickens who are caught in the crossfire. He continues to edge forward, but what can he realistically do here? The bomb is miles away down banana. He just has to try and get a couple of kills here and pray that he himself goes down, because he's definitely not going to be winning this 1v4.
The fact that Dotto doesn't even have to do that. He doesn't even have to get those 2 kills. He does. The Deagle, it doesn't have to sing. You have support by someone who has a rifle. You have support for flashbang. He goes, no. Please don't. I will just kill all of them. And that's exactly what happens. Zane even upgrades to an M4 there. And Havu, they come away this round with, firstly, the round. Secondly, with 4 rifles. And thirdly, Dotto just sitting there going, yep, I know I'm amazing. Like, nice shot here. It's this one here. Like, I think he does get a team flash and support, but he still just is able to do well.
I mean, the fact that he holds his nerve is perfect, but if you want to be holding on to one of $400 worth of skins, then why not head on over to our partners at Hellcase? They are currently holding a giveaway, free to enter. All you need to do is scroll down to the stream description, click on the banner as X7 clicks on the head of Nexa. This is another gun round, but Dexter, he's finally realised it, picks up a trade frag and forces X7 on back. Now, a rotation might well be handy here, so Spargo can go and join his pressured upon teammate. But having said that, OG themselves are relieving the pressure. They ebb their way back down banana. And pray that Fiku on that lurk can grab an opener onto Aerial.
All by his lonesome. Could be tested, and another problem from Havu that I highlighted in the first round they lost, if they had a commitment towards a bomb site and they weren't proactive enough to take that space. Now they will. A rotation is going to come through to the bomb site, but it simply won't be in time as the other players for OG are walking their way up long. Aerial, you can tell he's a little bit uncomfortable, but luckily he does have support close by, but it might not be close enough. They have all been smoked out. Spam will connect, do some damage. It will just draw their attention away. A gap in the smoke will drop the bomb. However, Aerial has gone down for nothing. That bomb is actually dropped, and there's the smoke. It's bad.
It's a one-way.
Zane's just killing all of them. Spargo is there towards Archers to help him. 2 versus 2. Bomb gets planted towards Dark. Fiku and Mini Pit. No utility on either side. The CT side both have kits, and it will be a 1-for-1 trade early on there. Spargo knows that Flames is on the bomb side. It would be such a monumental clutch for OG to win. Put them in a position of success, but no. The AWPer can do it with the AK, and it's Havu on a third.
That was a monster headshot from Spargo there. I love the trade game he pulls off as well. That massive kill on towards the mini pit player after all that Zane is able to do here. And if I'm not mistaken, that is an OG smoke. They absolutely threw themselves over, giving the CTs a free one-way to engage them with. And with that, as you said, Havu a 2-round extension off the back of OG. Much as Area might not be having the best of games, the rest of the squad are starting to shine. OG on the flip side, I hope they polish their deagles off, because that's the only thing shining for them right now. On a very lackluster buy.
I respect the effort, and he even gets one for it. I saw a world where he gets both. And it will be a lovely little nade on Neofrag as well. X7 cleaning house with this M4 has support from Spargo as well. And these rest pistols will be going to Meat Grinder, I would supposedly tell. I got a little bit close. Spargo has to do well now. Again, further damage induced. And whoa, Fiku. That was a lovely shot. 3 versus 2. OG, they've got not much HP, not much armor, not much really to go off on. They do have the man advantage and the bomb plants.
I don't know how this round has been flipped on its head so violently, but Zane looks to do some unflipping here. Pushes up through CT. But OG, they've got some great crossfires, and I don't know if this is going to be profitable for Havu to continue pushing forward. Zane does have a full belt of util. It'll be a good time for him to start using some of it, especially if that Molotov goes towards back boxes, and it will. Forces Flames out into the open with nothing other than his namesake. Dexter goes down as well to Aerial, as he's a bit of a one-man army right now. Finally, one of them needs to start sticking this defuse, but they've left it too late.
No.
Oh, I can't believe it. Fiku, what a play. A massive 1D from him to start. And a 1v2 clutch to finish. And OG do not deserve that round, but they steal it away regardless.
That is ridiculous. I have no idea how they've been allowed to get that. All off the back of just Nexa running through a Molotov. And then Havu, they're taking these fights here. And I think it's a Fiku shot here onto the CT player. And he just somehow is able to get that for free without losing a single man. And OG, they will be invigorated now up against the lower buy of Havu. Because they only had one stay alive the round prior, their money is in the dumpster or upon Dexter. And he'll be looking to use this without any competition.
Well, you say without any competition. If he does get caught out by the promiscuous pistols, they are pretty good at closing down the gap between AWP and certain death. In the meantime, a very heavy B stack here does big damage to Neofrag, and Doto will not be able to capitalise. The rifler keeps himself alive at least for now, as they send another 5-7 down to do the dirty work, but Nexa, quick to trade things out. Next 7, good headshot. Okay, 2v2, Spargo finds one as well. Tries to bait out an AWP shot from Dexter, won't be quite successful in that endeavour, but runs away with a rifle nonetheless. And this is a winnable round, but they can't afford to gamble rotate A when Banana is still the play.
I respect the idea from X7, and sadly, it's just the wrong play. You have Spargo still very close in Boiler, and he will find nothing. Unfortunate times for Havu. They still, however, will be able to save these 2 rifles, so it's not the end of the world. And I mean, there's still a chance. Tom, do you believe in the retake? They've got kit.
I mean, it's a possibility. They can pick up a bunch of util from Banana as well, because there are so many bodies there that didn't throw a thing. That's 2 smokes for the retake. 1 for CT, 1 for the defuse, perhaps. As Flame tucks in towards second. Orange is another into back quad. I mean, they're crab walking up, Freddy. It's going to be a tough one. Time is definitely not on this side either, but X7 does have a kit.
Inkling their way forward. A smoke actually towards triple. That's going to completely negate Dexter. That's huge. That's different. And now Flames is basically all down to him. He's going to get jumped upon, but the flashbang supports him. And the Israeli gets both of them. Dexter with a very nice flashbang there. And that was an awesome smoke.
That's a fairly decent smoke. It gives them a one-way against the AWP should he decide to swing it out, but they don't anticipate Flames' position. It's a fantastic crossfire and an even better couple of frags from the young Israeli. As starts off strong as the Spargo and the readjustment to X7. It's snappy as anything,
Perfect.
Meaning we found ourselves an equalised scoreline.
Oh.
OG, they have a super... Wait.
They've bought back into it.
They bought?
I was not anticipating this, and well, Spargo is just gonna. Oh.
Well, he wasn't anticipating it either, clearly.
Yeah, Flames tries to throw a nade towards short and just jumps up a little bit. But okay, a weird round for Havu now. They've got a single rifle, 3 5.7s, and they've only got 1 player towards the B bomb side, which is Doto. He's going to get full exec on. That nade will do quite a nice bit of nothing. What?
They're too far back. They was behind. One was behind the barrels, and the rest were just not in range. And so Nexa somehow escapes completely untarnished. I can't say this round will go the same way for Havu, though. I mean, they've already lost their scout in Spargo. It has been retrieved by none other than Zane. And the bomb is still waiting patiently towards bottom middle for OG. They cannot afford to lose this round. It'd be wild if they did, but even more wild is Doto running completely blinded through a smoke and giving up a free sight to OG.
Okay, pretty good. I think Havu, they can just save this. Zane has picked up the scout that Spargo dropped at the beginning there. And it feels like Havu have just kind of given this away, right? Like they I don't think should have necessarily bought this once they'd have a buy this next round. And their buy here hasn't really accumulated in too much. This is the map pick of OG, and they're looking to show us why after their failure on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, they're much more comfortable on Inferno than they are over on the first map of the series. 7 does get an AK for his troubles, so that will be a fairly decent buy for Havu still in the next. As OG, they don't have the money to hunt that one back. But yeah, as I said, the statistics for OG here, this is their best map by far. 7 maps played, 71% win rate in the past 3 months, and that's been up against tier 1 opposition as well. On the flip side, Havu, still a pretty good map for them. 12 played with a 67% win rate. They've got more experience on the map, even though it, again, has been against slightly lesser opposition, but...
Not awful though. You do throw like Sprout in there, for instance.
Yeah.
And like into the Brute. So you do have some either like kind of like Sprout wavering.
your UK bias ebbing through.
I mean, they are still like a top 50 team still, so you kind of have that like at least something. Sprout especially, they lost today, so they're in a bit of a weird form. But yeah, I agree with completely what you mean. Like OG have played it at the major, Havu have played it in online cup, so I think there is a big difference there. But right now, it still doesn't discount the fact that they are still proficient on this map, and we saw that come out on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, Havu, still plenty of opportunities here, as X7 gives himself a very nice one. Lots of information gathered as both CTs stay passive. I don't quite know what's happening there, but Aerial catches Flame. Zane in the Carnage gets another Doto on the 5-7. Catches Neofrag as well, and Dexter finally trades back on another pistol. What the hell is going on? Dexter, that's a massive kill, but he doesn't realise there's more. They're encroaching on his position at great speed, and Havu, out of nowhere, a massive round from them.
They had no right in winning that. There should be no way when the few saved weapons, armor, 5-7, Aerial here, they just seem to neglect him. And it's the fact as well that the player on the bomb site stays alive for so long. I don't think he'd really ever die. Zane is just here the whole round. He starts it off, he finishes off. The rotations are lovely, and Havu's still keeping this very contestable. This series, so far, has just been every single time back and forth.
Yeah, again, we're seesawing come the second map of the series. As Dexter, a menace on Inferno in his prime, flashed out of mid. And so he'll hold on to his weapon, at least for now, but not onto an opening kill, which is exactly what he wanted from that upward positioning. Aerial towards the apartments doesn't catch wind of anything either, and it is a bit of a slower pace here from OG, as they themselves tried to keep Havu guessing.
I rate the CT stack, you know, it's different, 3 towards Arch when you don't have a minute left on the clock, but I like it, and they are going to get smoked off long, so these 3 players are going to have to reposition, and OG, they're looking like they might want to do a apps pop with Fiku and the bomb alongside Neofrag are going to be going towards position. Dexter supporting Nexa in middle with the AWP and the utility. Aerial was so good last round of Pit. X7 on site. They have to step up here. And with Zane pushing towards site, that's going to be really good. The flashbangs get dodged. Aerial, he sees them jumping out. Hasn't revealed himself just yet. Will get mollied. Hasn't got anything just yet. Finally, will get something. And Flames with a Deagle will strike. X7 alone towards the bomb site. Spargo is smoked down, but it doesn't matter. The AK range strong. And Flames is still alive, the low HP. So it's adding further to OG's deficit. The AWP on Dexter, oh baby, it has to hit strong, and that's a good start.
My goodness, what a flick there from Dexter, but with only 10 seconds remaining, OG, if they don't move now, they're going to get cut down after time. Doto ensures the bomb can't be planted. It's a lovely shot from Dexter, but he's in the danger zone. No opportunity to seize towards Spargo as he plays that to perfection and just stays and hides.
Unfortunate there from Dexter, maybe gets to the party a little bit too late, and Havu, they actually got the entry frags there. It's just X7. They don't realize he's here, and a lovely spray transfer from him there. And it just kind of resulted in them winning as the time was being dwindled down. Lovely positions. Overall, a very nice round from Havu to put OG finally on a low buy.
Yeah, massive multi-kill from the back box player. As OG are struggling. They do have Dexter's hero AWP to work with, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough for a round win, especially with Dexter really not being himself today. He's definitely not been the top performer we're used to. And on the flip side, Spargo has showed up in droves. Spargo has been going nutty today, but a little bit of a slower start on Inferno.
I think it's, he really hasn't been doing too well, and that's another missed shot, very tight angle against the Ecos, and he might have to step up here. That Molotov will be nice to force him away. He doesn't want to just get 2 in their face. These Glocks are dangerous, and of course the USP at close range will do good, but it is the no-scope from Dexter to now have 2 AWPs in the hands of OG, and I was going to say, that's wild.
I just feel like that was an unnecessary extension from the AWP there.
I agree.
It's just, against the eco frags, you have teammates coming in to rotate and support. It's good that you get 2, but if you don't get 2, that's a very winnable round for OG there. They don't win it though. Havu get their 6th. They do lose the AWP in the process, but I think it's been retrieved. Yeah, the first spray from Zane was messy, and Spargo, again, nice 2K. Even better no-scope from the T's. Yeah, X7 seals that off quite nicely. And it will still be an AWP come this round for Spargo, as he looks to farm up a couple of non-eco frags this time, but Dexter will not have the big green.
Ooh. The scout, though, the small green, might be able to do something. But it's just a trade of kills, both towards middle there early on. And they're just going to go quiet on the western front afterwards. Havu actually have a lack of control right now all across the map. X7's been forced back all the way towards CT. Zane is scared of archers there. And because they have no control whatsoever towards top brackets.
Yeah, it's been completely given up, but OG Esports, they're not giving up in round number 11, that's for sure, as they edge their way back down Banana. A 2-2 split from the defense here as Dexter goes exploring. He pushes into holes. He'll maybe catch Aerial off guard, but he's been pretty nifty thus far. That time is ticking down again. It's cost them in a couple of rounds in this series so far. If they don't start to get a shift on, then they're going to be stuck out of the sight yet again due to the nature of time. Spargo Won't be able to dodge the flash, but somehow his opposition dodges his lead. Now, Aerial rains down a bit of shrapnel and Spargo with another USP kill. Keeps this round alive, keeps himself alive at least for now. And Aerial, big grenade as Flames catches another and Zane seals the job with a Molotov on the site. No time left again for OG and Havu. That is a big number 7.
I don't know if you noticed, but there was actually 2 Molotovs thrown towards short there. And I would normally say that was a bad play. And I will still hold by it that was a bad play. But they had no smoke to extinguish it. So Nexa had to run through both Molotovs, which dwindled him down to around 10 HP. And was the main reason why Spargo got that USP kill. Those double Molotovs, in a really weird fashion, actually helped them, I guess. And then also a third Molotov was placed by Zane, and overall, just a lovely cleanup from Havu. OG, again, you said, run out of time. There's the problem.
Ran out of time and ran out of trade opportunities as they got swamped by flashes and mollies. Havu played that one superbly well under the circumstances, and it was a good choice of Spargo to whip out the USP instead of attempting for a big green bang. Now, as we get into the home stretch of this first half, I reckon the win condition for Havu is 9 rounds, and they're very much on their way to achieving that. OG on the flip side, I mean, they'd love 6, wouldn't they? And the fast play at Banana goes amazingly to start Neofrag onto the head of Oto, but X7, that's disgusting. Oh my goodness, X7 onto Dexter, that is obscene, and he's going to play more! Oh, he's upgrading the weapon as well after running out of ammunition. He's up for the 8. Can he catch Piku? Yes, he can, and X7. That is monstrous.
That is silly. That is stupid. You can't be doing that, X7. He was the one who got the 1v3 in Mirage to keep them in it. And now he's the one to get the ace. He even pre-fires the player on wood. Doesn't see the head, but anticipates someone going there. 2 bullets. And he just lands one single tap. And he trades. Oh, that was magnificent. OG, get back in the bin. Havu are back to tier 1, apparently.
Yeah, Havu. Been a long time since they made it to the major, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I mean, I think Havu as an organisation happened, but I think we're more mentioning the individual players.
Yeah, well, Zane as well.
Yeah, Zane hasn't been to the major since the Penta days.
2017. No, he played for Sprout at the major, no?
Nope, last major was at 2017 Krakow.
Wow.
I know, right?
That's crazy to think about.
Was that the Crystal team?
Yeah, it must have been.
Yeah,
Crystal and Zane.
HS,
yeah, that's
Sunny, Zane, Innocent. God, what a day that was.
Jesus.
Crystal's actually gone to coaching. Did you see that?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
to be fair, it was
yeah.
about time. He was not hitting anything. He had a 0.7 rating or something.
Yeah. Okay, well, yes. I completely agree with you. That's actually a very good point. But now this B bomb site is going to get charged upon. Again, the Molotovs, they're so good. Sadly, X7 can only get 1, and that is after he died, the monster of the Molotov. Firstly, another Molotov there as well from Zane to force the bomb plant out of position. 3 versus 3 retake. Look at the HP from OG.
Yeah, it's not looking great right now. Well, 1 tap onto Flames, 2 to Dexter, and 3 for Fiku is all it'll take. And Zane doesn't get lucky with the wall spam this time, but if they're not quick, then Havu aren't going to get lucky with anything. That time is ticking away quite drastically, and yes, it's all well and good. They've still got util, but Area, more importantly, has a frag. Nexa posthumously. In fact, no, he's still alive. Nexa's Molotov keeps him alive. In fact, as Spargo peeks the corner, and, are they done?
Yeah, they're done. They just isolate literally there.
Wow.
Nexa just should have gone behind the smoke. They had no time. And then Zane getting that kill onto, I don't know who was on the back of the bomb site, but just over peaks towards triple and loses his life. Not necessarily needed by OG there, but Havu, lovely retake. The B bomb site is one of the hardest bomb sites to retake in this map, especially when you go from a 3v3 to a 2v2. You don't have that much utility. You don't have that much time. You're both split up. You've got an AWP. And you still win it out. 9-4, Havu could maybe even get a 10th or an 11th. But because the bomb down, OG will be buying back into this one, Tom. The pressure is still there.
Yeah, OG desperately need to find 2 more rounds at a minimum for their T-siders. Oh, X7. That is dastardly. Down goes Neofrag to a frag grenade, and Flames, ironically again, burning in a Molotov. Toto whacks off the head of Dexter, and oh, Spargo, stop it. Teasing me as he continues to outfrag everyone on the OG side. Dexter 8 in 10, 9 in 11 on Flames, leading the charge, but nobody yet to hit double digits for OG as we head into the penultimate round. of the first half.
That's crazy to think that one of their better maps they're struggling so much on.
Not just their better map, Freddie, their best map.
Yeah, their best map. And it's also like, no offense, but it's Havu. This isn't a team they should be necessarily struggling against this much. And Doto, lovely off angle, dancing around, playing with Fiku, Jesus, man. 10-4. The boys in
Jamaican
green. It was Jamaican? That was just the one thing I wouldn't have said, but okay, yeah.
No, I mean, it's like Welsh accent is just like a more relaxed Indian accent, and an Irish accent is a slightly more taught Jamaican accent. That's how you learn accents. Okay, so I'll get into voice acting school with you later, but don't forget to check out our partners over at LKs. Use code CCT for a free 70 cent, 10% off. 10% bonus on your deposit, as Flames, looking for a bonus entry here, will be awarded nothing, as Havu have already stolen away 10 on their CT side.
Yeah, I mean, even if you lose this, I don't think it's that big of a deal for Havu. That's definitely a good start for OG. As I said that though, Aerial isolates a kill on one of those primary zones and now has got loads of space to work with. And he might even get the second. Oh, Nexel, that has been swindled. A lovely nade from Zane as well. The utility from Havu has been absolutely stupendous. Neofrag doesn't seem to anticipate Aerial then and loses a lot of HP. A Molotov on Zane as well, and Molotov on Doto could be up. Who needs a Molotov when X7 is just going to spam like that? But the utility's been so good, and it's going to continue, I would assume, further. But that is a little bit of an over-aggression from Zane, and it's going to be a 2 versus 2. But the HP should still be called in question for OG.
Yeah, X7 and Doto, they've got everything they need, and now they've cleared out another angle. Smoke rains down. In fact, is that a double molly from the short side? He picks one off a body, and X7 ensures there's another body to walk on over, and he's going to find 2 more. 3 in the round to X7, as Havu, they bag themselves an 11-4 half. And OG are floundering. As you said, they're off to Abu Dhabi in a matter of, a week? And they are putting up this level of performance against a team that is considered tier 2.
I know it sounds quite harsh, but I don't even know if I'd consider Havu tier 2.
I would say they comfortably are.
0.5. I'd say maybe 2.5 at best.
2.5 to...
I think I could be quite harsh on my rankings sometimes. I'd put Copenhagen Flames and Sangala at like a 2.5.
No, that's ridiculous. Copenhagen Flames is tier 2 pushing 1.
I don't know. I really don't know about that one. But that's.
Have you not seen their performances in CCT lately? Again,
yeah,
they're not able to replicate it on land.
They've been doing well, but it's still against the tier 1. Never mind. Either way, OG. They are now on the T side. It's their favoured side by quite a bit, but is it going to be enough where you're 11-4 down? Also, Doto has just got all himself way into CT and he's going to be wrapping around him. 3 players over towards B, and X7 is going to open up with the first. Fiku, though, however, replicating his success he had on Mirage as the A anchor, will claim 3 with the USP, and he'll even get the 4. Bye-bye, Doto. Lovely reclaim of some sort of success for OG.
I mean, they needed that. For their mentality alone, the obscene amount of rounds that Havu were able to streak together at the end of that half was soul-crushing. I love that jumping one set from X7, but yeah, Fiku and Flames, they do a great job at stabilizing. And yeah, there's no chance for Doto sneaking in behind. Meaning that finally, OG have an advantage, both economically and just mentally, I'd say. They know that they shouldn't be losing anybody to this full block buy. Flames is allowed to peek into middle, as the Glocks are going for a bit of an existence round here, just to annoy OG that little bit further.
Spargo, do the thing, do the thing.
Oh,
wait,
it's so satisfying.
Yeah,
it's so perfect.
It's amazing. He does the thing.
I'm getting dizzy now.
Yeah, same. This is actually hurting my head. Also, we've got a little break. You know, Device is the 2nd highest rated player in the year now. You know, 1.66.
Well,
I mean, he has played 2 maps. And the thing is, if you look at these, I'm looking at the list here, and it's literally just every one of the top 10 has played a map or 2, and it's just kind of owned in that map.
Just quickly, Observer, I am actually feeling
Yeah, thank
you.
Tom was almost about to just like fall over there.
Yeah, I mean, if I wasn't sitting down, I definitely would be on the floor. Sorry, carry on though. Carry on. Device doing cool stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean like it's just it's
Yeah,
cool. He gets
cool.
he gets the he's the second highest rated player of the year,
Who's the highest
1.6
rated?
rating. Oh, some no namer.
Hey,
Like,
tell me the
okay.
name.
Oh, look, I'm gonna have to get it back on.
Press Control Shift T.
Let me quickly find it. It is Quickstar. Tell me. Oh wow.
Is he
Dexter.
zero
Oh
tenacity?
my God, did you just see that?
That was pretty cool.
That
from
was
Dexter.
unreal. He just gets two. What? Okay, a little bit of flair there from Dexter. Wow.
Oh, God, no, stop.
No, not again.
Stop it, please. Why is
Yeah,
this
so-
the replay?
Quickstar has played in the last 3 months.
Ooh.
In the last 12 months, he's
was
played
clean.
4 maps, and he's got a overall 1.72 rating.
Wait, so what team is he
Touch
playing
the,
for?
he plays for the
Touch the Crown.
apparently Touch Crown's a Russian team now.
Yeah,
Apparently.
that checks
Oh,
out.
well, it's still yeah. I don't know. They were playing in a German online tournament as a Russian core. So either way, he owes them, and they win, and he just Either way, that was my little divergence. And now on the gun round, Havu looking to replicate what they did before, and that's almost a good start. But Dexter with this FAMAS alongside the grenades of his teammates are going to be just pushing them away. Oh, look at this.
Nice from Fiku. Great aggression. Finds the bomb and 2 more. And the third from Fiku. Brilliant stuff from the young Pole as X7. I mean, I don't know what else he can do here. He can try and push back, try and retake that bomb, but well, he does get the bomb, but he may well bomb out in this round. As waiting for him round the corner is none other than a get. Madness, but Neo Frank, where have you come?
Is the best way to get investment advice over the phone?
Best for me. Jerry does everything online.
Everything.
BMO gives you personalized advice online, in person, and over the phone. Whatever best fits your style. Confidence. It's a good look.
You have not seen what I have seen.
Jack Reacher. When I ask people to dance, it usually precedes a lot of punching. Every day you're on the run.
What are you doing?
Improvising.
All the heroics in one place.
No one can stop us.
See where it takes you. Only on Prime Video.
Quitting, it's not easy. So don't do it alone. Nicorette Quick Mist gets to work on your cravings in 60 seconds to help increase your chances of quitting. Nicorette, let's do something amazing.
So Poker Stars, Breton aime rester connecté aux tables.
Let's get into it.
Alors, quelle que soit votre façon de jouer, vous trouverez votre compte.
We got him.
Place au jeu.
Essence gained early by Havu here. Massive banana take.
Zoom in.
Crumbling OG here.
It's already forced a rotation from Flames. Retake smokes and utility is going to come through. They're not actually going to even do anything with them. Spark just walked straight through. He's gone, yeah, cool, grand. And you could see how scared they are of people being through this. They're dropping so much utility early. Neofrag, a Molotov with only a minute 20 on the clock has just already dropped that. And now they're going to try retake once again. No, they're just going to drop all their utility.
Yeah, they've dumped it all. As Havu looked to dump on OG yet again. Yeah, Frank is a bit of a one-way there. Decides to drop his util over to the MP9 player of Fiku. Now, Fiku will try and bail his teammate out of trouble should the need arise, but at least for now, the smoke denies presence for Havu. They wait patiently up the top of Banana. The 6-7 is forced out of Boiler. Goes for the spam. Nobody's sitting on top of the roof right now. Havu need to be careful, need to consider picking up the pace a bit here. As they've not gone to B in a while, have they? And they look to maybe pull this one off as X7 goes wild towards A and pulls over rotations.
Oh, Tom, I love this.
Wow.
I adore this. X7 has somehow got a kill and is able to fade away. In the meantime, now we've got to start moving. Now they have to go, and maybe they've been a little bit too late. That Molotov dropped with only 10 seconds left on the clock. The bomb isn't even on the site yet. That nade is phenomenal. Havu maybe just a little bit too slow, and because of that, all the kills will go in favor of OG. Aerial even helping them out, getting one-to-one to his teammates. And how have Havu blundered that? Everything that went their way, and they just went too slow.
Yeah, that was honestly an appalling round from Havu there, especially with that team kill coming in as well. OG are just given the freest round that they'll receive all game off the back of impeccable eco-fragging for Havu. That is fragging on their eco rather than the Blame F-esque style. But OG on the flip side, they pull things straight on back and very quickly, next is 3 in 16. That's probably going to have to change pretty soon. On the flip side, X7 is 25 in 10.
The duality, man. That's incredible. That individually is an incredible scoreline. And especially when he's not necessarily the player, you'd be like, yep, X7's going to get over 2 KD, over a 1.3 kill per round. Oh.
Well, that was rude.
That was intense.
Lovely headshot from Vicky through the smoke there as Zane looks to smoke flames towards the short side, but he's looking the wrong way. Looking up, not down, and Spargo into the ground as wow, that's a very quick and flawless round from OG. 9 on the board, and Havu waste a bunch of money on armor and deagles.
Yeah, they don't really get anything for that, but it will be the rifles back out now for the boys in green. I like that phrase you've used. I'm going to coin that. I like it. It's a nice phrase. The boys in green.
Well, thank you. It is just a description of their jerseys and overall logo colour, but it works.
Yeah, it works quite nicely. I mean, like OG, I guess I actually love their. Did you see their Christmas sweaters?
No,
I actually almost bought one.
Keyword almost.
Yeah, keyword is very much almost, but I might buy a Havu Christmas jumper if they're able to close out this series and push themselves through to the quarterfinals as what it'd be the second team today that has beaten one of the invited teams.
Yeah, I think so. Sprout was invited, weren't they?
Yeah, Sprout were beaten by Eclot. Obviously, Astralis beat Trick, so that's one invited team one. Game Legion beat 9, so that's another invited team one. And then you have OG Havu, and Havu are poisoning themselves to go through with a 2-0 series and face off against either Movistar or Forza.
I mean, I'm very happy to see the invited teams getting a run for their money here. It's not been smooth sailing as Doto.
You were saying? Literally right there. Dexter, one of the star AWPers, full stop. He was saying that he might be better than every other AWPer on his day. And well, apparently today's not his day.
No, it very much is not. He has been brutalized back and forth across both maps, and he's having the complete opposite rendition that the device had as Spargo. A cheeky fadeaway frag means that the A bomb site is where OG will remain as B gets a bomb whacked onto it. This has to be a save call. It's James on.
I don't understand how the OG are, well, here in a position where Havu now have 13 rounds and they've just given up the bomb site.
Yeah, we live in a wacky world. Also, I realise Zane has played more recently in 2017 because those are Boston stickers and he did play the Sprout in Boston, didn't he?
Oh, it's not on his profile. That's
No.
weird. Let me check CSGO stash. That's really weird. I'm confused of, I guess, I think it's because it's, yes, obviously. I think, no, yeah, so the reason why it's not on his profile is because it's, I think if you get quarterfinals, it comes up as achievement.
Yeah, it doesn't come up unless you hit quarters.
Or, yeah, so if you go to Zane, and if you go to achievements, it does still say majors played 1.
Maybe he's only played in that major then? Did he not make it with Penta?
But he has Boston stickers, and he's played with Penta at Krakow.
Ah. Well, interesting. Right, you go deep dive, because we have a
he played with Sprout at Boston.
Technical timer now for OG.
Yeah, so he played Krakow with Penta, where I'm pretty sure they came close to dead last, I think.
You were gaslighting me, Freddie. Can't believe this.
It's not on HLTV.
It is on HLTV. It will be.
I'm checking. So I'm on Wikipedia right now. Yes, he played for Penta, and they went 1-3 in the major. They beat Vega Squadron. To be fair, they did lose to North, who I think had a pretty good major in total. They came top 8. Lost to SK, who also came top 8. And then actually flip side. That's a throwback.
Yeah, that is pretty wild.
So then, if I go back to... Yeah, so he played at Boston with Sprout.
He also played on Penta at Krakow, and they came 12th to 14th. Funnily enough, beating FaZe and the Vega Squadron. So, yes, he did play at Krakow and also at Boston.
Oh, that's awesome. I genuinely didn't realize that. Yeah, he used to play with, well, I guess it's the same core, basically, of Sprout and Penta. I think they're mostly the same teams with Crystal, Innocent, and Zen.
Penta, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Penta left the scene in 2018.
Yeah, they went to Siege, didn't they?
Yeah, they went to Siege, and they did
There's a
pretty
really
well,
weird...
to be fair. You know they had a CSGO team in 2021.
Oh, I did see this. I casted them, I think.
But they sucked. Like, they were really bad.
They were like a main team, right?
Yes. ESEA main, I think.
They weren't great. I remember they weren't great.
No, they very much weren't.
The Penta Siege
they
team,
apparently made Fantasy Expo Spring Cup 2021 DAC so the German close qualifiers for the Fantasy Expo Spring Cup back in
it's actually not bad.
January, February, March, and they lost to a squad called Plan B. And who was on Plan B?
Freeze and
no one.
Cello. This is it's like the old. It's like almost like the alternate attacks team. You can see Cello and Freeze and Maeve, I think, went to alternate attacks as well. Yeah, so it was like the core of the older alternate attacks
as well.
Yeah. Oh, this is Lowell used to play with Penta.
Yes.
That's a David P. God, that is a throwback. Yes.
Yeah, we have fun here,
man. I forgot this team existed. However, now we're finally back from our technical pause. I feel like we used that time quite wisely.
We did. I enjoyed memory lane.
We really just deep dived there and just talked about all the just all about the old how do we get to Penta, man? Either way though.
I mean, Doto used to play for Ents as well.
Yeah.
Not many people know that.
That was the old Ents roster, right?
Yes, I think so.
Again, let me Wikipedia this as you passed around.
I mean, Nexter, in the meantime, he played for G2, did significantly better there than he's doing now. And 3-16 in an online game versus Havu. He's not having the best of times, as it looks as if Havu is stacking up towards another waterfall from apartments next. They're fully blinded. Can he finally catch a frag to Vitaly instead? No, Neofrag does the dirty. Zane! Spargo! That's a wallbang kill on the Nexter. That's ridiculous. Flames catches Zane, and it's a 3v3, but it will be a post-plot, and OG a full retaking from Long, and they've just been smoked off to add insult to injury. What the hell are Havu having here? They put something in the water as they are destroying an X7 through the smoke. Oh, that's even worse.
He almost gets a second through that smoke as well. X7, 26-17. This man is rolling back the years right now. This man wants his team to be produced on the big stage. I didn't realize we were in the old classic Ents roster.
Jesus, yeah. The finalists of Katowice 2019. What a time that was.
Man,
If,
what a time to be
if they
alive.
win this, are they meeting Astralis in the bracket?
I think they would. If so, it comes down to if they're able to win in the quarters, that they meet Astralis in the semis, basically.
Okay.
So if Astralis beat the winner of Heat into the Breach, and if Havu beat the winners of Forza Movistar, that would be a weird Kato 29 comeback rematch. But lovely shot from X7 there. This man is on fire. 14-9, OG, they are quivering. Alarm bells are most definitely flaring.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that OG is saving strats, but I don't think they really have any strats left to save because they didn't do great at the major. I mean, they beat IHC, which is good, I guess, but they lost 19-16 in overtime to Furia, and also did not do very well in Blast. There's Neofrag. Well, he's blasting down Banana, sprays on Doto! That's ridiculous! Doto! 3 HP and does more damage to Flames! That is obscene from the young man! As the Finn, well, found this way straight enough, Banana. The Flames are found as well as Flames is pushed further and further back. This is a crumbling in front of our very eyes, a capitulation of a supposed Tier 1 team. These guys are 18th in the world to the 55th of Havu, but Havu are having their merry way with them right now, and they are loving every moment of it.
This is not what you'd want on your back foot going into Abu Dhabi. X7 dies, but Dotto goes, don't worry, I'm here to play! He even gets Nexa. 3 kills the IGL still stands on, and it's all down to Dexter and Flames, who are firmly secured and residing towards this A-bomb site, where Dotto, he's going to die here, and it's going to be like, oh, lads, just go B. Dexter's there, so they know that only Flames can be B, and he's normally a bit of a rotator player, so it wouldn't be out of the ordinary to have him on the site, and they will just full execute. The Molotov does miss towards Dark, but it's fine. The bomb will go down, and match point shall be secured for the Finnish boys. 15-9 on the map pick of OG Esports. They're looking to take this series 2-0 and be the second upset we've already seen today.
Man, what an incredible performance. And also, just to clarify things quickly, Doto was actually on the 2020 Ents, not the original Ents.
It was after the roster kind of broke away, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Bring back Yampi. Please give me Yampi back.
You know his brother plays in Conquer.
Really?
Yeah,
he still plays for him.
So his brother played in oh no, has he played for Mouse XT now? Because he was like 14 and wasn't allowed to play anywhere. He was like a tier 3 advanced player.
Yeah, he played for Mouse XT. I remember someone telling me that.
And like he just wasn't allowed to play.
No, the only thing you're allowed to play that's 13 plus is ESCA.
He is Mouse XT. He's on Mouse NXT right now.
Yeah, that's cracked, man. I love him.
And he's got some ridiculous stats for it. He's got a 1.23 rating in the past 3 months and a 1.13 rating overall. He is cracked. Bring back Yampi and Yimfat in the same teams together. But for now, tactical pause for OG. We are rambling on many different segues. What an unbelievable game from Havu so far. What an unbelievable round. Dotto, someone who necessarily hasn't been, I'd say, that important. I think it's fair to say impactful compared to the other players. I think that's, you've got big shoes to fill when X7's 26 and 12. This round, he gets 2 kills and 6 HP, somehow doesn't die to Neofrag and admits that, does damage to Flames, pushes him away, and then also gets a kill on Nexa with the AWP.
Also, shout out to the utility damage of Doto and Zane, 9 and 10 assists. And that's not all from lack of damage.
We were highlighting that a lot on the CT side.
Yeah, they've been ridiculous. Havu have been ridiculous. And on the opposite end of the ridiculous spectrum, OG are also ridiculous. Where is OG that... Well, I mean, again, OG were never the tops of Tier 1, but they played a damn sight better than this, as Spargo even taunts them, softening up X7 so they're one-tappable. But, it's a flying man into middle as Flames catches 2. Flames catches 3, and Dexter chimes on it as well. That's not quite how I saw this round going from Havu, but OG will at least cling on and find themselves double digits in a flawless fashion. They don't take a single point of damage. Where the hell did that one come from?
I guess just maybe a little bit of a balls to the wall play from Havu. They just ran up middle with no long smoke, for instance. The flashes were just simply not effective. As you can see, the Flames getting a multi-frag basically in the exact same position while taking no point of damage. And Dexter is continuously there holding for when he needs to strike. And when he strikes, It has just secured the round. Havu, they have 5 attempts more now at a match point.
Yeah, I've actually seen the original OG roster play live. I saw them at Blast Premier in London back in 2019 or 2020 before lockdown
what a
came.
throwback that is.
Yeah, and I missed that because Seb actually came to watch them as well.
Was it Mansu, right?
Yeah, Mantu was playing, and I think was it Alexi B was playing, NBK.
Oh,
what a
boys,
lineup,
what a
man.
roster that was.
I love NBK, but
Yeah.
Neofrag loves fragging as Doto goes down.
Oh,
Early, and he finds
Neofrag.
Spargo too. Big kills from not normally an AWPer, but he's evened up his score quite nicely, and he's thinned out the numbers on Havu to the point that they are going to struggle prolifically if they decide to continue towards B.
Chris J. Who, Forzy Who, Neofrag is now the new Czechia AWPer. Lovely utility as well from OG. We were praising the likes of Havu for theirs, and now X7 and Zane have just been tampered with because of the constant nades and Molotovs. The flashbang from Neofrag won't necessarily have the same amount of weight as Fiku was going to. You could see he was trying to peek into it, but the nade forces him back there at the last second, and Havu, they're just going to save. They got 2 AKs, and all. That's going to save for next round.
Also, Freddie, you've been caught capping again, bro. It's Sergey's brother, not Yampi's.
Oh, is it actually?
We're being called clueless casters. And yeah, fair play. We are apparently clueless.
I had in my head, I guess forever now, really, that it was
It's
Yampi's
because
brother.
Yampi and Yimfat sound the same, isn't it?
I think someone told me, and I was like, "Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, okay, that's really annoying." That's actually nice to hear as well.
No, I mean, Yimfat, regardless of who he is related to, is cracked, as is the main man in Yampi. Honestly, I feel like Ents could use a Yampi right now, at least top form one. Because they have been struggling as of late. Some players definitely hasn't had as much impact as I'm sure they anticipated, and they did have better results with Hades overall. There's Neofrag coming in from Sinners. If I'm wrong on that one, just shoot me at this point. But Neofrag coming on in from Sinners hasn't been the revitalizing spark that I'm sure OG would have liked him to be. I mean, looking at their ratings over the past 3 months, Fiku's been a 1 rating, Neofrag a 1.02, which isn't bad. It's not fantastic. Flames has been popping off, and so has Dexter, but Dexter's been playing worse than when he joined the roster originally, which again just doesn't speak volumes for this OG side.
And now, with those saved rifles, they will be buying around it with a Tech 9 and a Deagle. Not a lot of utility for Havu, and they might just send Spargo to go searching towards middle after these early utilities have been thrown by OG. And just a very quiet round here, very quiet on the Western Front.
Yeah, it's dead silent out here. As weaponry is cycled by Neofrag. Interesting strategy, as it's going to work. And Neofrag, this is impeccable stuff from him. Knocking down Banana time after time, and even has that M4 to switch on over to. They're balling on the OG Sports camp now.
Yeah, that's lovely. I love that play. It's worked out so nicely, and he was not going to get tested anymore with that M4 over towards the B bomb site, as it will be now Havu addressing A, where they have found a lot of success. Flames might get aggressive here on Sean. X7 jumps across, and Doto has been perfectly baited for their Nexter and pick as well. Doto with his orb, giving Dexter a run for his money, and that could be it. This could be all over in the blink of an eye. Dotto opens up the round with his AWP. Dexter's only good for the first, and Ariel will just trade him out eventually. With Dotto still, how is he on fire? How has he been doing this? Neofrag, 1 versus 3 to keep OG in this tournament, and no! Ariel will splash him out. Tom, explain that round to me.
I can't. I mean, Neofrag does everything right, gets the opening kill onto the AWPer towards the bottom of Banana, and then everything just spirals out of control. Doto gets another double entry. The man goes Super Saiyan on that T-half, especially towards the end of it. And with that, Havu probably caused the biggest upset of the day. A stupendous 2-0 over the likes of OG.
Yes, what an incredible round from them there. What an incredible game. Super impressive.